2 rounds down, 3 left to go in the RCI 6-hour Esports Challenge Series. Welcome back, everybody. I'm Tim Peck, joined today in the commentary booth by Kevin Boss and Stewie on the broadcasting tool. Well, Kevin, we're here in Indianapolis today for the halfway point of the series. I expect we are going to be in for a very exciting race today.
Yeah, definitely, Tim. Especially if you look at the previous 2 rounds, like a lot has happened. We had fights from the back. We had guys controlling it out in the front. But as we just saw a little bit in free practice, there is a little bit of a chance of some rain, maybe changing everything on its head. So yeah, definitely looking forward to this.
Absolutely, rain could play a huge part in today's race. For the qualifying session, though, it looks like we're going to be dry from start to finish. Of course, the rain in the practice has meant that the track is only in a fast condition for the start of qualifying, but with 20 minutes in the qualifying session, I don't doubt that that track will become optimum towards the end. Of course, mentioned that teams get 20 minutes to do a qualifying lap. And after that, of course, the person who gets the best time will start in pole position for the race. But 20 minutes, Kevin, usually in our weekly series, teams only get 10 to 15 minutes, which can be quite short. 20 minutes, though, is a good amount of time for a qualifying. I feel that you can do one nice stint and then maybe even come back, change your set of tyres, refuel the car a little bit, and then go out for a second stint as well. It's a long time to get that perfect lap in.
Yeah, these guys they're always dialed in. They usually get the best out of the cars, but probably at the start we'll see a little bit of the longer runs, just the teams putting down the rubber on the track in order to, grip it up, to be able to get those faster times near the end, hoping that they do enough to get the track to optimum conditions. So in the final stages, we'll probably see everyone completely smash the previous bests. But yeah, a lot can happen, and yeah, especially with the limited tire sets, they're going to be smart with how they're actually going to do this. So like I said before, I think they'll be starting out on a slightly longer stint in the first run, and then 2 or 3 more shorter ones.
Well, there you go. You've heard Kevin Boss's tactic on how to take the 20 minutes of qualifying. Now, of course, today we're at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway automobile racing circuit located in Speedway, Indiana. Of course, it is home of the Indianapolis 500 and the Verizon 200 Indianapolis. I'm very sorry. We're going to hear that a lot today, everybody at home. The track has 14 turns and it is 0.925 kilometers in length. That's 2.439 miles. And that record is currently held by Rafael Marcelio, the 122.439, held in the Mercedes-AMG GT3 Evo. So seen some times like that today, but for now, everyone on their outlap have just crossed the line and will be starting their fastest lap. We are riding aboard right now with the Simware Pro by VDES team, with Leonid Makovkin behind the wheel right now as they start their first lap in qualifying. And I've got to say, Kevin, I'm a big fan of this track. I do like the fact that it's built into the oval. You can see on the track where it rejoins the oval segment of it at parts, but I think it's an interesting one, and being one of the newer tracks to ACC as well could prove to be quite interesting to see how some of these teams have handled it.
Well, I think with the amount of time that these teams put into practice, especially when there's like a custom BOP like we have here in the RCI 6-hour Esports Challenge, they'll be putting a lot of time into getting used to that custom BOP, getting used to the track with the setup they have to create. So I expect they know this track like the back of their hand. It is indeed an interesting track, because especially the middle part of the track is quite technical. You lose a lot of time if you slightly mess up, because it's quite flowy, and if you mess up a little bit, it will hurt you for the rest of your lap. So yeah, but like I said, they have practiced a lot, and I think they should be fine.
Absolutely. Team 1FF, the number 52, driven by Louis Fleischer, has put themselves in that provisional pole, a time of a 1:34.787. Puts them up at the top, and you can see a couple more cars now crossing the line. No one yet to beat that time of number 44 Ferrari, being just 95 hundredths off that pole time. And saw earlier in the chat, Kevin, on YouTube, Fleet Retcher said, hello, so which Ferrari is going to win today? So I'm imagining from their perspective, Ferrari definitely hard to be in for this race.
They expect so. I think especially at the end of Sector 2, you have that tight left-hand quick chicane before you make the right-hander back onto the banking of the oval. If the Ferraris take a bit too much of like the little blue bars on the inside of the curbs, it might unsettle the car a little bit. But yeah, I guess they've been seeing enough on the practice surface to suggest that the Ferrari is going to be really strong here.
Absolutely, and of course, none of this would be possible without the help from our sponsors. We'll talk about them a lot throughout the race, but to do a quick roundup for now, we have AK Esports for sponsoring the Team of the Race award. That's basically the team that's voted the team of the race will receive €100 per race. Every hour, what we'll do is we'll show a QR code on your screen, also post a link in the chat, and you can go and vote the team that you think is the team of the race, and that can be based on absolutely anything, whether you think they've been the ones doing the fastest laps, whether you think they've done the most impressive overtakes. If they're your favorite team that you've supported for a long time, you can vote for them by following the QR code on the screen. Again, post that every single hour. We also have Go Setups, who are sponsoring the Pole Position Award. That's why we call it the Go Setups Pole Position. It's worth €100 as well per race, and that is what teams are going to be competing for right now as well, of course. The spot for the start of the race, but nice little €100 goes to the pole qualifying team as well, which will definitely help to incentivize going for that fastest lap. And then again, we also have Fanatec, who do not need any introduction. They are a manufacturer of high-end sim gear, and they make sure that they strive for the best of quality in all of the hardware they design. You can get direct drive and wheelbases and cell pedals from them as well, and of course you can help RCI by using our affiliate link when you make a purchase, but we'll cover more on them later. Now though, we're going into qualifying yet again, and George Boothby just crossing the line there, setting a time of a 1:34.287. The Veloce 2023 car up into that first place spot. George Boothby, Kevin, a driver that is very well known to a lot of people here today, and I imagine going to be one of the prominent figures hitting high throughout the race.
Yes, definitely, especially if you also look at what he's been able to do in the previous 2 rounds, like in both races. He's been hit, spun rounds, been sent all the way to the back, and then fighting all the way back forwards. Got third back at Kyalami. Also had a very good result last time out. They finished still in a pretty good 7th. So, you know, if they don't get spun around this time, that could be a very good contender for the win.
Absolutely. We were talking to the winners of 3 weeks ago, the race at Imola, which is of course the Williams Esports Razor team. They were mentioning that they still consider the Veloce UCOG car to be their most direct competitor, despite them having unfortunate events in both of the first rounds, like you just mentioned, Kevin. And I think I have to agree with you. It will be interesting to see what they can do in that car if they manage to avoid trouble for the first couple of laps of the race, because Kyalami, obviously, they got hit to the back almost instantly and then had to do a recovery drive onto the podium, which was amazing to see. In Imola, like you said, they had to do something very similar. So I agree with you. It'll be interesting to see what they can do starting from the front end of the field, and hopefully for them this time around, not getting caught up in too much trouble.
Yeah, and another team I want to be looking out for is actually the Yas Heat car, because last time out, their driver forgot to press drive. So instead of starting where they qualified, they had to start from the pit lane, and they still got back up to 22nd. Of course, they had a massive deficit to the rest of the field. It was a good drive. They're in the Ferrari, which some of the drivers have been saying is quite strong this time out here at Indianapolis. So I'm looking forward to what they can achieve here today.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, the RC Heat, a car which George Boothby himself used to drive for as well. They've now got a different roster of drivers in that car, but all still very capable of scoring some high results, like you said last time round, starting from the pit lane. Looking to avoid that today. Well, we've got 44 cars on the field right now, and some people in chat have already mentioned that is a very clustered amount of cars trying to find space. And of course, talking about qualifying, how important it is for a race anyway, Kevin, but to be trying to navigate this much traffic, I mean, look at that final sector. It's going to be very hard to get in a quick lap time when you've got a car dead ahead of you.
At this point of time, it looks like they just have enough space that there's a couple tenths in between them, so hopefully they won't impede each other too much. But yeah, like as you can see there, the 333 has gone off in turn 2, causing a yellow flag, making the cars closer together. It's not going to be very tight, but I now also see the track has just gone up to optimum, so I can now expect the times to go below that 134.2 that George Boothby set before.
Absolutely, you'd expect now the track being optimum, those times to improve quite dramatically. And I'm noticing a couple of the teams have gone back into the pits at this halfway mark to probably get on that now fresh set of tyres, refuel the car a little bit, and with the track being optimum, can go for those fastest laps. The pole sitter George Boothby for the Veloce team is currently in the pits as well, so I imagine that is what they will be going for right now. And for those that are still out on track, this could be a good opportunity just to get in that one quick lap without too much traffic ahead of them. You mentioned cars spinning out in sector 2 causes a little build up in the cars and does basically make all of their laps not worthwhile for that time round. So it is good, I think, to be able to find that space where you've not got a car ahead of you impeding your lap time. I say that is imperative for a qualifying session, but then there's the age-old question that gets brought up every single time we do an endurance series, Kevin, which is how important actually is qualifying in the endurance race?
Well, as we've seen with the Veloce Eco car with George Boothby in it, not really. A lot can happen. Like you can start at the front, be spun out, and back to the rear, but still, it's 6 hours. It's endurance. You can do a lot in those 6 hours' time. Even go back from the back down, all the way back up to the podium. So it's not that important, but I think all of these drivers will be trying to go for that P1 position, of course, with the €100 on the line for the Go Setups Pole Position Award. So I think all the teams here will be taking this very seriously.
Yeah, absolutely. You still want to start towards the top for a multitude of reasons, of course. One of those is just to be towards the front of the field where you're less likely to get caught up in an instant. Of course, if someone ahead of you maybe has an instant, they spin their car around, find themselves sitting in the middle of the track. If you start towards the back of the field, you're going to get caught up in that straight away as well. And with 44 cars on the field, and get bunched up very, very quickly. We're currently watching Chris Hack in the Wild Things racing car. They navigate their way around the circuit. We're now going to go to Aidan Walsingham, the Aztec Sim Sports Visceral Red car, the number 44. They're currently up on their lap time, currently in P2, wanting to put themselves in that provisional pole position place. And if they manage to keep this delta up, Kevin, this will put them up into P1.
Yeah, they're now going through the last corner, just a little bit to keep it within the good lines, up to the start-finish line, and we'll have a look now. And it seems, they just got it with a 134.082, and still 7 minutes on the clock. Track optimum improving all the time. I really think we can duck below the 134s and into the 33s.
Oh, absolutely. I think we're on board for a couple of 133s coming through shortly. Of course, the front order has changed slightly. Last mentioned it, it's now the Aztec Sim Sports team at the top, the number 44 by Walsingham. They've just set the current pole provisional lap. Gumrell's in the number 29, just behind them, 1.5 tenths off the pole position leaders right now. And right there you see the Audi pushing themselves to the front. A time of a 134.067. Still not quite broken into the 133s yet, but we're getting ever so close.
Yeah, you can definitely see every lap these drivers do, more rubbers going out on track. It's going to be faster. Still got a lot of, 6 minutes on the clock. We still do a lot of laps. Everyone has a chance to grab that pole position. Seeing now which drivers are doing better. Yeah, Boothby here just about lost a bit of time there. You can see Hugo Morales is also improving at the moment, but we're now on board with George Boothby in the Veloce Eco car, the 992. Still going through Sector 1. This is one of the very technical parts before they go onto a decently long back straight. At this point in time, he's slightly up on the time he set before. So you can see it's all very close-knit together. Just see Finn Lituscheid up to P3, the 51 Ferrari. So you can see here in the top 20, it's a lot of Ferraris, so they do seem to be the strongest car here.
Yeah, we mentioned a couple of times that some of the drivers and the fans thought that the Ferrari was going to be the dominant car of today, and so far it seems so. Of course, we've currently got an Audi leading the field, but that is, of course, the number 5, which is the Williams Esports Chili Blast car, a team notoriously known to be quite fast around the track. Had a bit of misfortune in the first 2 rounds. I know they had a DNF at Imola, placed them in 46th place. They scored no points for that, and as well, Lamy, a bit of a struggle for them, only finishing P17 overall, so a bit further down the standings than they probably want to be, but it is a team that has a lot of potential to be towards the top. We're currently watching Hugo Morels cross the line for the Jean Alesi Esports team. We know that they were up on their lap time earlier. It looks like no more. They are going to just pull into the pits, put a fresh pair of tyres on, and put a small amount of fuel in for the final stint of qualifying there. Martin Lawrence almost won the Friday Championship on Friday. Fortunately for them, got caught in a couple of incidents. They're now driving for the Connection Lost racing car, number 404, currently finding themselves down in 43rd. And I just want to point out to you, Kevin, all the way down from P1 to P44 are within a second of each other's time. That is a very competitive field.
Very competitive indeed. Anytime you can see the entire field within a second, you know it's very close together. Any mistake, you know, will cost you getting high up, but also every 10th could get you up a couple of positions. So even if it's not maybe the best lap you'll ever do, you'll definitely be wanting to keep on pushing, because here we can see in P41, improve by 10th, and you go all the way up to 37th already. So that's going to be a big difference at the starting line.
Absolutely, and we mentioned with the track becoming optimum, it's quite easy to find those extra temps that you may not have quite been able to find before as well. I can see it all up our little board at the side of my screen right now. The groove deltas everywhere across the field as people find those couple of extra temps, which, as you just said, will promote them up a good amount of places. So that is the goal for everyone right now, is even if you can just find 1/10 around the lap, that could promote you up 6, maybe even 7 places up the board. Everything is worth it at this point in time. So I imagine we'll be seeing drivers fighting to the end in this qualifying session. The nearly on pace team, the 899 car, running down in 38th place. They're about to cross the finish line, and they are up on their time as well. They're currently at 10th, up on their delta. This should be enough to promote them up into the top 30, hopefully, and it's just enough for the 33rd place on the board. Manson able to promote the nearly on pace team up a little bit further there. You could say, Kevin, they're nearly on pace.
Nearly on pace, yeah, just not enough. We're now looking at Luis Fleischer in the Team 1 FF car coming up to the start-finish line, seeing if they can improve, and they go up to 8th, just 5/10 behind pole position. So it's all very close at the top as well.
Absolutely. George Boothby retaking pole position for the Veloce UCOG car. 992 goes up into the 133s, scoring himself a 133.992, which is the only team right now to have breached the 133 mark. Of course, we've still got 2 minutes of qualifying left for teams to also get up in there as well. Tinko van der Velde, notorious driver for the number 55 Audi there, has also managed to put himself in 2nd place in the Williams Esports Chili Blast car. Is sitting currently pretty in that 3rd place as well. So a great start for those 3 teams. 3 teams that I'd say have actually had a little bit of misfortune in the first 2 rounds, and now it looks like they finally find their form a little bit again here and going to be back at the top. Of course, I say that the number 55 is the Williams Esports Razor car, currently leading the series. They've had a great couple of first rounds, but like when we were speaking to them last week, I think it's actually Tinko van der Velde himself said George Boothby and the other guys over at the Veloce UCOG team are the ones that they are watching and have the most fear could impede their championship on them. So it looks like, Kevin, this race today could be the race where we see a hot battle for that P1 spot.
Yes, definitely, especially if George Boothby is not being spun around this time out, and he'll have a very good chance of that if he can start at on pole position. But then, of course, Aidan Walsingham just comes in, takes pole position with a 133.937. only 55 hundredths ahead of Boothby. So very close indeed at the front. But yeah, if he can start from the front row, he'll have a better opportunity, I think, to not be spun around for once and then, have a good shot at trying to win this race.
Absolutely, you just mentioned that the Aztec Visceral red car going to the top in the number 44 Ferrari, a car that is proving to be doing very, very well today. We've just had the number 51 appear towards top as well. They've slotted themselves nicely in that second place position. That is, of course, Team 1FF, currently driven by Litterscheid in the 51 right now. 400ths off at the top, and you'll notice from P1 down to P4, only split up by a tenth of a second between them. So every tiny improvement in the corner will count there to help them go up a couple of places. A couple more drivers crossing the line right now as we end the qualifying session. So any drivers crossing, that will be their final lap done. You can see Luke Whitehead in the 912. They've just crossed the line. They're in a provisional P10, the double 3-4 car in that provisional P11 as well. And we're now watching some teams, the John Alessi Esports team, you'd expect to see them further towards the front than P12. And Hugo Morales currently is on an up lap there, currently up on their delta by about 2/10 of a second. So this could put them back up into that top 10, even towards the top half of it as well, coming through the final corners. But George Boothby, funnily enough, was sitting on pole, has returned to the pits. They won't be improving on their time, and we're now watching Hugo Morales cross the line in that number 29. How much time have they managed to claw back for themselves here? Where have they put themselves in the field? And it's good enough to promote them all the way up into sixth place for the Jean Alesi Esports team. They'll be very happy with that result there. And the front of the field, we've got Aidan Walsingham at the top with the number 44 car there. That is, of course, the Assetto Simsports Visceral Esports team putting themselves on that provisional pole. We've got a couple more drivers left across the field. Ren Welton putting himself up into P26 there as well. But an interesting shake-up towards the end of qualifying there. We did think it was going to be a rather interesting one. But yes, as I was saying, the Aztec Simsports Visceral Esports red car driven by Walsingham, puts himself in that pole position. Littersheed in the number 51, which is the Team 1FF. They are up in P2, and George Boothby driving the number 992, the Veloce UCOG team, puts himself on that podium. The rest of the qualifying order on your screens now. And I think it's worth noticing, Kevin Boss, that you can see the fastest lap times. They're the ones highlighted in pink, the fastest sector times across the lap. Not one team took more than one fastest lap time, and actually going all the way down to that ninth place position, someone even had a fastest sector in there as well. So a very competitive field across the board. And just looking at those deltas as well, I think yet again, all the teams were probably split up by just about a second. You could see the people in 43rd and 44th place there, just outside of that second in the delta as well. So an extremely competitive field going into this race. The lap times very close together.
Yeah, definitely. Especially if you can see like B9 still had a fastest sector to their name. Only shows how close this field was in qualifying. But we can now see the standings of the 6 Hour Challenge Esports Series. So, Tim, go ahead.
Williams Esports Razor, after winning both the first two rounds, find themselves at the top of the championship with 110 points. The Veloce UCOG team with 70 points is their nearest competitor, just 40 points behind them right now. They'll be starting towards the front though, so we'll hopefully get a good result today. SMP Racing Esports, the 878 car with 3 points, finds himself in P3. Joint fourth goes Team Racing Point and Team 1FF. Team 1FF, of course, starting in P2 today. We'll be glad to have a good opportunity for a win. West Competition Racing finds himself in sixth place. They've got 54 points. Just 10 points behind them is the Jean Alesi Esports Team 2. They're in seventh place overall. And ITB Saint-Loc Racing in P8 with 42 points, just 1 point ahead of both Veloce and the Simware.Pro by VDS number 14 car, who are tied ninth with points. Going down now to the second half of the field, the Kramer Racing Esports team has 40 points there in P11. SMP Racing Esports, 8 car in P12 with 37 points, just 1 point ahead of the John Alessi Esports car number 1, who's 1 point ahead of the Ren Welton Esports. Red, they're holding P13 and P14 respectively. Gator Chain Palace Esports has 31 points. They're in P15, the Aztec Sim Sports Viscero Esports Red. Your pole sitters for today, currently sitting in P16, the championship with just 30 points. Connection Loss Racing, saw Martin Lawrence out on track in qualifying there. They find themselves in 17th place with 29 points. Yas Heat, a card that Kevin mentioned to watch out for today, 25 points, find themselves P18 as well. Drivefax Engineering down in 19th, 23 points, just 1 point ahead of the URL team, who are in P20, just 22 points. And now towards the back of the field, 19 points for SCR Esports. Number 39 car in 21 place. Armentario in 22nd have 18 points. Simware Pro by VDS, the number 17 car, has 17 points there. Tied with Wild Things Racing / Colex GT, who also have 17 points. They're tied for 21st place. Tied for 25th is the Jean Alessi Esports Team 3 and Genesis Esports with 16 points. Then Welton Esports in at 27th place with 15, and then a freeway tie for 28th by Pass Sim Racing Team, the Aztec Sim Sports Viscero Esports Blue Team, and the Williams Esports Chili Blast, who also looked very good in qualifying today, tied for 28th with 14 points. Now, further down the field, FFS Racing with 13 points. They're in P31. Crazy Fly Racing tied with a like and subscribe. They're joint 32nd right now with 9 points. Aztec Sim Sorts for Scale Esports. I can't remember what color team that one is, but it's the number 45 car. They have 8 points there in P34. Team 1 FF. No, those are your pole sitters for today. The ones with the number 51 on their car. They are in P35 in the championship overall with 6 points to their name. Nearly on pace. We saw them in qualifying earlier, has 5 points there in P36. FFS Racing, the second team, is in the 37th place and they've got 3 points. And then joint towards the back, Legion of Racers and the Forza Italia e-racing team have 1 point each. They are in joint 38th place overall. And then the Leopard Esports Red team have 0 points and they find themselves towards the back of the field in P40. And then you can see everyone here, the Leopard Esports White Team, the Virtual Drivers by TX3, VDS Junior Esports, the Virtual Drivers by TX3, Next Level Racing, Gator Chain, Ballast Esports, Ragioli Racing 11, West Competition Racing, Pulse Simsport, Race Anywhere Simsport, and Alien Lab, all tied with 0 points towards the bottom. Of course, the bottom three, 48th to 50th, have signed out the championship, why they have the hyphen next to their name rather than a number. Well, those were the standings going into round 3 today. We're at the Indianapolis track for a very exciting race. We saw how qualifying went just there, Kevin, the very competitive field. Those teams continued that pace throughout the race. We could see a very tight field for the majority of the 6 hours. Of course, looking back on the last 2 races, we did have these rather large trains of cars for a lot longer than we originally thought.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be tight. We saw like in a 1 lap pace, or nearly all the teams are within a second. So hopefully, race space wise, we'll see the same. So we'll constantly see a very tight field. I hope also that the driving standards will be staying the same as we saw in the last 2 rounds, with it constantly improving. So then we can just see very good race, good clean racing, very close, and yeah, hope to see more of the clean racing.
Well, we're going to have a look now at where we have visited in the championship so far and where we'll be visiting later on in the championship as well. Of course, we started round 1 down in Kailami. That was on Sunday, the 5th of March, where teams fought brutally in the first round of the championship there. And we headed up north towards Italy for round 2, which was Imola. That was, of course, back on Sunday, the 26th of March. I'm going to let the infographic catch up with me here, but we all know where we ended up next as well, which is, of course, today on the 16th of April. We'll be taking on round 3, Indianapolis track, which we are going to today. We've talked about it a little bit already. 14 turns, 3.925 kilometers in track length as well. That's 2.439 miles for those of you other system of measurements there. The correct one, if I do say so myself, not to offend any Americans out there, of course. However, now after Indianapolis, going into the race in a couple of weeks' time. Sunday, the 7th of May, we'll hit up Barcelona back over in Europe, round 4 of the championship. Personally, one of my favorite tracks, Kevin. I know me and you have battled there quite a bit in our previous races before as well. And then for the final round of the series, we'll be heading all the way over to Paul Ricard in France. Be on Sunday, the 28th of May. You will not want to miss out on that round either, because we could be seeing a big battle for the top there. It all depends, of course, on how today is going to go for each of those teams. I imagine with the front of the pack looking like how it is, Kevin, in for a very exciting race today. And for those of you that missed any of the dates there, showing these races, they're currently top right-hand corner of your screen. Kevin, I mentioned that Barcelona is actually one of my favorite tracks. Out of this whole calendar, what was or is going to be your favorite track of this?
I think for me, it would have either been Kyalami or Imola. Uh, I do enjoy Barcelona in the GT3s because that the last chicane it doesn't like get you out of your rhythm as much as it do like in high downforce like F1 cars. So I do enjoy it a lot more in the GT3s. Poor cars actually surprised me quite a bit with how fun it actually is to drive in this game. But yeah, I still think one of my favorites would be either Kyalami or Imola. So for me, the most fun has already been. But yeah, I'll definitely be enjoying the rest of this season. And what about you, Tim?
Yeah, like I said, Barcelona, one of my personal favorite tracks. It's where I scored my first podium in racing as well. So I do have a bit of a soft spot for it as well. And I know it's not a very popular track for a lot of people, but I do just like the way you swing out onto that start finish straight, and then you can slingshot yourself past the cars too. But that being said, I'm also a big fan of Imola. I used to dislike the track quite a lot, but suddenly grew on me after I started commentating and get quite a lot of great action around the Italian circuit there. So I did rather enjoy Imola's race last week. Again, I mentioned that Indianapolis, one of my favorite tracks as well. So I'd say the whole calendar for me, definitely a bunch of highlights. Paul Ricard, I'm not a fan of driving. However, it is a lot of fun to watch the track over at France as well. So I'd say the whole series calendar looking fairly exciting across the board. Of course, in this series, teams are competing for a prize pool amount. Of course, €11,000. That is split across the top 20 teams in the championship at the end of the series. Of course, the top 30 teams in each round will gain championship points. They'll go towards putting themselves into the top 20 for the prize pool. We have 49 teams signed up for the championship overall. We saw earlier a couple of them have dropped out, so we are down to 47 teams in the championship, 44 competing in this particular race as well. We have 2 to 3 drivers per team per race, so see a couple of them today, and drivers are coming from 6 different continents around the world, a whole range of different nationalities there as well. So Kevin, in for a very exciting series, and I do have one question for you. If you were to be in the top 20 teams coming out of the end of the race, at the end of the season, sorry, and you won part of that €11,000 prize pool, what would you spend that money on?
Oh, John Dalton asked me this last time round as well. Like, what will you do with like the €100 you could get from like the team of the race reward? And it's like, well, I might be able to put it to like something like buying a house or maybe looking to like maybe even improve my sim setup like with more Fanatec gear or something like that. Maybe even put it into a Go Setup subscription. Who knows? But yeah, there's a lot of things you can do there.
Absolutely, and I do feel your pain there. I was asked in the very first round by Jesse Leeds. He dropped it on me and goes, "Tim, how would you spend €100 off the bat?" And I panicked for a second, and what I should have said is I'd have brought some Fanatec sim racing gear, of course, a European-based company and one of our sponsors for the series. And I'm sure they do not need an introduction, as they provide high-end sim racing gear, load cell pedals, and direct drive real bases too. So always donate some of your €100 towards maybe getting an upgrade on your piece of gear as well. Going down the order now, you can see all the liveries of the cars this season. The purple Veloce just going past on your left right now. That is a notorious car across several championships, as well as the Jean Alesi now coming up on your right. That blue stand out towards the end of the season as well. I'm sure a couple of really interesting. Well, you can see the Team Razor on the left. I really like the green on the front, going into the blue on the back as well. And Kevin, one of my favorite parts of commentating on the series like this, to be honest, is just looking at some of the liveries. I think a lot of the teams here really show their creativity, and it says a lot about the cars as well. It is a great way to get your names out there.
Yeah, and it's also nice to see a lot of variety all throughout the grid. Like everyone has something different, something special to look at. Like whether it's the SMP liveries on the Bentleys, whether it's the Jean Alesi on either the Lamborghinis or the Ferrari, Visceral, Aztec Visceral Esports. Like here, especially here, the Barless car here on the left now, the BMW, the black and purple. Everyone has something different. Here, even on the right, so many different liveries to look at, and yeah, they all look great.
Absolutely, and they're all going to be fighting for the top spot today. We've got Team 1FF towards the front of the field. We've got the Assetto Visceral Esports car currently leading the pack as well, and the Veloce UCOG team are going to be sitting in P3 at the front. Three teams that haven't won a race yet this season, of course, because Williams Esports Razor have taken both the wins so far, but not finding themselves towards the front of the field for once. Could be in for a bit of a challenge. And I've got to ask, Kevin, is there a fan favourite today outside of Yas Heat, or are you still going to say the team to watch is the Yas Heat team and that they're going to be ones flying through the field?
Well, they do have a lot of followers, Yas Heat, of course, with their driver lineup with Jaroslav Honzik, Samir Foch, Valentin Barrier, all very well known within RCI and on Twitch as content creators. I think that like the winner of the last two AK Esports team of the week, team of the race, was the car with George Boothby, the 992 Ferrari with Veloce UCOG. So they're going to be a big fan favorite. We already know what they can do. One other team I want to be looking out for is the West Competition Racing car, the BMW. They got second last time out. They're now a bit in the middle of the pack. So yeah, I'll be looking forward to see what they can do from the middle of the pack, if they can once again move all the way forward to the podium positions. Yeah,
absolutely. West Competition Racing, definitely a team to keep your eyes on. Have risen up through the years and scoring a podium last time round at Imola. Definitely put them on the board as a team to watch. You mentioned as well that the Veloce UCOG team has won team of the race 2 rounds running now. That means, of course, they have scored themselves €100 per those races, courtesy of the AK Esports Team of the Race Award. But again, we will show you a QR code on the screen every hour, or we could post a link in the chat as well for you, and you can follow that through and vote for your team of the race. For the first 2 rounds, it was, of course, the Veloce UCOG team. You can vote for whatever team you want based on anything you like, whether you think they've done the most impressive drive so far, whether you think they're just setting the best lap times, or even if they're just a team that maybe you've known them and supported them for a while and you want to help them earn that extra €100. Also vote for them along there as well, and do that every hour when we show you the QR code. We'll say more on that later though when we put it up. And is that someone pulling into the pits there, Kevin?
Yeah, it's the 51 pulling into the pits, P2 car. I don't know why. Yeah, will be nice if we can figure out why they went into the pits. In any case, all the other cars are now slowly going up to the start-finish straight. Gonna be a little bit long before they take the green flag. But yeah, it would be nice if we can find out why they went into the pits.
We'll have a dig around and see if we can find out exactly what has happened there for the Team 1FF Racing team. Go through already for the 888 Bentley, as well as the cars get off and down the line. George Boothby lurking towards the outside. You can see the Assetto car on the right-hand side for the first corner, and going extremely wide goes all the cars. That opens the door massively for Mike Noble to come on through as well. You can see, though, the Assetto team managing to get ahead with a decent gap there. But that's a very wide turn one they all took there, as the cars managed to grab each other's way. A slight bump there towards the front of the field sends, I believe that maybe a Jean Alesi car off to the side of the track as well. It looks like the blue of Jean Alesi, and now you can see again another car being bumped off the side. They're going to have to be careful how they rejoin because cars going 2 and 3 wide through the corner with not a lot of room here. Make it difficult to find space on the track. And again, you can see another car there. It's one of the white ones facing the wrong way towards the end of the first sector as well. So a very chaotic start we've just had here today, Kevin.
Yeah, the car we just saw sideways was the 69 of Jonas Savalainen. So yeah, they'll be all the way at the back. Apparently, the 51 Team 1 FF car could not see any other car. So they had to go into the pits for safety of themselves and other drivers. So good thing that they did so. We see Boothby now in 4th. Did lose a position to Alexander Smolyar there in the AAA Bentley. But yeah, we got Walsingham in the Versal Aztec Visceral Esports red car in front, followed by Tinko van der Velde of the Williams Chill Blast, then Smolyar for SMP, and Boothby in 4th for the Veloce UCAR car. Mostly a clean start, as we now see the Chill Blast car coming through on the inside, and that seems like an easy overtake there. But yeah, besides for the two Jean Alesi cars that went off, I think quite a good opening lap.
Yeah, definitely a fairly good start from all the teams. You can see Leon Burns in the Ren Welton Esports car putting up a couple of positions there as well, just trying to navigate through the field. You can see behind them a couple of cars still bunched up, trying to make some overtakes off in the first part of this race. Of course, we're only a couple of laps in. They have 6 hours in this race to climb a good amount of positions, so maybe just reeling it back a bit at the beginning may be worthwhile. But of course, whilst all the cars are so bunched up at the moment, exactly when you want to go for overtakes as you can possibly gain 2 or 3 positions in one go. Of course, the risk though is, Kevin, you also lose several positions in one go as well if things go slightly south like we've seen. But I've got to give credit to SMP Racing Esports at the beginning in the Bentley there. The door opened massively as a lot of cars went wide. Saw the Aztec Visceral Team Red there went really wide at the beginning on turn 1. That just opened the door for the SMP car to shoot down the right-hand side, and they just took that advantage. That's why they find themselves up in P3 so early on, overtaking both the 992 and the number 5 on the track there as well. A great start for SMP.
Yeah, definitely already up into the podium positions. It was very easy for them with the entire top 4 going deep into turn 1. Yeah, probably still picking out their quali breaking point instead of their race fuel breaking point. As we now see another, who are we following? The Simware Pro by VDES number 14 car. But yeah, they all went deep, and oh, we got a hit there, just too much on the inside. Maybe it's slight early turn in by the car there, maybe putting their nose a bit too early on the inside. We'll let the stewards decide there, but yeah, mostly a pretty good opening.
Absolutely, and that is the SMP car as well. That is, of course, the 878 as opposed to the 888 there, getting involved in that as well. And like we said, we'll let the stewards have a little look, see what they think of that situation there. We talked about Martin Lawrence earlier for Connection Lost Racing, of course, an opportunity to win at the Friday Championship. Last Friday just missed out narrowly after having a rather bad race at Spa and not having things go their way as well. They're looking to showcase exactly what they can do today for Connection Lost Racing. Currently sitting in P32, looking to climb it through the field. We're watching from the rear of West Competition, the RRS team, the number 33, Nicolay behind the wheel right now, and he's giving themselves a nice bit of a gap to the cars behind. Of course, you want to get as much of a gap as possible, Kevin, before you get onto that start-finish straight, because once they turn this corner here and then they swing through the right-hander, that is where they leave themselves very vulnerable to an overtake from behind. And you're going to see exactly that now as the Racing Point car, Amidio Castorino, they're looking for an overtake on the car ahead. Unfortunately for them, though, Norman actually getting a good amount of pull as well. They're going to look towards the inside of turn 1, managing to keep it out of the number 7 there. Goes to number 72, but they're going to get swallowed up in the process. Castorino and Brent now striking back, looking towards inside of the corner. It's going to become the outside now, and the Racing Point is getting slightly swallowed up in all of this. Number 95 just struggling try and find its own position on the track here. It's battling side by side with Burnt in the number 71. Seems to not be going away. These two still side by side even after a couple of corners, and that's going to push the Racing Point back into the field even further. Now the 696 Audi is striking at the heels of that Racing Point as well. And Castellino there, after looking like they were initially going to have a really good run out of the final corner, just getting swallowed up by the rest of the field very quickly.
Yeah, they already seem to lose out to... Oh, and that was a bit deep there from Valentin Barrier in the Yas heat, hitting the car in front a little bit too late on the brakes, losing out a couple of positions. Still a bit of banging off the doors, going through the end of Sector 2 before they go into Sector 3. Now looking with Henrik Gambal of Kramer Racing Esports in a 977 Porsche. Connection lost racing very close to the rear, but as we can see here from the onboard, look at how close this pack is. Everyone is so tightly knit together. Any little mistake and you're going to lose a massive amount of positions.
Yeah, absolutely. It's in these early stages of the race where, like I said, it's so tempting to go for overtakes because everyone is so bunched up, and that's what you can see the Gator chain car doing now towards the inside of the start-finish straight. Of course, it's going to slightly compromise their exit, but it doesn't matter because there's John Lacey car behind them slightly blocking the other white car from coming through here. You can see another John Lacey lurking towards the left-hand side here, and it looks like the first John Lacey, I believe that is the number 28 there, shooting themselves through as well, was the number 28 John Lacey Lamborghini there, pushing themselves back up, retaking the place that Gator Chain in the 164 originally took from them. So yeah, that's the problem with the inside there. You can get a position on that final corner, however, it does compromise your exit slightly. It leaves you very vulnerable to behind as well. But going back to what you were saying, Kevin, yes, very, very tempting to go for some moves early on when everyone's bunched up like this, because you see the opportunity to gain one, maybe even two positions in one go. However, like you said, mess up, you leave yourself really vulnerable, and you can end up losing those positions in turn as well. So you've got to be very careful and calculated at the start of the race as we go into a race replay here from lap 1, turn 2 and 3. You can see the 889 there getting bashed around a little bit. Reason why a couple of the cars went off to the right there, and you saw initially towards the beginning car going off the left-hand side of the track there as well, possibly causing lack of focus from the drivers in the center too. But towards the front now, Walsingham still leading the field for the Aztec Visceral Esports Red team. They're at the front right now. Tinko van der Velde driving for the Williams Esports Razor team pushes themselves up into that second place. 888 Bentley finds himself racing alongside. They've just pushed themselves up into P2, taking over the current championship leaders. Up there, Alexander Smolja, showing exactly what SMP Racing can do in this race.
Yeah, and actually thinking back, like SMP in the Bentley has been quite strong in the previous rounds as well. Just been running into a few problems. That's why they're not that high standings as I think they could be. But yeah, here once again showing, like, going past that Williams Esports Racer car from Tinko van der Velde, the way he did on that start-finish straight just shows how strong that Bentley actually is in the hands of Alexander Smoljar. And yeah, if he can pull away from Tinko now, try and charge all the way up to Aidan Walsingham, I think they can have a very strong finish here.
Absolutely. The 888 done very well so far today, showed exactly what the SMP Racing car can do. We're currently riding on board with George Boothby, currently down in P4 right now, as they look now towards the Williams Razor car ahead of the rear of the 55 there, driven by Tinko van der Velde. These two drivers, Tinko and George Boothby, they go back with each other a little bit. They've raced against each other plenty of times in previous championships here on RCI. They've raced against each other in plenty of other championships around the sim racing world as well. So George Boothby here going to be very used to Tinko van der Velde's driving, knows that he's great on the defense as well, but it's not going to bother Boothby too much, because as we know, George Boothby, someone very well known by the sim racing Kevin Boston, notorious driver just for being one of the best in sim racing in the world at the moment.
Yeah, he is very strong indeed, and as he's already showed in this competition in round 1 and 2, being hit, being spun round centre to back, going forwards, already shows how strong of a driver him and his team are. But yeah, now he is in that Williams Esports sandwich, so he will have to watch out not to be overtaken by the Oliveira Rodriguez in the number 5 Audi there in the Chill Blast version of the Williams Esports. But yeah, it seems also that Tinko is getting a bit closer to the front of that Triple Eight Bentley as we now look at Hugo Morales again trying to get past Manisha in the 121 Audi. Pretty close there, but yeah, we're now going into the right-left little swings before we have the long right-hander back onto the curb. The curvature of the oval, getting closer and closer. There are actually a few decent overtaking points here on the track. Of course, we have the start-finish straight. We have the corner we just got through. If you're able to get alongside going onto the oval, and of course at the end of the back straight are some of the better overtaking opportunities. So maybe a few more than was maybe we're used to at the likes of Imola.
Yeah, absolutely. A good couple of overtaking opportunities around the track. Hugo Morales currently sitting in the slipstream of Manisha ahead, not able to make anything of it this time around. Just going to follow them through the first set of corners, of course. Wasn't that long ago in another RCI series, we saw Jardiel, also known as Jaroslav Honzik, driving today in the Yas Heat car, the number 939, driven by Valentin Barrier right now. But they did some brilliant overtakes on their teammate Valentin Barrier this time round at Indianapolis. And actually there we just saw, I believe that was a Jean Lacey car catching the rear of the car that they were racing as well. I didn't quite catch who it was that was on our screens then, but Jean Lacey, it was the Hugo Morales driving that car right there. Kind of race replay and see exactly what happened. You can see now what's happening. Hugo Morales getting too close to the car ahead, tags their rear going for an overtake in the corner, look towards the inside, but there just wasn't quite enough room, and now having to rejoin. A lot of faith that the other drivers going to move out the way there. I thought for a second that no one was going to react, and Hugo Morales was just going to connect with another car there, but a bit early on for an instant, Hugo Morales maybe kicking themselves a little bit there, but that's exactly what we've been saying, Kevin Boss, is that you can go for an overtake early on, but if it doesn't pay off and if you make a slight mistake, you can lose a couple of places yourself, and that is exactly what Hugo Morales has just experienced.
Yeah, exactly. That was a prime example of what you don't want to be doing in these early stages of the race. It's only been 14 minutes into this race. We just saw Boothby very close to Tinko van der Velde again. But yeah, he's maybe not in the same position as it was with Hugo Morales, but still, if he makes a slight mistake here, he'll be immediately overtaken by the number 5 Audi behind him. So he'll be making sure that if he goes for an overtake opportunity, it'll be clean and he can do it immediately. And oh, got a slow car there. We now look at the race replay of, I think it's the Gatto chain. Oh, he got hit in the rear there by, is that a Yas Heat car?
It does look like the Yas Heat car's livery there, so maybe just a little bit late on the brakes there was Valentin Barrier there, shunting the driver ahead, and that caused them to go very, very slowly. We can see them now, though, just recovering ahead of their teammates onto the track as well. Re-watching the fight between George Boothby and Tinko van der Velde, you can see Boothby still not quite able to find a window of opportunity to get them through right now. That Audi, of course, today looking very, very powerful as well. And a powerful mark in the series, of course, the Williams Esports Razor team having won both races so far, so 40 points ahead of the Veloce UCOG team, which is one that George Boothby's currently driving for. I mean, that's got to be playing on George Boothby's mind to a certain extent, right, Kevin? Knowing that the person ahead of you has won both the races in the championship so far and has 40 points on you already, that's got to be pretty nerve-wracking.
I think Boothby's the type of driver that he won't be thinking about that, to be honest. He'll be just looking to get ahead, see if there's an opportunity and go, because I think he just believes in his own ability. Seeing what he's done in the previous 2 races, he knows how fast he is, and I think he thinks that if those things didn't happen, he might have won the previous 2 rounds. So yeah, just wait and see if he can actually overtake Tinko van der Velde, and then see if he can sail off into the distance.
Absolutely. Of course, Tinko van der Velde finished 10th SRO Europe Sprint Pro 2022 with the Williams. They're back with the team for this series, a well-known talent in the sim racing industry. You definitely don't want to let Tinko van Dijk de Velde get the better side of you, because they're very good at defending, they're very good at attacking, just a very good all-round driver as well, and has been leading that Williams Esports Razor team to a couple of victories so far. So I'm sure you'll see more of Van der Velde as a driver throughout this series. We're currently looking at the Ren Welton sports car. Julian Newman behind the wheel of that right now in the number 72 Aston Martin. They find themselves currently 21st place in the field. I'm sure the Ren Welton boys like to climb a little bit higher throughout this race, but of course another team that we're used to seeing towards the top. They have a lot of potential here, and as we've said a couple of times already, Kevin, we've got 6 hours in this race. There's plenty of time to climb through the field right now. You almost want to go for those overtakes early, but realistically, this is the time when actually you can sit back for a little bit, just establish a good enough pace. And once you've got into the swing of things, maybe you've put your fastest driver in the car, or even just got yourself into a pace where actually you feel like you can go a little bit faster, that's when you can maybe start to attack, because you've got a lot of time to set up overtakes now.
Well, before I answer that, I do want to point out, I've noticed this before, but the Ren Welton Esports car has better next time on the rear of their wing, just to, you know, be a nuisance to everyone behind them. You know, like, exactly, here we go, like, maybe next time. Like, just have at it. But yeah, I think it's, to answer your question, it's a little bit of two worlds of thought. Like, yes, you can take your time now, and maybe think your strategy is better, and that will help you further up the field. Maybe you've got a stronger driver coming up. But on the other hand, if you want to get like maybe in that top 10, and you're like in a position that Ewan Morales is in now, if you want to get into the top 10, you want to be getting past these guys now before the top 10 has a chance to go too far forwards. So I think it depends really on what the team strategy is, who's driving, and yeah, how far back you are and how quickly you want to get to the guys in front.
Yeah, exactly. Like you said, top 10 drivers do have the opportunity now to pull away slightly, and all the drivers have an opportunity to start pulling away from the rest of the field as well, which is like why you said you need to be sort of thinking about climbing through the field quickly. Anyway, of course, it's still a 6-hour race. You do have time to climb through the field later, but it will be a lot harder when all the drivers are split up as well. Chris Hack for Wild Things Racing, the number 31 car, currently finds himself in P40. Of course, I believe this may be the team that peeled in. No, this was not the team that peeled into the pits at the beginning of the race. Never mind, I was getting confused with the 51 there, but number 31, Wild Things Racing, Chris Hack here, looking to try and climb their way up the field. You can see that there's a train starting here, goes all the way up to P35, where the 121 Audi driven by Manisha is in the 35th position, sort of causing this train to form here. And with your Chris Hack right now, you've got 6 or 7 cars in front of you. It's a patience game, I feel, at this point, Kevin. You almost have to wait for them each to make a mistake, and then you to snap up a load of positions, because the problem Hack is going to be facing right now is if they go for a move, where exactly do they go? They may get alongside Salvalainen, but then you've got Lumi ahead of them in the 164. Like, there's just nowhere to gain places with ease here, so it is going to take a bit of picking them off one by one when the time comes, and that takes a lot of patience for a driver.
Yeah, definitely. We now get back to Leon Berndt in the Ren Welton Ferrari 71, right behind their teammate in the other Ren Welton esports car. They now seeing the maybe next time in front of them. Going back to Luis Fleischer in Team 1 FF52 Ferrari. A lot of Ferraris in the field, closely behind Mike Nobel. But yeah, I think especially for the likes of the 31, they're at the back there. They've got a little bit of a gap to the cars behind. In their position, if you see a gap at that point, go for it, because you won't be... Fresh air goes here, God. So I'm now seeing all the messages on the bottom of the rear wings. It's so good. But yeah, I think especially for the 31, at this point where they are, if I were them, I would be trying and get those little positions here and there whenever you can. Because we just see a 5-second penalty pop up for the number 5 Audi. That's the Williams Chill Blast car. Let's see if what the stewards are saying about that. Looking for the 5 seconds here. That's lap 1:10.4 involving the 17, the 5, and the 29. 5 seconds for car 5. Causes avoidable contact with the 17. Initial contact leads to the 5 pushing the 29 off track after bouncing off the 17. A couple more penalties coming through. Got 5 seconds for the 72 for an incident in turn 5 involving the 28 and the 39 as well, causing avoidable contact which pushes 28 off track. Another 5 seconds for car 14, avoidable contact in turn 6 involving the 8, 8, 9 and the 7. And another 5 seconds for car 95, avoidable contact following a rejoin where they hit the 333. Then we got a no further action for lap 1, turn 1 between the 777 and the 404. 777 spins self after making contact with the 404. And a racing incident between the 55 and the 992. Racing incidents 992 and 55 overrun the corner, leading to several contacts between the two cars. So not too much, luckily, for the stewards so far. Still all lap 1. Yeah, pretty clean so far.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll hear more from the stewards as the race goes on. Of course, they've got a lot of instances to look at throughout the first couple of laps. We saw quite a lot of taps going on between several of the cars there, so they'll be busy at work for a little while now, I imagine. Of course, you mentioned just before you went to the penalty reports that you've seen a couple of the rear wings had funny messages written on them, and I must admit, something that's quite funny in every single race is just looking for those hidden messages. Teams often hide them on the rear wings of the cars. Sometimes you see them just under the front bumper as well, and you can only catch them with a certain camera angle. So it's always interesting just to look out for those little hidden messages that teams hide on the cars. See if you can spot them at home and let us know if you do in the chat. Of course, a big warm welcome to everyone who has joined us in the chat today. We are live on both YouTube and Twitch TV as well. You can find us over on Twitch at RCI_TV, and over on YouTube we're RCI TV as well. So big welcome to you guys all in the chat today. We've seen a couple of you supporting your favorite drivers, out some messages as well. And Trizzy in the YouTube chat said, I'm surprised there is no AMGs in the field. And you know what, Trizzy, I am as well. Kevin, I think this may be one of the first championships where we've not had a load of AMGs in the field. The Mercedes used to be a very popular car.
I've been seeing a decline in the AMG as of late anyway. In Split 3, where I'm driving in the 6-hour community series for this, there's only 4 of us. But yeah, to see none at all in the esports, that is a bit surprising.
Yeah, absolutely. I know a couple of people that favour the AMG as a car still, but like you said, on a slight decline in ACC, not because it's a bad car, it's a really good car, it's quite a good all-rounder to a certain extent, but just not favoured right now. And also, the other thing that we've got to remember is next week, Kevin, there's an update where we'll be getting 3 new cars. We'll be getting a new Ferrari, a new Porsche, and a new Lamborghini as well. Of course, teams will have the opportunity to upgrade into the newer versions of those cars if they want to. That only goes to the driving the version of that car right now, which, as you can see for the Ferraris, is a lot of the drivers. We've got loads of them in this race, and a bunch of them towards the top of the field as well. We've already heard from a couple of the drivers in the championship and some people in the chat that it may just be which Ferrari comes out on top today. So far, the Aztec Visceral Sports Red team up on top with their number 44 Ferrari, but interesting enough, we have a Bentley in second place. And Kevin, I feel like that's a car which does not receive a lot of love in ACC. It's not a very well-known and picked car, but boy, when it shows up, there are some fans of the Bentley.
Yeah, I can also remember, I think 2 seasons ago in a Friday sprint, we had Hugo Merrells in the Bentley doing a very good job there. I also drove the Bentley myself for the Wednesday Team Championship here at RCI. Very solid car. Only problem was the first track I drove it at was Bathurst, so big car, tiny track. Not the best of ideas. But yeah, but no, I was very pleased with the car, to be honest. So yeah, I think what also maybe puts people off is that it's a right-hand drive. So yeah, especially everyone in Europe who's not used to that might not be wanting to drive the car. Yeah, so might be that, because there are not a lot of cars in ACC that are right-hand drive, but I think another car that's also not really loved is like the Honda NSX or the Nissan GTR. So I hope maybe in this new patch those cars might get a bit of an improvement, so you see a bit more variety all across the field.
Absolutely. We were talking about this the other day, actually, in the Friday series, where, of course, it's not just the new cars that are coming out that will be getting a buff. It will be every car will be receiving a slight patch as well, and hopefully that will bring some cars like the Honda, like the GTR, like the ones you said, they'll be coming back up in popularity through the field as well. We can see Luke Whitehead in the Veloce car currently coming under pressure from the Aztec Simsports Visceral White team. Jamie Nuttall behind the wheel of that one, throwing the fight towards the inside. Whitehead at the beginning of the lap. Now they will have to tuck in behind. But yeah, going back to the slightly underloved cars, Kevin. I know a lot of commentators actually at RCI that are a huge fan of the Bentley. We've got Ryan Mawson absolutely loves it whenever the Bentley is in a race and doing as well as Austin Devonshire. They are a big fan of the Bentley too, and I'm sure they'd be loving seeing Smolja and the 888 guys at the top right now for that's SMP Racing Esports, the 888 car it is. So the SMP Racing team up into P2. 888 not had a great time so far in the championship, to be honest. They find themselves down in 12th place in the standings overall. They had DNF in round 1 at Kailami, scoring them 0 points, but getting a P4 in Imola, that was a much better result for them. Scored them 37 points, but unfortunately for them, they're on a bit of a catch-up game to get back up to where they want to be. But as I've shown today, the SMP car is definitely a contender for the top, and they have been looking very comfortable up there in P2. They've given themselves a 3-second gap to Tinko van der Velde behind, who is still under pressure from George Booth.
Yeah, they've been slowly pulling away from Tinko van der Velde the moment they overtook them. Seem to be having a little bit of trouble catching Aidan Walsingham there in the 44 Ferrari. But yeah, they're still doing a great job. It's a strong car in their hands. Though I've just been shown by John Dalton that Alexander Smolja has his camera on the left-hand side of that 888 Bentley. So he's still driving the right-hand drive Bentley as a left-hand drive.
What? Is that? I guess they've just changed the camera angle there, right, and moved it over to that. That is, you know what? That is a really innovative way of overcoming the problem of driving on the right-hand side of the car. I would not have thought of that, but if it works, that is a brilliant workaround for those that want to drive their Bentley but do not like driving on the right-hand side of the car.
Exactly, and he's done a few things with his UI, so he sees all the information that he needs. But yeah, very innovative indeed. Would just like you, I would not have thought of that. But yeah, very smart.
Yeah, absolutely, a very smart decision from them to find that little workaround where they can still drive the Bentley. And going to watch now as the Legion of Racers team 889, they're trying to fend off the 878 car, another SMP team from behind. You can tell it's an SMP because that blue and red mixed livery into each other. It's very notorious with the SMP cars. The 888 at the front also has that design as well, so keep your eyes peeled for them, both in the Bentley too. Makes it very easy to spot. See the SMP car weaving from side to side, trying to look for a way through here. Goes towards the outside of the Legion of Racers for the first corner. Has to look otherwise though, as the race is just getting a better slingshot through it, able to keep themselves ahead. We can have a race replay now. It's Jamie Nuttall on your screen going alongside the Veloce car, making contact with Luke Whitehead there, and you can see that promotes Jamie Nuttall up a position, forcing Luke Whitehall back into the pack. But I'm sure they're not going to be very impressed with that over Veloce.
They'll probably be jumping in towards race control and trying to get the stewards to have a look at that and maybe, hopefully, something going their way. Yeah, we're now about halfway through the first hour. Field seems to spread a little bit, except at the back where we got these big packs, especially there from the 33 car, all the way down to, is that the 4-6? It's a bit overlapping there. But yeah, it's now slowing down a little bit, people finding their positions, finding their rhythms, no longer any too much like close-knit battles where every little mistake will cost you a lot of place. places. Yeah, I think this is now already the point where the teams might start to think maybe change the strategy.
Yeah, you do have to really think about strategy as well in a 6-hour race. There's plenty of different pit options you can go for as well, and you'll be thinking about that the whole way through. I do apologise, it's Luke Whitehead behind the wheel of the 912 Veloce right now, coming under pressure though from the number 14 Aston Martin. They're lurking towards the right-hand side of turn 1. Whitehead though going to keep Kevin just be ahead by the end of turn 2, squeezing the car out there. Opens the door for the Aztec Visceral car to maybe look for a move as well. And you can see Pink of the 889, sorry, also looking for a way to get through as well. Of course, that's the number 23 of FFS Racing, looking to find their way around the Aztec Visceral car. Now maybe getting a little bit swallowed up, forced back into the pack yet again. They go, but got Luke Whitehead there for a second, confused with Luke Southall, also in this race at this point in time, currently driving the number 39 BMW as well, both doing a great job in the field there. But yeah, Luke Whitehead coming under pressure the last couple of laps. Of course, we saw Nuttall make contact with them the lap before. This lap as well, having to fend off against 3 cars at the same time. Second Veloce car getting swallowed up in the early stages of the race.
Well, they are, of course, in the Porsche, which it's going to be hurting a bit down that start-finish straight. I see now the 121 car in the pit lane. I don't know whether that's for problems or something else. But yeah, that's Manisha in the 43. Would be a bit early for a pit stop now, especially considering if you go to the maximum of the 65 stint limit, 65-minute stint limit, there's no real way to catch that up. We're now looking here at the tyre strategy. We've got 3 possibilities here on stream here. We've got the early short, where you pit after about an hour and a half, no, a bit longer, 30 minutes and then 100 minutes, go for a new set, and then especially at the end go for the fresh tyres there, depending on, of course, whether there's no rain. Got the late short and alternative strategies here as well. A lot of differences you can do, of course, depending on whether we'll get rain or not.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've seen some differing tyre strategies across these races so far. It's worth noting only 4 tyres on each of those strategies. It's something I've not mentioned yet, but it's because the team will only get 4 fresh sets of tyres per race. And it's a 6-hour race, which means 2 of the stints that they do will have to be stints on an old pair of tyres. And see, those have been taken into account in our strategies, mostly with the short stint, 35 minutes at the beginning or the end of the race, depending on where you take it. Will be one of the stints where you go on the same pair of tyres a little bit longer, and then you can choose where you want to take your other one, most notably towards the middle of the race rather than the beginning or end stint if you can avoid it as well. Of course, the alternative strategy, one that's proved to be most popular in the last couple of races as well. We've seen many drivers going for the alternative strategy, mostly because rain does play a huge part. We saw rain in practice here today. Of course, if it rains at some point in this race, there's no limit on how many wet tyres you can take, Kevin Boss. That does leave the opportunity open to not have to use one pair of tyres twice if you don't have to. And yet again, we see Luke Whitehead in the Veloce car coming under pressure from the number 14. The number 14 does have a 5-second penalty, so it may be within Luke's benefit here just to not put up too much of a fight to them if they can avoid an instant. Got the Visceral car lurking just behind them as well. They're now looking towards the outside of the Veloce there. See the number 46 trying to make a move, not able to quite find the yellow. Will duck back in behind it. Is that the FFS Racing car? It is the FFS Racing car off the side of the track as well. Let's have a race replay to see exactly what's happening there. And it's the Aztec Visceral team makes contact with FFS Racing. Maybe just a bit of overcorrection coming out the corner there. Sends them off the side of the track. FFS Racing rejoining as well, but coming back to the tyre strategy, those are your tyre options for the strategies you can pick. And I'm going to say, Kevin, personally, if I'm picking one of these, I'm probably going with the alternative, to be honest, but I'm going to hang it out as long as I can until I see rain, because if I can possibly not have to take a double set of tyres, I'm absolutely going for that.
Yeah, definitely. But with me and my team in the 6-hour community on the Saturday, we have a look at when is the biggest change in temperature as well. and that's how we decide when to take the newest set of fresh tires. But yeah, in yesterday's race we had rain all the way, so it was only wets. We're now looking at the 878 Bentley of S&P Racing Esports with Jolobov trying to go round the outside of the Legions of Racing car, and they just about stick it there, but now already the Legion of Racers car is already under pressure from behind. Very close still. Oh, there's a bit of a slide by the 878 Bentley there, and the number 1 car of Leclerc decides, you know what, I'll take that position.
Absolutely, a big fight going on down the field here. You can see Van Omen looking for a way through in the FFS Racing car. We saw them earlier have a bit of a tap with the Aztec Visceral team, and they're now looking for a way back up, currently on Luke Southall in the number 39 there, of course, behind the wheel of the STR Esports car. 39 FFS Racing making a lunge down the inside. Luke Southall not able to answer too much to it. Now goes for a switch back on them, and FFS Racing now getting squeezed back into the inside with no momentum here. That has opened the door though for the 832 car. They're now looking for a way through as well. You can see now from the front of the FFS Racing vehicle happening out ahead. An initial lunge from Van Omen there. Look to work out for them, but have the momentum to carry them through that section of corners. A bit twisty-turny there. Because of that, they ended up not gaining any positions. Luckily for them, though, yield any there either as well.
Yeah, and it just once again shows, like, especially right there around that P20 position, there's a lot of cars around them, and if you get a bit done off track or offline, especially in that little section at the end of Sector 2, you're going to lose a lot of time. Now go back to George Boothby in the Veloci UCOG car. Still very close to the back of Tinko van der Velde in the number 55 Audi. Yeah, I think this is a battle, especially also with the Chill Blast Williams behind, that we might see for a long time this race.
Yeah, absolutely. The two Williams Esports cars, you've got the Razor just ahead of Boothby and the Chill Blast just behind. So Williams Esports sandwich, the Veloci UCOGs finds themselves right now. It's going to be playing on George's mind here. What should I do in this situation? They may look to do something in a pit chassis here, try and get out of this sandwich, because right now Williams have a lot of control over what happens at this part of the race. And of course, we have been reading the chat as the race has gone on. There's a couple of people asking in the chat for a pit wall. Of course, some of our mods have been helpfully saying that we're looking for a fix right now. That is true. Unfortunately, we don't have a pit wall at this stage in the race. We are currently working on getting it set up and fixed. There's just a couple of problems with it right now though, but we are hoping to get that live for you as soon as possible, so don't you worry, we are definitely working on that. George Boothby though, for now, still chasing Tinko van der Velde down, wants to clear the number 55 Williams Esports Razor ahead, but at the same time, Kevin, we talked about this in a couple of the other rounds a little while ago. 6 hours, if you can find someone who's simply your pace, if they're not slowing you down as such, like it looks like they're more just going at the same pace around the field. If they're not slowing you down as such, it may just be worth driving alongside them for a little bit and maybe not going for a move, unlike what we see here. The F racing car bringing the fight to the 832 ahead. Can't find a way through there just yet, but yeah, going back to what I was saying, Kevin, it may just be worth keeping pace with the car ahead of you rather than keep trying to go for overtakes, which will inevitably slow you both down.
Yeah, and in this case, that seems to be the thing. And then we also come back to the point of strategy. Like, what are Boothby and the rest of his team planning there at the Veloci? Like, are they going to put on fresh tires after this, like on the hour mark, and then try and get past them that way, hoping that the Williams team is going for a double stint in the first one? Will they put another driver in there in the hopes that they can get past, or just stick it out as long as they can and go for something at the end, make it a very special ending? But yeah, I think, especially now, strategy will be a big play.
Absolutely, you can see a couple of cars in the pits already. I believe that is the 939 leaving the pit lane just now. You can also see the 121 car in the pit lane currently as well. So already a couple of cars opting into taking that early pit stop in the race. We did see one earlier on that I think had just been outside that pit window. You did mention it's been a little bit too early for them to pit as well, but we'll see how that all plays out later. Of course, you do have to stick around for the full 6 hours, really, see how each pit strategy pays off there. And for a lot of the teams right now, they'll have teammates, and some of them will have engineers actually trying to work out what the best pit strategy is at all times. So luckily, it's not all just down to the driver. FFS Racing coming under pressure from the Racing Point car. There you can see the number 95 heading towards the insides. Casarino has a 5-second penalty. Careful about how they do this, but the FFS Racing car just managing to hold on for now. Will stay ahead. Looking towards Team 1FF, this is Elisha. Their partner started towards the front of the field, but of course had to pit early due to a connection error for them. They couldn't see any other cars on the field, so now it's up to number 52, bringing in that good result for the Team 1FF team. And we're going to get a race replay here to see what happened. It looks like one car's gone into the back of the other, and it's caused a bit of a chain reaction of shunts there. As far as that's number 7 there that has missed their braking marker. It seems straight into the back of some other drivers.
Yeah, something that does happen, something you don't want to see. I do want to point out real quick in the chat, we do now have a pit wall timing link. Big thank you to the 1FF team for providing it to us while ours is not working. So yeah, once again, big thank you to 1FF as George Boothie goes really close to the back of Tinker van der Velde. But yeah, while it's a little bit quiet on track now, I want to get through some of the other incidents, so do interrupt me if something happens. Got an incident lap 1 turn 6 involving the 69 in the 696 racing incident. 696 tries to avoid spinning car, which results in the takeout of the 69. Driver did not have enough time to avoid the contact. Lap 1 turn 8 between the 27 164 and the 899, no further action. The 27 avoiding the 164 Aston contacts 899. Incident on lap 1 turn 8 involving the 71 and the 95, warning for car 71, avoidable contact with the 95. And now we're finally going on to lap 2 turn 1 between the 404 and the 60, 5 seconds for car 60, overtake with contact on the 404, no position returned. Lap 3 turn 1, the 333, the 33 and the 164, drive through for car 33, takes out the 333, position not returned, contact between the 333 and the 164 unavoidable. Now we've got a couple of warnings. Lap 4 turn 8 between the 121 and the 939, warning for the 939 for avoidable contact. Lap 8 turn 6 involving the 121 and the 29, warning for car 29, avoidable contact, position not gained. Lap 9 turn 1 involving the 121, the 939 and the 163, stop and go 10 seconds for car 939 for a multi-car takeout on cars 121 and 163. Incident lap 13 turn 6 involving the 832 and the 39, 5 seconds for car 39, overtake with contact. And the incident on lap 13 turn 13 involving the 7 and the 72, drive through for car 72, takeout, position not returned.
Those were your penalty reports coming in from Kevin Boss there. Thank you very much, Kevin, for reading them out. Legion of Racers, Tama right now on the rear of the number 1 BMW. You can see trying to look for a way through here. I believe that may be a West Competition Racing car in the number 1 there. It is a West Competition Racing. I can tell from the purple livery set in that manner. You always see the West Competition Racing. They've got that sort of swish of a stripe along the front of the bonnet and along the back as well. And personally, I really like the West Competition liveries. They always have like a really nice bright color that stands out, Kevin, whether it's the purple or the green car. And it's quite a simplistic design, but it looks so effective out on the racetrack.
It does pop out, and you know that's especially what you want in races like these too. Like, have your car be very identifiable, very noticeable, like the Connection Lost Racing. It's a very unique livery. You don't see it anywhere else as they try to go around the outside. They've got the inside now on the right-hander, very close together there with the 60 of Sherrod in the Genesis Esports car, and the 404 goes ahead there. Yeah, nice overtake there, going side by side with Cody Sherrod there in the 60 Aston Martin. Close but fair fighting, and that's what you want to see.
Absolutely, Martin Lawrence showing what they can do. Definitely a great driver behind the wheel of the Connection Lost Racing car so far. And up into P24 already, started a bit further down the field than they'd probably like to in the Connection Loss team, but gaining a good couple of positions going to help them maybe score some points. Of course, top 30 finishers in the race will score a certain amount of points as well, starting, I believe, with 55 points for the winner of the race, going all the way down to 1 point for finishing in P30. So everyone's going to be fighting to be in that top 30 as well. Going up to Jamie Nuttall, Aztec Simsports Visceral White team. Go for a move on the Veloce car earlier, well, now they're coming up to the rear of the 334 on Congreto behind the wheel of the Audi. Right now, going to have to defend against the Aztec team. And I've got to say, both of the Aztec Simsports Visceral teams that we've seen so far, there is of course a third one in this race, Kevin, but the white and the red that we've seen quite a lot of so far, they seem to be just attuned to this track. They're having a great time out there right now.
Yeah, they seem to be very quick here. Of course, with the Aztec Visceral Esports red car being out in front, though they are now being slowly caught there by the AAA Bentley with Alexander Smolyar. But yeah, seeing how Nuttall is able to slowly climb his way up the field there, waltzing him there comfortably in P1, and also the other Ferraris doing quite well overall. Seems to be a strong track for both Visceral and the Ferrari in general.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of people have mentioned in the chat that Ferrari, it's not a surprise to see them being one of the best picks of the championship so far and being at the top of the field today. Like we said earlier, it just seems like one of the most dominating cars on this track at the moment. Definitely a very popular car in ACC at the moment as well. It's interesting because there was a period not long ago, Kevin, where about a year or so ago we didn't see too many of the Ferraris for just a short little bit. Of course, with a little patch came in and everyone started picking it back up again. I believe George Boothby was one of the first to get back in the Ferrari and go, no, you know what, actually, it's a good car now. I like it again. And then soon after, a lot of people followed suit and picked up that Ferrari as well. And of course, one being added to the update next week. Sure, that was a spurring factor in a lot of their decisions to take it as a team as well, because of course they had the opportunity to upgrade to that car for the later rounds if they wish to as well. Juna Salvalainen, Rifax Engineering driver in the number 69 Aston Martin, finds himself currently 33rd in the field. We've seen him fighting a couple of faces so far in this race. Earlier they were holding off Martin Lawrence in the Connection Loss racing car. Seems to have found a bit of better luck overtaking people so far in this race. Juna Salvalainen though just trying to look for a way through the 163 right now, maybe just solidifying their place just outside of the top 30. Probably look to climb a little bit later on, coming towards the end of the first stint as well, though. We've got about 15 minutes left for anyone still in the car who has not switched out yet or gone into the pits to have a pit stop. We're coming into that time period, Kevin, where we've gone through the first amount that went in at the 35-minute mark, and then we have to wait another 20 minutes until the hour and 5-minute mark. And it's at this point when pit stops, they're still very much on a time slot, you know, whereas later on we'll start to see some weirder things happen. Maybe a team has to pit a bit early than they wanted to, and that's when you see pit stops starting to break away from each other. But for now, I imagine in about 15 minutes time, we're going to have a rush into the pit lane with a lot of cars pouring in for their first stop.
Yeah, it does seem to be the case. But yeah, like you said, it's always at the start of a race that unless you're in a big incident, you'll be hitting at the scheduled times for everyone. As we now see Moreno Pratama in the Legion of Races going on the inside there, and the number one car there of Miklea already under pressure again from Luke Southall behind him. There's a nice overtake there by the 889 Ferrari. But yeah, like you said, at the start it seems to be all on schedule unless something big has happened. And yeah, the more that stuff happens in an endurance race, the pit stops will be spread out.
Absolutely, a big fight here. You can see the FFS racing car in the background there alongside the 696. Van Omen still behind the wheel looking for a way to fight the pink car up through the field as well. FFS Racing, the name in some of these series. We've seen them quite a lot racing in RCI as well, and more you see them towards the front of the field. Saw earlier on this race getting tapped, send them off track, and now they're having to recover. They've got the Jean Lacey car behind them as well. Hugo Morel's behind the wheel of that. One of the cars actually came into contact with them early on in the race. They're now looking down towards the right-hand side, though, of turn 1. FFS Racing, though, managed to hold it together, managed to slingshot themselves around the outside. Will still be ahead for turns 2 and 3. So good defense there from FFS Racing and Van Omen. Morels still looking for a way through the pink car. And I'll say, if I'm Hugo Morels right now, I'm probably thinking, when will this pink car get out of my way? I need to find a way through this.
Yeah, it seems like Phenomena in the FFS pink car has been in a lot of fights this first hour. Always trying to get past someone or defending from an attack. Right there, we saw them defend against Hugo Morels the lap before he was attacking. So they're always in the fights here in this first hour. Now look back from the 3-3-4 virtual drivers by TX Audi with Lucas Congretel in the car seat right now, looking back at Nuttall in the 45 Assetto Visceral Esports white car as they're trying to slingshot in the slipstream on the start-finish straight to maybe have a look at overtaking into turn 1. This is one of those close battles that has been going on for quite a while already. Same as with the battle for third at this moment. Yeah, one of these... sorry, this is one of those battles which I think will, unless the pit stop strategies really sets them apart, we'll be seeing for like the entire race.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you said, the pit stop strategy can do a lot to put the cars away from each other. And that may be what Nuttall or Congretel here is hoping for. Of course, whoever comes out on top in that sense will be very happy with how that has turned out. It depends. Have drivers been practicing their pit stops? Of course, we know there's a strategy to get your pit stop to be as quick as possible. It involves turning off the engine as you roll into that box, making sure you don't miss it as well. Something that drivers do have to practice. They want to get the most out of their pit stops. In an endurance race, it can be the difference between an extra couple of seconds before you manage to get that car into the pits and changed as well. And definitely every second counts in endurance, because like we just said, Kevin, difference between 9th or 10th here, depending on who manages to pull it off better. But for now, Nuttall trying to find a way through the virtual drivers by TX3 car. And that 3-3-4, it's looking pretty steady right now. It doesn't look like Congretel is going to give much to the Aztec Visceral team, letting them through at all. And again, you just got to give it to all these drivers. We always hail them on how good they are overtaking. We say it's amazing some of the overtakes these drivers pull off. I think we should also say it's amazing some of the defenses these guys pull off as well. Like, for a normal driver, it would be near impossible to get through any of these guys, and somehow they put out these great defenses lap after lap after lap, and that takes so much focus and attention from every driver on the field.
Yeah, they always have to think. So now see Moreno Pratama once again trying to go for an overtake, this time on a Veloce Porsche of Whitehead. This time not succeeding, still being very followed closely by the number 1 there, the 39 BMWs. So he can't make any mistake or he will be got by the BMWs who are lurking behind. But yeah, trying to defend for that hard, that long, takes a lot of focus, a lot of energy. So yeah, big props to all the drivers for being able to do that.
Luke Southall for STR Esports, currently West Competition racing car just ahead of them. That's the number 1 BMW driven by McLean right now. And we've been watching this fight for a little while. We keep tuning back into it to see what Luke Southall's managed to do. And for now, it's not much. It's, of course, they're in a similar situation where just ahead of McLean, you've got Pratama in the 889. Then ahead of them is Luke Whitehead in the 912 Veloce car. So there's a bit of a train forming here. And that just means that, again, Luke Southall probably doesn't have too much of anywhere to go if they do manage to pull this overtake off. You can see once they come towards the corners, not a lot of room for Luke Southall to pick an overtaking spot. That being said, they're going towards the right-hand side, as I believe there, the West Competition Racing has just pulled into the pit lane. I thought for a second Southall's going right into the river. And actually, never mind, that's Southall who's pulled into the pit lane. But I thought for a second there that Southall was just going to drive right into the back of West Competition Racing. I wasn't expecting him to pull into the pits.
Yeah, at that point where you've got one car going for the corner and one car going for the pit lane, as the one behind, you need to be careful what the car in front is doing. But if Luke Southall believes he's faster but just can't get past the other BMW of Miklia, then this might be the perfect opportunity. Go into the pit slightly early, do your stop, and then pump in the faster laps to try and get ahead.
Absolutely, get into the pits if you're being held up, pump out some fast laps, and hopefully by the time everyone else comes out the pits, you somehow become ahead of them as well. Jamie Nuttall may want to doing that for the Aztec Simsports Visceral White car. They'll find themselves stuck behind the 334 Audi Gretel, keeping up the defense on the Aztec car. Jamie Nuttall, yeah, like I said, may want to consider pulling into the pits early. The thing is, Kevin is talked about it already. It's at this stage when you've missed that first window of opportunity for an early pit stop, which was at the 35-minute mark. You almost now want to push it to the hour and 5 driver stint limit here, because that means that later on you can take that that short pit stop. You only have a short 35-minute stint, because it's such an imperative stint as well to only have to drive on an old set of tyres for 30 minutes rather than an hour. It's almost imperative that you get it in as well. So a bit surprised to see them pitting 5 minutes before the hour mark. You'd expect at this point just to watch them push it to the end, but again, like you said, if they're being held up by several other drivers and can't get their true speed out, it's worth pitting at this point in time.
Yeah, that's exactly my thought. Yeah, we're still looking back at this fight for P3 between Tinker van der Velde, George Boothby, and de Oliveira Rodriguez, all close together, but Mike Noble and Fleischer have also joined the fray. And this is now a fight for P3 all the way down to P7. So this is starting to spice up. But I do want to say, if you like what you're seeing here on RCI TV, please consider subscribing on the YouTube or following us on Twitch. We have races all throughout the week, and of course our 6-hour community series. So please do consider subscribing on YouTube, clicking the follow button on Twitch, and hitting that notification bell to know when we go live. If you want to join us here at RCI, we've got championships all throughout the week. Currently, we just finished up the Friday Sprint Challenge, so not too long we'll be starting up sign-ups for that for the next season. On Mondays, we currently have the Maserati Cup, where on Monday we're going for round 2 at Donington Park. So if you still want to join up, you can do a mid-season sign-up for any of our competitions. And sign-ups have also just opened up for the Saturday Night Owl Season 3, which the sign-ups are open until April 28th. So if you want to consider joining us for any of the races, we have splits for everyone. So do go to racerci.com and have a see if you want to join any of our championships.
Absolutely, we'd love to have you join us. And like you just mentioned, Kevin, the Night Owl sign-ups literally opened right as this race started as well. So if you want to get involved with some racing, definitely head on over, sign yourself up for that on a Saturday evening. If you're in Europe time, for Americans it will just be the late afternoon, of course, as well. But find out all of that information at racerci.com, as Kevin just said. Currently riding on board the West Competition racing car, McLean in the number 1 BMW, trying to give themselves a bit of distance to Luke Whitehead in the Vloche car behind. Of course, the West Competition Racing was initially in that P15 slot, so they did just climb up into P14, managing to pull off an overtake, and Whitehead behind the wheel of that Porsche. The Porsche does not seem to be doing too well at the moment, Kevin. It seems to be going backwards, which isn't really too much of a surprise, because you've got that really long start-finish straight where overtakes are bound to happen, and unfortunately for the Porsche, it just doesn't have the acceleration and top speed to compete with a lot of the other cars around it, especially a BMW.
Yeah, that BMW has a lot more top-end speed compared to the Porsche, and yeah, the Porsche has been struggling quite a bit. It wasn't too bad, of course, at Kyalami. We do have the long start-finish straight there, the same at Imola. Once again here, long start-finish straight where the Porsche will be hurting, and it won't be a lot better for the next 2 rounds with the long start-finish straight at Barcelona, and of course the massive Mistral straight at Paul Ricard. So yeah, they'll be hurting for quite a while to come.
Absolutely. Towards the front of the field, you've got the SMP Racing Esports team. We saw earlier the Bentley was starting to close in. Assetto Simsport, the Visceral red car. Now Smolja just coming to the rear of Walsingham. The number 44 going to be looking for a way through. That SMP Racing Esports car just looks so good so far throughout the day. Kevin, the Bentley doing a phenomenal job all round, and we saw the other SMP car climbing through the field as well, doing a great job too. So looks like today Bentley may have actually been one of the better picks, because for a car that's not much loved in ACC, it does one amazing job in some of these races. To find himself in P2, now looking for an overtake on P1, you won't be dishappy with that.
No, definitely. We're now looking at Alexander Smolja, who's now gotten to the back of Aiden Walsingham. So very, very close there now. And you see Jeffrey Ritchie in Aztec Sim Sports Visceral yellow car now also joining their brothers in the 45 higher up the field. So all of the Aztec Sim Sports Visceral cars now going forwards, it seems. So strong showing by them, all three teams.
Absolutely. Aztec Sim Sports Visceral yellow car currently in that P11 slot, coming under pressure from behind from the number 14 Aston. Still going to be ahead though by the time of the first corner. Originally they were coming towards the back of Nuttall in that number 45. You can see they've slightly fallen off. They're just a second behind, but to be able to close that gap, get back up into the top 10 would be ideal right now. So yeah, we're going to have Ritchie car, they're closing in. You can see just the problem is here, Kevin, is they're having to fend off one driver whilst trying to catch up with another. It's a lot to be juggling.
Yeah, you always need to be looking at, you know, where is it actually an opportunity? Like, you always want to be looking to get forwards. Like, if there's the gap, you want to go for it. But still, you also want to make sure that you're not going to lose out in the long run then. But yeah, here looking out at the on board with Alexander Smolja, just 3/10 behind Aiden Walsingham in the Visual Sim Sports red car. All the different colors we have here, got to think about which one I say correctly. Every time on the start-finish straight, he seems to be getting very, very close, and then it seems through these tight and twisty sections that Ferrari seems to pull away just that little bit. So this is going to be interesting to see if they can overtake.
Absolutely. Well, we're an hour into the race, and that means that it is time for a quick break. Sorry, let me put my teeth back in. We'll be having a quick break right now. We'll take 5 minutes off, of course. In that time, we're going to put a QR code up on the screen where you can scan it and then vote for your AK Esports team of the race. Whichever team that you vote to be the team of the race will win €100 after the end of the race as well. You can vote for whichever team you like based on a numerous amount of things, whether you think they've got the fastest pace on track today, whether you think they've done the best overtakes, or team that you support and have supported for a long time. Make sure you vote for them and you can help them bag that extra €100. But for now, Kevin Boss, I believe you're going to be saying goodbye.
Yes, this will be where I'll be leaving, but you'll still be held in the capable hands of Tim Peck. And in my place, we'll have Callum Kerwin, who will also do probably an amazing job. So give them all your support. Thank you for listening, and I hope to see you all next time.
Turn your sound up, because we will now be riding on board of the SMP Racing Esports driver who has just binned it into the pit wall there. But turn your sound up and have a listen to the sounds of the car as we take a 5 minutes. We take 5-minute break here for RCI. See you in 5 minutes. Bye. Good morning, good evening, and good afternoon, wherever you are in the world. Welcome back to the RCI 6-hour Esports Challenge. We're here today at the Indianapolis track in America, and you've been watching quite a lot of the action on board with the Veloce car for the past couple of laps. We saw them get into a slight incident there towards the end as well, and already straight back into the action. Darren King getting a bit messed up in the number 28 Lamborghini for a second there, as well as Roth ahead in the number 404 as well. And now we're riding on board Marco Bischoff in the Kramer Racing Esports Series. Me, Tim Peck, I'm still here on the commentary, but now being joined in the booth by Callum Kerwin. Stewie's still on the broadcast as well. Welcome in, Callum. A very exciting race so far, and with an hour in, we are now just seeing things heat up even more between the drivers.
Yeah, thanks, Tim. In that break, I was hearing about all the sorts of shenanigans that are going on. Obviously, we missed everybody pitting as well in that break. One thing to note is that Smoyer is out ahead in front in first place after this round of pit stops, but we believe Stewie's been doing some wizardry on the cameras, and we believe that's because he's double stinting. There's some recollection in the YouTube chat I'm seeing saying that the car behind had damage, and that's why they're so far behind. But we believe it's actually because Smoyer is double stinting the tyres in that Bentley, so that's why we think he's out in front. Tim.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like their last pit stop was about 10 seconds quicker than everyone else's across the field as well. There's only a couple of teams that have a similar pit stop time to them as well. So I suspect, like you just said, it's down to them double stinting on the same pair of tyres. Of course, it could be that Walsingham picked up damage, but I doubt it, as the Aztec Visceral Red team has been ahead since the start of the race, and so far has seemed to have a fairly easy race. Of course, now though, after pit stops, you find themselves behind the 888 car there, so catching up now to do for them as well. The gap being 10 seconds between the two drivers, that's not going to be ideal. Sorry, 7 seconds between the two drivers. That's not going to be ideal for the number 44 right now. Walsingham try and close that up a bit, but a nice mix in the top three. We also find George Boothby now in the 992. They're up into that P3 position as well. They've managed to overtake the 55, which is of course the Williams Esports Razor team, currently leading the championship. Tinko van der Velde out of the car for them. Dominic Blazier in the car for the number 55. They now find themselves trying to overtake George Boothby in the 992 as well. You can see them on your screen, the green fronted car with the blue behind, and the Chill Blast car for the Williams team finds themselves down in P7 at the moment. So I imagine they may have taken an extra set of tyres, and also I think they had to serve a penalty as well. I may be incorrect there, but they were originally P5 going to the pit. Seem to have lost 2 places, Callum.
Yeah, I'd imagine that's either tyres, either tyres or damage or something like that, or maybe he didn't stop on his marks. But obviously, the caliber of driver in this series, and with that number 5 car being one of the leading cars, winning every race so far, I believe. So hearing from Stu that the stock was almost identical, so he's probably lost it out on track, 2 places out there. So the thing is with these, one little dip on the grass or one little out braking yourself into a corner, and you can, with these caliber of drivers, all the top teams are here in this 6-hour enduro challenge series that we've got here at RCI. You're going to lose a couple of places instantly with the moment you make a little mistake, and the moment you make a mistake and lose 1 place, the guy behind is going to be looking to come straight through Tim.
Absolutely, and you mentioned the Williams teams notoriously good in these championships. They've got 2 Williams Esports teams in this race. The Williams Esports Razors, number 55, like you said, have won both of the races so far in this championship, scored themselves a whopping 110 points, 40 points clear of the Veloce UCOG team, who are 40 points behind them in P2 overall, and currently see them there in P4 on your screen right now. The other Williams Esports team, the Chill Blast car, forming an overtake right this very second as we talk. Igor Rodriguez, that car back up into 6th. Unfortunately for them, had a bit of a unimpressive start to the season, had a lot of unfortunate events that saw them finishing in places they definitely weren't expected to finish in, find themselves much further down the championship standings than they want to be. But for them, things are starting to look up a bit more in this race. They're running 6th currently, definitely potential there for a good result as well. And now we're going back to Kramer Racing Esports as they come on to the rear of the number 28 Lamborghini, currently piloted by Darren King in that one. And it looks like a little bit far back for now, Callum, but potential overtaking opportunity for Kramer. So
Yeah, it'll cruise around the 997 here on the back of that Lamborghini and just feel him out, just see where he's quicker. Obviously, you've got a couple of big heavy brakes here at Indy, down in turn one and then down at the end of the back straight as well. So just try and stick on him through the corner, stick as close to the rear diffuser as he can, and then just try and make a move. But obviously, you've got to do it carefully because we've got all of those stewards watching as we speak about making a move. That is the Rowan Welton Esports Audi number 72 there of Orlando Reitz trying to make a move on the Aston Martin's battling there up ahead as we cut to a replay here of lap 47. Here it's car number 69 sending it down the inside of one of the Ferraris there. Great overtake there. Just Ferrari running himself a little bit out deep into the corner there as we cut back to the action. It was Team Polke Graphics Engineering car, the number 31, making that move up ahead of, number 69 making that move up ahead of the number 31 Ferrari there. So that was for 31st place. So these guys running a little bit down in the order, but still battling hard, Tim.
Absolutely, no matter where you find yourself in the field, still worth competing for points. Of course, the top 30 drivers in this race will earn points towards the championship standings, and then the top 20 drivers at the top 20 teams, at the end of the championship will earn money from the €11,000 prize pool, go towards each team and be split between them. And now you can see it was Polke getting another position there in the number 69, promoting themselves up into that 30th place. So they'll now be earning themselves 1 point in this race. Sharat, out of the top 30, finds himself in 31st. The Yas Heat car already had a couple of incidents so far in this race. Valentin Barrier took the first stint for them, and now Jaroslav Honzik finds himself behind the wheel of the 939. They'll be trying to climb back up through the order after having served a stop and go penalty earlier on during their pit stop, picked up of course for accidentally going into the rear of one car, then caused a further pile up ahead of them. But now Jaroslav Honzik just looking to climb their way back up through the field, and to be in a Yas Heat car, I mean, you know those drivers have a lot of pace. They should be able to clear the field quite quickly now, Callum.
Yeah, it's just about making progress now for them. So trying to just get your head down. Remember, there is still 4 hours and 41 minutes left of this race, so they've got plenty of time to make progress here. As we see Forza Italia e-racing 501 Aston Martin trying to go around the outside onto the banking here of back in that 31 Ferrari here, and he makes it work down there into the sector 3 there. That's a really opportunistic move. That Ferrari struggling a little bit there, going backwards a little bit as we cut back to Bischoff here in that 997 Porsche, still trying to get ahead of King in the 28 Jean-Louis Sports Ferrari. Runs a little deep into turn 1, King there, not quite clipping the apex here. Manages to make it work through to and the long turn 3 here into turn 4. It's one of those tracks where if you miss an apex or outbrake yourself or something like that, or get on the power a bit too early or too late, it's quite a flowing sector in turn 1 and turn 3, sector 1 and sector 3, sorry. So it can put you off in those upcoming corners. So you mess up one corner here, you see a puff of dust here from the cars battling ahead in front, it can really put you off through that whole section, cost you quite a lot. So it's always a good opportunity to overtake. If you see a car ahead, dive down and miss an apex or something like that, you can play on this sector and know that you're going to have a better run here. There's Bishop right under the rear wing of that Lamborghini there. I'm used to seeing the Ferrari for the Jean-Louis Sports. They were in a Monday night series that we did a couple of a series or two back as they come up onto the banking here down into sector 3. No way past here for the Porsche on the left-hand corner. Really wide out there for King and the Lamborghini compared to the Porsche. Kept it nice and neat. Really trying to do that opposite line, just trying to build the mirrors here, just trying to make it force a mistake. And he's right under the rear wing, Tim. Are we going to see a dive down into turn 1?
We could do. The only problem is here, you can see the Porsche just does not have it in a straight line at all. Even with the slipstream coming from the Lamborghini ahead, the 977 just can't close that gap. And in fact, Darren King pulling away on the straight despite being the car in front. Usually that means the car behind gets a lot of tow, as we're seeing here, nearly on pace car, getting swallowed up a little bit as they try and oh no, that's the nearly on pace car getting the overtake. Sorry, at the front it was the other one on the left that was getting swallowed up slightly there. You saw the 501 fall 2 positions, both the nearly on pace and Chirat in the number 60 car, managing to promote themselves up a place or so. But yeah, it's the Porsche. It's a great car when you're handling the corners. It's really good for sectors 1 and 3 of this track, where, like you said, you've got some very flowy corners. You can keep the momentum of the car up. The Porsche exceeds in that sort of section of the track. But on the straights today, especially that really long start-finish straight, not have the power to keep up the cars ahead. And unfortunately, that means anyone driving the Porsche right now, they're just getting swallowed up really quickly. You can also see Luke Whitehead still in the Veloce 912 Porsche. They're going a little bit backwards as well. They originally found themselves just outside the top 10, now all the way down in P24. Just so vulnerable in the straights to the cars from behind, because it takes seconds to take a Porsche. And as we saw with the Jean Alessi of Darren King ahead of the 977, even with Slipstream, they just can't get enough speed to even look for an overtake.
Yeah, that Porsche, I mean, every commentary team on ACC will tell you that, and in real life as well, because it's a characteristic that carries over from the actual car. Obviously, having that rear engine hung out over the axle, that flat 6 there, as we see the Lurpin Esports Aston Martin there making a move down into turn 1 on Roth in the on that Whitehead 912 Porsche. So going backwards yet again, so that means Whitehead will be down into 25th place, I believe, there, and he's already got the Aston Martin on the back of him in this curved sector as well of Jaroslav Roth of Connection Lost Racing. Connection Lost Racing, obviously, quite a regularly occurring team here on RCI, so great to see them here in this 6 hour yet again. So yeah, that Porsche really vulnerable, as you say. Rear engine hanging out over the back means it's just got great rotation during the corners. Very tricky car to handle as Aston Martin dives down the inside there, but hanging it around the outside there, so the Porsche has still got some grip on these tyres. So probably about, if they're not one of those that did the early 30-minute pit stop, probably about halfway through a stint. So great battle here as we see the Aston Martin cut to the inside onto the banking here. It's probably going to be a close and shut move, as he's made it done before the braking zone there, so I think the Porsche has let him have it there a little bit. I think he's just decided it's not worth the fight. It's just try and keep behind and try and just minimise the time loss. But the Porsche, yeah, it just struggles in the straight line. Obviously, it's got that great rotation, but then it makes it such a tricky car to handle as well, because it doesn't behave the same as any other GT3 or GT4 car. So it's a really hard car to learn to drive.
Absolutely, and it has been a struggle for all the Porsche drivers today as they try and keep up with the rest of the field. We've already seen a couple of them seeming to be going backwards rather than forwards in this race, just because of that top speed that we mentioned. Well, time to yet again mention some of our sponsors who help make these races possible for us. We have AK Esports sponsoring the Team of the Race Award. Of course, you guys all saw the QR code towards the bottom right hand side of your screen during our break. There was also a link posted in the chat as well, and you can follow those links to go through to our Team of the Race vote. You can vote for your favorite team for whatever merit you think. Maybe they were the fastest team on track, maybe they got the best overtakes of the day. So a team you vote for, the Team of the Race, will receive €100 from AK Esports. That is something that happens every race. So far, the Veloce UCOG team, George Boothby and Malnowski behind the wheels of those, has got both of those Team of the Race awards so far this season. We also have Go Setups, who sponsored the Pole Position Award, and they also give €100 to the team that manages to secure pole position overall. And then also our last sponsor is Fanatec. They do not need an introduction. They are a provider of high-end sim gear, direct drive wheelbases and load cell pedals. You can also use our affiliate link when you're purchasing from Fanatec, and that means that we get some help doing so as well. So please consider doing that. But all of those sponsors help to make the race possible. I was just talking about them, Alan. It seems that the Veloce 912 gone back through the field even further, now struggling to keep it in the top 30.
Yeah, really struggling there. I saw as you were chatting, they're just keeping on going backwards. I'm wondering if they've got some kind of damage or something, because obviously you'd expect the car, yes, it's bad on the straights, but you'd expect it to make it up here. As we see Walshingham diving down the inside, that's for the lead there on Smollier. So they've made up that gap on the by causing taking tyres is causing to have. But Ferrari, with a flash of the lights there, into the lead. Knows he's on the broadcast there. See how far ahead he can pull out from Smollett in that Bentley. Obviously, he's going to be struggling here, double stinting on those tyres. So Smollett, just now, I think the focus got to be try and keep on the back of him, see if there's any mistakes made, and just hold it into that pit stop. They've got another about 30 minutes or so to go until 40 minutes until everyone pits again. So we'll have to see how this plays out. That Bentley here, massive presence compared to that Ferrari in the background. I've seen both in real life actually on track at the same time, and the Bentley is huge when in comparison to that Ferrari. As we cut to the view of another, I think this is the Audi of the TX3, the virtual drivers 334 in between Bykov and Negrini in the 45 Ferrari. Got very confused there because they are the exact same liveries that are battling out front of that the Bentley and Ferrari there. So yeah, thought we'd suddenly interrupted a battle for the lead that reversed again. So really confusing there. But no, it's not a battle for the lead. This is a battle for 9th, 10th, and 11th place here, as that Bentley just trying to hold on in front. That Ferrari nearly going straight through the back of the Audi there. So good avoiding action taken by the 45 Ferrari of Negrini there. But yeah, just lost himself a load of times. Maybe got on the brakes a little bit too late. Maybe locked up a little bit. Might want to turn up the ABS. Obviously, the wheel's not going to be as grippy as the tyres wear down throughout the stints. So might just have misjudged that there a little bit. But thankfully, no instance for stewards to look into there.
Absolutely. Stewie from our broadcast has just explained to me why Luke Whitehead and the Veloci car seems to be struggling a little bit. Of course, we saw at the end of our break, got a little incident where they caught the rear of someone else. That would have added a little bit of damage to the car. They also spun the car out at one point, which would have hurt the tyres. On top of that, they are still running on old tyres as well. They did not opt into taking a fresh set after the pit stop as well. So all that is going into the case as to why that car cannot get up to speed. It's looking like Callum in this race. Of course, I mentioned earlier, you only get 4 fresh tyre sets across the whole of the 6 hours. That means 2 of your stints you have to do on a set of old tyres, and it's looking like that stint that is done on a set of old tyres could be a very painful one, as now we've seen a couple of cars that have decided to take old tyres out for yet another spin. That they are very much struggling on pace. I mean, it barely took Assetto any time there to catch up with Smollett and the 888 in the lead. They passed them so quickly as well. And I think the gap was, what, 7 seconds? Last talked about it, and 3 laps later it was down to nothing. So it's going to be painful when they do have to take these extra long stints, but everyone has to do it, luckily. So at least everyone's going to be in the same boat at some point in the race there.
Yeah, that was the point I was going to make there. You jumped straight in on it. It all evens out by the end of the race. Everyone should have to make, the same amount of pit stops. As we see that car going backwards again. The Whitehead Porsche there, just letting that the Aston Polkey there through in the graphics engineering Aston Martin there. Just, I know it's old tyres and they've got damage and stuff, but that car's just shooting backwards at a rate not seen by any of the other cars at the minute. Sorry to the Veloce boys in that car. They're just really, really struggling at the moment. But yeah, I think there's just a note to look out for there. Any cars going backwards, is it damage? Is it tyres? It's hard to judge sometimes on these cars whether, it might just be a driver having a bad stint. You've got bad tyres, so many factors. That can actually off racing cars making up some really good ground on the back of the Aston Martin in front. It wasn't long ago that we were seeing him making overtake on the cars behind of, I think that's Darren King in that Lamborghini again for John Lacey Esports here. He's going to make a move down the main straight. We saw him quite close on the lap before, but I don't know if he's going to make a move down into turn 1. Have to wait and see. Long drag down the Indy straight. The reverse direction, obviously, compared to the way that Indy cars and NASCAR use it for the 500 with this road course. But yeah, just not quite close enough. Obviously quite difficult in these cars. All these teams are very dialed in setups obviously for this, and same car, same ballast, both great drivers, so it's going to be hard to see where he's going to make a move past him.
Absolutely is. Jaroslav Roth, of course, joined us in the last Friday championship that we ran with Connection Lost Racing. Managed to get a race win under their belt as well in that championship too. And of course, we saw Martin Lawrence behind the wheel of the Connection Horse Racing car earlier as well. So two very good drivers, started a lot lower down than they'd like to in this race. But now at least they find themselves in that top 30. They will be scoring points if they end up in those top 30 bases as well. Further down the field, Genesis Esports, Cody Chirac behind the wheel of that number 60, looking to try and promote themselves up a place as well. Looks like right now they've got the 777 just ahead of them too, and I think that's happened rather quickly, because if you saw on the timing board there, it said that the gap between them was 5 seconds. I'm wondering if they maybe had a bit of an instant, lost some grip maybe, and had to rejoin the track, and that's how the number 60 caught up so quickly.
Yeah, it's rare to see cars just sort of shoot backwards like that. There must be an explanation that hasn't been picked up on the broadcast, but triple seven just being chased down by that 60 now. So I wanted to see if he makes any inroads. Obviously, as I said, both Aston Martin seem to be fairly well spread out across this field. If you look at the timing screen right now, every sort of second or third car is an Aston Martin. So yeah, they seem to be sort of a fairly well represented car in this series. Obviously, we've only got a couple of Lamborghinis, quite a few Ferraris, quite a few Porsches, a couple of Audis. You know, the Audi seems to be like one of the strongest cars, obviously, at the minute with the way ACC is at the moment, and I think the two Williams teams driving that car really helps sort of boost how good it looks as we see move potentially being made in the straight in the background there, and jumping straight to the Renault and Esports Ferrari. That great livery on that car. Love the blue on the back. The flash of blue, trying to make a move ahead on Southall in that BMW M4 GT3 car. Both of these cars, the Renault and Esports car of Poachman, and the car behind of John Allen, which will be the Ferrari, the John Alesi Esports Ferrari, both have 5-second penalties. So something to bear in mind. They'll have a 5-second longer pit stop when they next come in for their stop. As we cut to another John Alesi car here, trying to battle away with the 163 Gatchtown Ballas Esports Aston Martin, another team very, very well represented within RCI. RCI Esports taking part in pretty much every series that we do, Tim. Trying to make a move there, really close through that last sector, but just being held off by the Lamborghini. Is there going to be a move on this lap, you think?
Potentially, yeah. It does still look like they're hanging a little bit too far back from the Lambo for now. The Jean Alesi, of course, being a bit too far ahead going into turn one, of course. So the Aston Martin has a lot of potential. It's a great all-round car, and you mentioned definitely one of the favourites in this series so far. Of course, it seemed like at the start during round one, it was basically a race of Aston Martin versus Ferrari. We're going to have a race replay here. This is of Marco Bischoff in the 977. Never mind. It is too late to see what happened, but they just overtook the cars behind. You can see now already gained a nice bit of a gap there to the two cars behind them. That was, of course, the overtake on the Jean Alesi number 28 and the 163 that was also going for a move as well. So again, Marco Bischoff having a lot of pace today. It's definitely good for their team. Team 1 FF at the front currently find themselves in P7, have been doing a great job so far of just moving that car up through the field as well. Have a look at this race replay. You can see one of the Veloce cars there, the 912, lurking in the back. We thought earlier they were having a little bit of trouble with the car. Like again, they've been swallowed up by yet another one, the 899, managing to take them out of the top 30 as well. I've been looking at chat recently in YouTube, Callum Co, and there's a couple of people that were talking about the community version of this race yesterday. Of course, we run 6 hours for the community tours. Yet again, Veloce coming under pressure, and a tap there from the Forza Italia team, because they're not going to be holding on to that P31 over. But yeah, Callum, I was looking at that, and we of course run a community race of 6 hours just like this one on the Saturday before this race as well. And a lot of people talking about Split 3, saying that they had torrential rain the entire race, and it really was a struggle. And that's the polar opposite of what we have right now, which is clear skies, an optimum track, and a nice hot track temperature to drive on.
Yeah, I was having a look through Discord yesterday while I was working in a little bit of a break, and just saw the chat about Split 3 going absolutely mental. So it sounded like it was an absolute nightmare to drive on torrential rain for 6 hours straight. But Hey, whatever the guys here do with the weather settings, it's obviously dry for the pro race. So it would have been interesting to have an absolute torrential 6 hour. Maybe we can maybe we can make that happen. But yeah, I'm sure these guys are very happy it's dry. Obviously, they would have done practice in the wet. The practice servers that we put up here at RCI do represent the real weather settings that we put up for the races as well. So what you see in the practice servers is most likely what you're going to get. So these guys do have some kind of sort of inkling of what they're going to have. But yeah, 6 hours at Indy in torrential downpour is quite a feat. So I'm very impressed. But it seems like it was a bit of a mental race for those guys in Split 3 yesterday.
It does absolutely sound that way. Well, joining us in the booth now for an interview, we have Alaric Inslin from ITB Racing Team, currently in the race right now. The car number 696 out in the field. Alaric, why don't you introduce yourself to everyone at home and maybe give us a little insight into how the race is going for you right now?
Afternoon. Thanks for having me. Yeah, so Alaric Inslin, I'm the team manager for ITB Sandlock Racing. Currently not the best race so far. Had a bit of a difficult time with the qualifying, so I think we started around 28th. So we've been working our way back up the field. Struggling a bit with the Ferraris. I have to say the Ferraris are quite dominant today, but we're still trucking on and making some good places.
Absolutely. You mentioned you started down in P28. Well, your team's now up in 19th, so you're definitely moving in the right direction. You also said that the Ferrari looking rather dominant today as well. I was just wondering, what sort of strategy are you guys going for in tyres here? Are you already using a pair of old tyres, or are you going to save that for a bit later on in the race?
I don't know if I should share that. I mean, a bit confidential.
Yeah, okay.
But
maybe actually don't drop your strategy just yet. I realize that you probably don't want to talk about that too much on the stream right now. But okay, in that case, maybe give us some insight on how you guys prepared for this race. Then, what's your team's go-to when you're preparing for a race? Do you host some practice sessions with all the drivers in? How do you prepare for an event like this?
I mean, luckily at ITB we have only a 4-driver team, so it's quite small. So it's easy to keep the guys in shape and just getting things coordinated. I think it's very important for drivers to practice together instead of doing their own thing on the side and communicating via text. So jumping in a voice call and just getting that team synergy going is also very important. Trying to keep it the proper esports way and just getting the other world of esports involved in sim racing. Just making it very serious and team comes first, driver's mentality, all of that stuff.
Absolutely. One final question for me before I pass you on to my partner here, but it's, do you think we'll see rain today, or are you expecting this to be a dry race start to finish?
With the wind currently at 0, it's tough to say. I would think the first 4 hours will probably be dry. I think the last 2 hours where we might see some changes, but then again, even if we do see rain, it's going to be very little. So I'm currently not worried about rain, even though we really want it with the Audi. I think it would be good for us as a team. But other than that, yeah, no rain inside, I'd say.
Fair enough. So not too worried about potential rain on the horizon, especially as the wind speed is low. I'm now going to pass you over to Callum Kerwin. Callum, do you have any questions for Alaric Inslin here?
Yeah, just looking ahead. Just obviously, you mentioned 4 hours, just over 4 hours, 20 minutes to go. So, what do you guys think you can? How far forward do you guys think you can get? Obviously, sitting in 19th place at the minute. How far forward? Are you looking to break into that top 10? I imagine is probably the realistic aim for you guys.
Yeah, I would say top 10 is the most realistic. If we're lucky, maybe top 5, but yeah, that's a stretch. At the moment, I mean, we're just looking for points. Currently sitting in 8th place in championship. Not having the best first round, but the second round with a podium. So at least we got into the top 10 in championship. So yeah, the focus is just getting the car home and just scoring some points. Hopefully staying in the top 10.
Okay, so just really trying to sort of drag yourself up, play off those incidents for other cars, sort of perfect pit stops every time, sort of stay out of the way, classic endurance stuff. So obviously you mentioned you keep the esports thing very much like the real racing, and there's so many similarities between the two. Do you really have to sort of look at what actual race teams are doing and then sort of play that with the sort of stuff like practice and strategy and things like that, and play that into the esports side as well? Do you spend any time looking at that as well?
Oh yeah, exactly. I mean, we recently partnered up with Santaloc, which is a big GT3 racing team, or just GT racing team in France, and they've especially been going to try and help us with their drivers and get some mental coaching going on for our sim races. Because I think that's probably the most important part when it comes to sim racing, is just getting that mental preparedness going, and it's definitely a thing that a lot of drivers at the top level, at this level, just struggles with. Definitely overlooked. So it would be nice if we can get some real drivers into our team, just give our drivers that extra bit of confidence when it comes to a qualifying lap or just the start of the race. So yeah, definitely the real world stuff always matters, always.
Yeah, that's something I've seen, especially as you say, with the mental capacity thing of and just being able to process and sort of. I've found it, especially with drivers that I've worked with in the past, in some real life racing that I've done, is just sort of being able to have an instant, move on, forget about it, and keep battling on in that race is sort of really important. As we see your car on screen currently coming up to the back of a 3-car fight here, 17th, 18th, and 19th place here. I've got an Aston, a BMW, and then your Audi following close behind. Sort of, but it must be quite nerve-wracking for you watching your car pound round, trying to avoid every single incident. I imagine you're glued to Discord and all the monitors showing your car as it goes around.
Oh yeah, I mean, especially since I've usually been driving, so I've usually been a driver, but now being team manager is almost more stressful than driving itself, because you now have to manage this team, and everything that they do on track is so important for you. So yeah, it's nerve-wracking actually. But I mean, I have to say thanks to 1FA for giving us a lifetime. It actually helps us quite a lot for this race. Just getting in touch with a lifetiming and seeing what our team is doing, what other teams are doing.
I can imagine that really helps. It's rare to see two teams working together in a competition like this, but yeah, I can imagine that is absolutely nerve-wracking for you, having to sort of all of it's out of your hands there. You're zero control over anything there. But I'm going to pass you back to Tim for any further questions you've got.
Well, I just have one final thing for you, Alaric. Is there anything you'd like to say whilst you're still here in the booth with us? Anything you want to shout out to maybe some fans at home?
I mean, I saw someone say they liked the car livery. That was quite nice to see, because put a little bit of work into that one, since everything is kicking off. All the racing is starting this month and next month and whatever. So I mean, thanks for the support for everyone. We've gotten quite a couple messages in the past as well, which is quite nice to see, especially since we are a new team coming into the top end of sim racing. It's quite cool having that warm welcome, and yeah, quite excited for the rest of the year and just battling all these top teams on the track.
Absolutely. Well, you've done a great job so far, and good luck with the rest of the race and the rest of the championship as well. And everybody at home, this was Alaric Enston, the manager of ITB Saint-Loc Racing, that joined us in the booth for an interview just now. Now we're going to go back to the race. Team 1FF on your screen right now, the number 52 mark behind the wheel of that car. The Ferrari just trying to push themselves a bit further now into the top 10. They're currently sitting P7. Now they're behind the number 5, the Williams Esports Chill Blast car, try and get themselves into that top 6. You can see to the right of the standings now the last pit stop times. You can see now the difference between a lot of these cars. Anyone like you see at the top, the 888 there, time of 126. Imagining they did not take a fresh set of tyres, and they will be on the old tyres. And anyone that had a time around a 136 up to 140 probably did take a fresh set of tyres and maybe had to fix some damage as well. Of course, it's just a rough estimate of how long they spent in the pit from pit entry to pit exit as well, and a lot of factors can come into play from that too. So a good bit of information there, Callum, and it was great to hear from the ITB team manager.
Yeah, really nice to have him drop in and say hello. Obviously, seeing my Monday night partner John Dalton in the YouTube chat. Hello to him. He's loving the ITB livery. I love that ITB livery as well. Actually, I think that looks quite good on that Audi as it comes around. Jumping back to that pit stop thing. Obviously, looking at the gap in front now, so it's about 8 seconds. So the car has lost, as we see the ITB car making up a place there, so up into 18th place. So I'm sure he's a very happy team manager now, avoiding that incident between the I believe it's a Ferrari behind. And potentially the Forza. No, it wasn't the Forza Italia car. Sorry, I'm making it up in my mind. As we see a little bit of bumping from the Williams car, quite far down. They're trying to lap. I believe that's lap traffic. The Aston Martin, and yeah, it is lap traffic here. So trying to sort of force his way through here. He's got that 1FF Ferrari on his tail as well, so he wants to get through this lap traffic as quickly as possible. There'll be a flash for the lights, but yeah, a note to make as that. The Audi there pulls out and dives down the inside of one of the Aston Martins, and the Ferrari tries to follow suit, can't. So that could be a little bit of a time gainer there for the Chill Blast Williams Esports car. Just maybe trying to make a little bit of an indent on that gap between him and the Ferrari behind. So might be able to make up some time now with that Ferrari being stuck behind more lap traffic. But again, the Williams car in turn is going to be stuck behind even more lap traffic. They've got quite a few to get past here, but yeah, so it's worth noting that that car's pulled out about 8 seconds and was about 8 seconds behind. So it's about a 16-second gain over that 1 hour stint on a car taking fresh tyres there. So something to keep in mind there, about 16 seconds to gain for the top teams battling at the front.
Absolutely, FFS Racing on your screen right now. They've come to the rear of the 696, who we've just had in a interview with us. The ITB team pushing their car up into P18. Their goal by the end of this race is to get up into that top 10. Right now, they're looking like they're going to be making it that way as well. FFS Racing for now, though, just going to lurk behind them, not going to let them pull away too easily. Get now towards the 4 hour mark left in this race. About an hour now and 45 minutes in. So far, it's been quite a lot of action. As you mentioned with the lap traffic just now, Callum, that already we can see the people sitting in 6th, 7th. They're just trying to navigate their way through that traffic. It can be very difficult at this stage in the race to do so because, of course, you're fighting people who may be directly behind you, like we saw with the Williams Chill Blast car. But then again, like the people you're trying to lap, they're also fighting people that are in fighting for their position as well. So they don't want to just let you through easily, because if they just let you through, their opponent might come through as well. And it takes a lot of navigating from a lot of the drivers to do it as quickly and efficiently as possible, because you don't want to ruin someone else's fight, but at the same time you don't want to just leave yourself exposed to the car from behind. So a lot of juggling between the drivers just to try and navigate the traffic quickly and efficiently.
Yeah, it's all about trying to do it the right way. So it's something you see in real life racing. You know, you look at Le Mans, you look at Indy, you look at anything like that. Any lap traffic here where there's going to be battling. You know, you've got to be patient as the car doing the lapping. You know, you just got to sort of choose your moment right and sort of trust that the guys ahead are going to do the right thing. You know, it's usually going to be clear and obvious when they are letting you through. So just take the opportunity when they give you it. You see some people just. It's an opportunity for silly mistakes to happen as well. So imagine all the team managers are sweating a little bit right now as their cars either come up to lap or come up to be lapped by some of the top 10, as we say, making their way through all of the traffic here. Still on board with that the number 696 ITB Santaloc Racing Audi there. I think it was the Ferrari that he's made a move on to gain that place up into P19. So. But that Ferrari's sticking on the back there. Both cars are fairly similar pace. We're seeing we know obviously the Audi is very quick. Pretty much every round we do here at RCI. Hard to ballast it properly. It's just so fast with some of these great drivers driving it as well. With that Ferrari as well, seeing quite a lot of them up in the top as we cut to Ferrari at the top here. The Aztec Sim Sports Visceral Red car. Still petitioning for them to make all of their cars actually have the colours that they say on them. That was a point that I made in Kyle Army. It's 2 rounds later. Aztec, please. It would help us all. Obviously, this car, no issues. All red, white, and black. So no problems there. But yeah, I missed the last round of commentary for the 6 hours we cut to it going into the last sector. But yeah, so they clearly haven't fixed it there. While they've been while I've been away doing other bits and pieces. But yeah, about a 9-second lead now. We're still seeing the best lap times up here by Stewie. 1:34.742 for that Ferrari. Bentley behind 1:34.755. Ferrari behind of Boothby in that 992 Ferrari 1:34.775. So all of these guys you can see sort of in the 1:34.7 to 1:34.9 there for the 123 Ferrari of Noble there. Yeah, these guys are very, very quick and on very, very similar pace to.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we saw it in qualifying. All of the teams only split up by a second between them. No one in the 44 cars out on track was outside of the second from the leader. But yeah, that was the best laps. A request from chat that was in YouTube, where Anthony H said, "Are you guys able to show the fastest lap for each driver?" There you go, Anthony. Those are the fastest laps for each driver. And as Callum said, very, very similar, very close together. A lot of those fastest laps at this point in time, more of a race of consistency and how consistent can you keep those fastest laps coming out so far. Aztec SimSports Visceral Red car being out on top, the number 44 in the lead of this race. You've heard from Callum Cohen, they would like you to change your liveries to suit the colours of your team names. I will leave that in Callum's hands to fight you for that. I'm not getting between you guys there. But yes, the Walsingham right now in the lead for Aztec. They've had a great race, start to finish. Started on that pole position, able to pull away very quickly. And because of that, they've held on to the lead now, have 9 seconds on the 888 behind them. 888, though, it's worth noting, SMP Racing Esports started in 5th place, a bit further down the field. And because all the cars, basically what happened at the beginning, Callum, all the cars went really wide towards the left-hand side on turn 1. And the 888 just went, oh, okay, if you're all going to go over there, I'll take the right-hand side of the track. And they just shot through, gaining 3 places at the beginning, then later overtaking the Williams Razor team, get up into that 2nd place as well, and initially held 1st place for a little bit too because they didn't take a fresh set of tyres. The SMP Racing team, they've done a really good job so far, and only now they're coming under pressure from George Boothby in the Veloce UCOG car. 5 tenths behind them, because George Boothby will be on a fresh set of tyres. Molia right now isn't there on an old set too, so you may see an overtake here for the Veloce team, but coming close now to the 2nd round of pit stops, almost at that 4-hour mark, and don't imagine it'll be too long, Callum, before we see cars diving back towards the pit lanes again.
Yeah, it happened when we went to break, so it'll be probably just on or just after the 4-hour marks. These guys obviously will probably try and drive up to the maximum stint time or as close as they can get to it. We see Boothby here just Bentley just pulling away a little bit of a straight line. Is quite a boat, that Bentley, but it's very, very powerful and is very quick in a straight line. Just getting it past some lap traffic, that's a very clever way of letting them through there. Just good respect there by, I believe it was one of the Aston Martins, light body. I fail to remember which car that was, but yeah, just nicely getting out of the way, recognising this is a potential future battle for the lead, depending on what happens with the Ferrari and the pit stops ahead. So, just a very, very respectful way of getting out of the way, as we see Boothby just sort of sitting there, not really going crazy, not really pushing crazy hard to try and make this pass. He's just going to sit there. I think he knows the pit stops are coming up soon. He knows there's probably going to be a driver change potentially, or as we see the Jean Alesi, that was the Lamborghini there, just losing it on the and cutting away to the field on the inside there. So that was, I believe, was that Darren King there? Was that Darren King?
Yeah, I think it was Darren King. You see in the race replay there, they're just losing the grip of the car, going off the side of the track onto the right-hand side. Rejoins though and does manage to recover, but unfortunately for them, slow them down.
Very scary.
Yeah,
it's going to slow him down. He's going to have some dirt on his tyres there as well, so it's going to mess up those tyres. He's going to want to get in and get off them as soon as possible, I'd imagine. That was really scary there for the leaders. You can imagine both of them very nervous now of any lap traffic they come up to. So That is the problem with lap traffic, though. You know, you've got a car that's up there on older tyres, and you know they can lose it in front of you, and you know they can have their own accident if you get caught up in it. You know, there's not much you can do sometimes.
Yeah, absolutely. We were talking about a similar thing in qualifying, where of course you want to find your own space out on track, but like you said, it's the same with lap traffic. Of course, you can't always predict exactly what they're going to do, especially if they're on old tyres. They may lose grip outside of their control, so these factors you have to bear in mind when you are trying to overtake the lap traffic here. Marco Bischoff, Kramer Racing Esports, currently sitting in P26, will be earning themselves a couple of points for this race so far. They are trying to close in on Jaroslav Roth and Connection Lost Racing just ahead of them, and we're currently watching from behind. See, I believe that is the Assetto Visceral car. Not sure which colour. I'm going to imagine it's the red one here, and that's in the lead, looking to overtake them. It is the Assetto red Visceral Esports car there that is just coming to lap. So already P1 is lapping P26 and P25. We're going to watch now from the rear of Jaroslav Roth. Lost the Connection Lost Racing car back on Bischoff here, and you can see the Assetto car just lurking behind. Every single time they take a corner, you just see a glimpse of that Visceral red livery. So it's going to be interesting how they navigate this. These two cars battling on the field, but it looks like Bischoff just going to yield a little bit early, and hopefully they're going to follow through. I imagine their plan is to follow through with the Assetto car on the long straight here, Callum.
Yeah, so he'll probably just try and keep a toe in with that Assetto car and just sort of, again, when the Assetto car goes past the Aston Martin in front of the Connection Lost Racing, that Jaroslav Roth car, you know, he's going to lose time. He's going to be offline. He's going to not have the optimal time as he lets him pass down the straight there. So probably the best place he could do it there, so he can judge it on the brakes and just hold that defensive line into turn one. Very, very clever driving there from that 404 Connection Lost Racing car. But Bischoff still right on the back of him. As I said, this is exactly what I thought he was going to do. Use that Ferrari going past as an opportunity to sort of regain that gap that he lost with whilst being lapped himself. So traffic ebbs and flows. You know, getting lapped, you'll gain time, you'll lose time. You've just got to be really, really patient and just see how it all plays out. You know, it's a very, very long race. There's no point trying to sort of hold someone behind or risk the stewards looking into you for not respecting blue flags. As we cut here to Jaroslav Honzik in that Yassi RCI Ferrari, making up some places, up again, up into 32nd place. These guys struggling a little bit though to sort of battle their way through the field, as you said, making their way past, I believe that's the it is the Forza Italia car, as we see Southall for the RCI Esports team straight into the pit. So yeah, as I said, about on 4 hours, these guys are starting to make pit stops here. As we cut to Boothby still on the back of that Bentley. It's hard to overtake that Bentley with how wide it is at the rear end. It is an absolute unit of a car. But still just chilling on the back there, just sitting right under that rear wing. And let's have a look here. We've noticed there's a drive-through penalty for car 46 as Boothby Boothby carries on and Smolyar into the pit lanes there. So really doesn't want to spend any more time on those old tyres, trying to get it stopped before the marks, as we see two Aztec cars there, one each of varying colour, who knows which one's which. One of them is the white car up into 10th place, Negrini there, around the outside of that that Audi there, as just to refresh up, but that Ferrari behind, I believe that's one of the Aztec cars. Yeah, the 46 got a drive-through penalty, so have to spend some time looking into why that is, but he'll have to serve that soon, because I imagine they'll want to be pitting as well. So obviously he might leave it for the next driver, but might want to just get it out of the way. Obviously it's going to cost him quite a lot there. We're saying this could be the instant here by Stewie, and it should be. So probably going to be a dive down the inside, yeah, and just a take out on the 912 Porsche. And again, that's probably the instant, I believe, Stewie, correct me if I'm wrong, that caused all that damage for the 912 Porsche. Yeah, it is. Being confirmed by here. So coming back to bite them there in that Aztec car. So drive-through penalty for them.
Well, we mentioned penalties, and I'm just going to run through the penalty reports from the last hour just now. Do interrupt me, Callum. Fight breaks out on track and in at 22 turn 6 involving 23 and the 46 cars. It was a 5-second penalty for car number 46 for forcing the 23 off the track. And that they lost a couple of positions. An incident on lap 26, turn 1, involving the 777 and the number 7 car as well. Drive through for car number 7 for taking out the 777 position was not returned. Incident on lap 17, turn 6, involving the 77 and the 29. 5-second penalty for car 29, avoidable contact. And incident on lap 31, the turn 8. This is involving the 832 and the 23. 5-second penalty for car number 23 for causing avoidable contact. Incident on lap 44, turn 4, involving number 1 and number 71. 5-second penalty for car number 71. It was an overtake that included contact, therefore it was deemed a penalty. Incident lap 53, turn 1, involving the number 60 and the 164 car. It was a 5 seconds for the car 164, causing avoidable contact on the 60. And the result of that, positions were lost for the number 60 car as well. Incident lap 60, turn 13, involving the 992 and the 72. It's just a warning for car number 72, forcing them to take avoiding action whilst the number 72 is under blue flags. On lap 40, pit entry involving the number 44 and the 888. The warning for the car 888 for causing avoidable contact. I believe we saw that just as they were entering the pits when we went for a break. Incident on lap 43, turn 4, involving number 46 and the 912. It's drive-through for the car number 46, taking out the 912 and no position returned. And finally, an incident on lap 43, turn 4, involving the 912 and the 889. Warning for the car 912 was given after they failed to hold their brakes after the accident with the number 46, resulting in further contact. 889. That catches up us on the penalties from the last hour. But for now, though, we are going to take a break. Me and Callum Kerwin will be rejoining you guys in 5 minutes' time. But for now, turn up the volume because we're going to be riding on board with one of the cars for a little bit. In that time, we'll make sure we put up the QR code. Oh no, what's happened here? Quickly, the number 95 Racing Point car made contact with the Jean Alesi Esports team. Joshua Allen there finding himself not able to recover quite as quickly as a Racing Point. A quick race replay here shows exactly what happened. It looks like the Racing Point just tagging the rear of the Jean Alesi car coming out of the corner there. But anyway, we'll be going for that 5-minute break. Of course, in that time, we'll put a QR code up on the right-hand side of the screen. That's for the AKE's People of the Race, where you can vote your favourite team of the race, whether they've been the best out on track, done the best overtakes, or just your favourite team overall. You can help them win an extra €100 per race by voting for them using the QR code. We'll also post a link in the chat for you as well, so you can do that in the break. But for now, turn up the volume and listen along as we ride on board with Team 1 FF, Nicholas Arndt behind the wheel. Welcome back, everybody, to the 6 hours of Indianapolis here in the RCI our Esports Challenge Championship. Currently, we've got Abeladze for SMP Racing Esports driving on your screen in the 888 Bentley. They've had an amazing race so far. The 888 Bentley have an Abeladze hoping to keep that going. The Aztec Sim Sports Visceral Red car leading the race so far have just pitted and now coming out with Moreira behind the wheel for the number 44. Whilst we were off for that break there, had a disqualification for another one, the Aztec Visceral cars. It was the Aztec Visceral Black, number 46. They were disqualified for speeding in the pit lane, going 104 kilometers per hour there. So they are now out of this race, unfortunately. I believe they were originally running in P11 before we left. But welcome back, everybody. I'm Tim Peck. Callum Cohen still in the booth with me for now, and Stewie still behind the broadcasting tools. Callum, very exciting break we just had there. I know we were sitting watching the racing and there was a lot of oohs and ahs as again the number 71, very well to Esports, making contact there with the 696 ITV Racing.
Yeah, it was quite interesting seeing them all battle it out while we were sort of just off having a quick break to go to the toilet and get ourselves a fresh drink as we go again for another hour of sim racing. Just a note as well, just looking at, looking at the chats just to see if there was anything said about the Aztec disqualification. Sorry, I believe the 912 has retired from the race. I don't know if we picked that up earlier on, but I think just the culmination of the incident, they retired. So being told that we did, so I'll shut up and get back in my box. As we see the 888, just looking at things out in front now that the pit stops sort of played themselves out. Boothby ahead of the 888 car in that 992 Ferrari. Obviously, no driver change for them in that Veloce car, whereas the car behind the 888, the SMP car, has had a driver change, and still it's the Aztec Visceral Racing red car out front. So no real change apart from obviously Boothby jumping ahead with that, I imagine, quite short pit stop with no driver change. Just so we can bring up the pit stop times when everybody sort of cycled through and made their stops now. So we're jumping back into racing here. That 696 Audi making some good progress up ahead, up into 14th place, but just battling away with the Ferrari of FFS Racing. So just about 23 car making some ground with 3/10 behind here. Just we're going to stick on the back as it comes down the main straight. Maybe try and make a move down into the first corner. This Ferrari and Audi, two of the better cars with this in this field at the minute, with the current state of play with the BOP, etc., and everything else. Just showing his nose there, just trying to make himself aware, just any mistakes that he can afford, make an easy overtake. Yeah, these Audis and Ferraris really sort of the best of the bunch at the minute, Tim.
Absolutely, they've been the stars of the show for today so far. Of course, we were talking to the manager of the 696, the ITB Sandslock Racing team, and they were saying that their goal is to get up into the top 10. They started down in P28, currently find themselves in 14th, so a great progression towards their goal so far, but still under pressure from the FFS Racing. We saw them overtake the pink FFS Racing car earlier. Now it looks like the pink car wants it back. FFS Racing down towards the inside. The problem is, if you go towards the inside here, you lose all momentum for the following corners, which opens up the door for the 95 Racing Point car to maybe go for a move now. They're down towards the inside, coming out of the right-hander. They will be ahead now. FFS Racing dropping a place down into P16, opening the door for the Racing Point up into that 15th slot, and that allows ITB to pull away slightly as well, able to defend that position. But the recurring story of today, Callum, is make sure you pick and choose your battles carefully, because like there, what we saw with FS Racing is go for a move at the wrong time and it doesn't quite pay off, actually end up losing a place instead, which is exactly what has just happened to Martin Grady.
Yeah, it's something that me and John talk about a lot in our Monday night series, where you always got to watch out for that third car in the train. Car 1 and 2 might be battling ahead, but car 3 is lurking there, and it really doesn't matter which way it goes. Whether the car in the middle makes the overtake or doesn't, they're always going to be under threat from the car behind. That third car is really always going to be a threat, and it's always a good opportunity. You come up on two cars battling ahead, as we see that Aston Martin there, sorry, is the Racing Point one, is not losing any time getting back on our friends at ITB there, the 696. So really, really aggressive right under that ring with that Audi, and just really making some great gain on these fresh tyres. You've got to be careful though with these fresh tyres. You don't want to take everything out of them early. You want to leave some meat left at the end, because after an hour, if you're battling that hard on those tyres for the entire hour, you are probably going to struggle. So he's really going aggressive as he tries to make a move down the outside, and it turns to the inside for the next corner there, and he's through ahead. And now got to watch out for that third car in the train there. So that FFS Ferrari there is going to make his way through on the ITB cars. That's exactly what we're talking about. That third car as well. You get swallowed up by one driver, you're probably going to get swallowed up by two here, especially with the caliber of drivers here as we cut ahead to a battle at the front here. Another Ferrari, Team 1FF, trying to make a move on Van der Velde, still in that 55 Audi. So still going for that Razor Williams Esports team. Just making their way back up, doing a good job. Was 7th when I joined the broadcast about an hour and a bit ago now up to 5th. So fourth, making some progress with those pit stops.
Tinko van der Velde, an amazing driver, and has been in the car since the start of the race, same as George Boothby, actually, you mentioned earlier, has taken all 3 of the stints so far. Of course, it's worth noting that George Boothby for the Veloce UCOG car, rounds 1 and 2, took every single stint but one for both of those races. So liking to be behind the wheel of the car, George Boothby has a teammate Malinowski, also very talented behind the wheel as well, but so far hasn't had as much showtime as Boothby in the 992 as of yet. But Tinko van der Velde here, been in the car since the beginning of the day, qualified for the Williams Esports Razor car, and now still sits in that car, currently P4 overall. And we're just watching now FFS Racing, their second team, the 1-2-3, towards the top of the field. Andre Frank currently in P6. Away through Arnk here in the number 52, fallen slightly off the back of Tinko van der Velde here. And now you can see on the right hand side of the standings the last pit stop times. This gives us a little bit of an insight as to who's on which tyres. So using my big brain here, Callum, I'm going to predict that Moreira in the Assetto Visceral Red team wants to take a fresh set, a fresh set of tyres, strapped on a nice new fancy pair. George Boothby behind though for the Veloce UCOG team hasn't. They've got the old tyres on still. A pit stop time of a 1:23.8, a very, very quick pit stop. It means that they can't possibly strap tyres on in that time as well. And then Abeladze in the AAA S&P racing car also finally taking a new fresh set of tyres as well, which will probably be a good idea, seeing as last time round they were one of the teams on an old pair of tyres. Being said though, that AAA, for a team that was on an old pair of tyres, the Bentley was still throwing out some really impressive lap times.
Yeah, they were doing, like, they were matching leaders' pace at certain points, as we see FFS Ferrari here, 1-2-3 car, going to make a move down the inside on that 52 of the team 1FF Ferrari there. It's just saw the opportunity there, dove it down the inside there, and not too much resistance given up by the other Ferrari behind it. But again, that connection loss racing Aston Martin is hovering behind them. Going to try and make a move as we cut forward to the past sim racing team of Powell Dominac in that 832 Aston Martin. Just trying to make some gains on the number 27. That's the Jean Alesi Esports Lamborghini here, one of the 2 Lamborghinis we have in this race. So it's just trying to make some time up. That was the Lamborghini that spun, I believe. Was it earlier, just before we went to no, it wasn't. Sorry, that was the other sister car that had a little bit of a moment. So drivers just sort of, trying to make a fight out of just leaving the pits. Like first sort of 10 minutes, you really want to sort of try to establish what stint you're going to have. You want to be pushing on. You want to be trying to sort of make moves. Not be too aggressive, but be firm. Sort of set the tone for the rest of the hour and about 5-10 minutes that they will be driving the car here. So again, little show in the mirrors, trying to force mistakes. It's a lot of these overtakes are just going to be forcing mistakes from drivers in front. You know, but it's very rare that you're going to make an overtake when a driver in front doesn't make a mistake, as we see still here the 27's rear wing, that big plank on the back of that Lamborghini here, and just see that Aston Martin just sort of moving about in the mirrors, just trying to make himself well known, just spotting for any opportunity he can possibly get. Quite a big gap there to the cars behind as well, so it's quite safe to just go on the attack and not worry about what's coming up behind him for the minute.
Absolutely. Well, the John Lacey Esports team now under pressure as they get overtaken. Actually, I believe that is just... Oh, no, that is the 832 there, taking them on the track. So they're up into P18. That means John Lacey will fall down into that P19 position as well. We mentioned earlier that Martin Grady had got in the car. They're also known as Tidgeny, and they're a YouTube streamer, made a name for themselves on the Gran Turismo, where they competed on the big stage in front of thousands of people. They have a natural talent to learn to drive anything quickly, once even learning to drive a new car and track 1 week, finishing in the top 10 of a major esports event later on. And of course, we've got John Dalton in the chat saying, is that Tidgeny Spears? Well, it would not be an RCI stream without mentioning that, of course, Martin Grady, on occasion, dressed up as Britney Spears, where he then calls himself Tidgeny Spears over on his Twitch. And that's a very John Dalton fact, that one. He's been getting excited over in the Twitch chat. Loves it to be mentioned that Tidgeny is in the car right now. So Tidgeny Spears, everyone behind the wheel, finally entered.
I mean, that is a very John Dalton fact. I wouldn't be surprised if that was John that wrote the thing in the little comms brief that we get before the races. Yeah, John likes his weird and wonderful facts there, and it is such a good meme. It is a very, very, very good meme. He's blaming someone else. What a surprise. John blaming someone else for something that is, I believe, his fault. But we're going to say it's John's fault. I'm going to say it's John's fault. Sorry, John.
I can confirm it's not, but it could have been, but it's not, surprisingly.
We'll blame him anyways for it. It doesn't matter. But love you, John. See you tomorrow, hopefully, if we have a broadcast for the Monday night stream that we do, or the second round of the Maserati Championship. Still waiting to sort some things out internally to double check that that's definitely going ahead. But fingers crossed, if we've got the people here to do it, and the people to broadcast, the people to commentate, we will do it. So that race will be going ahead nonetheless, with or without a stream. As we cut back to the action, away from Tidgeny Spears and towards the Balance Esports Aston Martin on the back of the... Sorry, I'm going to try and hold it in there. On the back of quite a good four-way fight here now. Team 1FF Lee Ferrari there, as we cut away from that again onto another Ferrari that's on the back of the Jean Lacey Lamborghini here. Going to dive down the inside here. The Ferrari's really good in the top end. It's the Jean Lacey Ferrari as well. Sorry, making a move on the Jean Lacey Lamborghini. All Jean Lacey at the minute. Cut to the other Jean Lacey car here, trying to make a move on Sundstrom here in the Audi head. Sundstrom, I believe, quite a regular RCI. I've seen his name thrown around quite a bit here. The other championships here again. Just again watching for that car behind though. You've got to watch out for that Aston Martin in the background of Savalainen, that 69 car. Just he's lurking there. He's gonna try and make a move if he can. So we'll see what happens there. Just trying to hold off. He's got to go from attacking to defending. It's a very difficult skill for those guys to do.
Absolutely. There was a lot of Jean Lacey's flicking across the screen for a second there. I do feel for you, but Jean Lacey on Jean Lacey action. Hugo Morales, of course, gaining a place on Hutchinson, putting the Ferrari up into that P19 slot. Wenham right now, though, for the Jean Lacey number 28 car, trying to look for a way through the 899, as you have said. And a little bit of a small train here. You've got Sundstrom at the front, Wenham in the middle there, and Salvalainen in the number 69 Aston Martin taking up the rear. Very, very, very close to each other. And got a freaking Callum in a minute. One of them is just going to go for a little bite and see if they can make a move.
Yeah, and we've got another thing to look out for. That Yassi Ferrari, a little bit of place. Change of driver. Jaroslav out of the car. Barrier in. So as we see them potentially making a move on each other now, but still all staying in the same order, differing lines going there. As I say, that commentator's curse, Sundstrom's run wide there, so the Jean Alesi car is through. And great move there by the Aston Martin around the outside of the Audi in. So the Audi will be demoted now down to 29th place. The Lamborghini up into 27th and the Aston into 28th. But again, just trying to make a move straight back. That Audi just having a little look, and that has brought Harrier right into play here. So 3 cars up on the chopping block here for that Yas Heat car to try and make some progress forward in this race. Obviously, we've been saying that they had issues at the start. They're just trying to move forward, and they're just struggling a little bit. I think that Ferrari, that we know has got good pace, to just make some progress up forward in this field as we cut to. Oh dear. What's
Tishney
going on here?
Spears!
Tishney Spears. We have an example of Tishney Spears. I'm wondering, is he Tishney Spears right now? Can someone have a look? Can John have a look if he's streaming and see if he's Tishney Spears right now? Because that would be Tishney Spears' inception here at RCI. But as we see Tishney Spears, it's John's favourite meme. We have to bring it out here at RCI. Stewie's I don't know what cursed place Stewie's found that from, but yeah, somewhere deep in the RCI Discord there.
Oh.
As we see, ITB car getting hip and shouldered out by the West Competition Racing BMW. Andre, the #1 car there, sort of coming through. I'm coming through. I'm barging my way past. Ain't nothing you can do about it, son. Give me a little bit of a love tap on the way through. I'm sure it's just one of those racing incidents that you can't really avoid. Probably gone a little bit too hot. Disney is Grady today and not Spears. Big sad. I'm very sorry, John. I've ruined your day there. So we can confirm that Disney is just driving as plain old Martin Grady and not Disney Spears today. Very important information we bring you here at RCI, Tim.
I love how you worded that as Tishney Spears is playing as Martin Grady today, rather than Martin Grady is not playing as Tishney Spears today. You always said it as if Tishney Spears is the actual name, and they just play Martin Grady on occasion. But of course, now we're watching Valentin Barrier in the Yas Heat car. Had a bit of an accident earlier on, causing them to get a stop and go of 10 seconds. That's why they are so far down the field from where they started. Now, though, climbing back up the order, Speed find themselves in the top 30, where they will earn points towards the championship. And oh no, what is happening here? A lot of cars going very awkward directions, it seems. Marco Bischoff navigating his way through this, ends up going towards the left there. A race replay here and see if we can see exactly what happened. You can see Marco Bischoff there gets close to the white car on the right, and I believe there may actually be a slight tap here, and then hooking the curb, just can't pick up enough speed, has to swing really far to the left to avoid the 888 car coming through, and that makes sense. If the 888 car coming through, Abeladze behind the wheel of that one now, it's because they're blue flag. That's why they made such a weird move. I was wondering what Kramer Racing was doing there, because that's not the line to take for that corner if you want to defend, but of course they're blue flagged here, so just trying to keep it as close as they can to the 889 just ahead of them. Now looking for a move, goes towards inside of turn 1, can't quite get alongside though. Turn 2, the 889 car is still going to be just ahead of them, and unfortunately for Marco Bischoff, driving a Porsche, going to have a whole lot of straight line speed here, really be able to do anything in the straight, so they will have to look for a move in the corner. Well, of course, it's time to mention our sponsors who help to make this racing possible. 8K Esports sponsoring the Team of the Race Award. Of course, you saw the QR code coming up every hour during our 5-minute break, where you can vote for your team of the race. Of course, you can vote for any team you want for any merit of reasons, and that helps them win an award worth €100 going towards their team at the end of the season. Go Setup sponsored the Pole Position Award, and they also gift €100 to the team that earns pole position. Today, that will go to the Assetto Visceral team, Red, who managed to secure that pole position, currently still leading the race as well. And then our final sponsor of the day is Fanatec, who provide high-level, high-end sim racing gear, direct drive wheelbases to load cell pedals as well. You can go to their website now, have a look at some of their gear, and if you use our affiliate link in the description, we'll be able to help us out if you make a purchase too. Going back to the race, though, Legion of Racers 889 car has put itself a nice little gap to Bischoff from behind. 1.4 seconds currently splits the 889 car right now with the 977, although that corner looks like Bischoff covered quite a lot of ground there coming in, but for now Ratchmat has a nice load of breathing room where maybe they can just start to look to close that 12-second gap. Hutchings ahead in the John Lacey Lamborghini.
Yeah, he's going to try and make a move ahead. It's just worth noting there that something I noticed as we were cutting through different cameras, Triple Eight car is getting caught from the car behind. So I can't remember exactly who it was that was sitting in fourth place now, but yeah, it's getting caught. I think it's the Razor car. Sorry, yeah, we can see him there, Tinker van der Velde. So he's just gaining quite a bit there, and ever since the pit stop, obviously probably on fresh tyres without a driver change, and yeah, he's just probably in tune with that that Audi, just pounding around laps. It's been going for nearly 2.5, nearly well, going to be approaching up to 3 hours now. But yeah, no changes out in front as we see that gassy RCI car struggling, just getting on the grass on the entry into the left-hander, as we're sure we're going to cut to a race replay of exactly what's happened there. Maybe a little bit of contact between, maybe some people not seeing each other. I believe it's just dove it down the outside, and that car on the inside there did not see him. So it's just moved over and sort of closed the door to the outside, which is a very rare thing to see. But yeah, hopefully not too much damage, and yeah, so hopefully can carry on and make the time up there. Bit of moving under braking, Stewie saying there. Maybe going to see some stewards getting a look in that. But yeah, so just 3.5 hours to go. We're just sort of nearly approaching halfway through as we see that John Alesi Ferrari trying to make a move there, and the Yassi RCI car drop. Sorry, Gas Heat, not Yassi RCI. I've been told to ignore the RCI and the team name. It's, I believe, an error. Now on the back, being approached up by Sundstrom in that Audi. So he's lost quite a bit of time there to the Ferrari. Sorry, the Aston Martin up ahead as the Ferrari there. So the Yassi guy's just struggling here, just not making that progress through the field again that we're saying there. Apparently. Disney Spears is the normal. Apparently mine is the cosplay, according to John Dalton. Just to cut back to that very important piece of information, I'm sure you all needed. John Dalton, very alive in the old YouTube chats. He's loving his life over there, spending some time watching. I believe he's commentating later. But yeah, Sundstrom there, just trying to make a play on that Ferrari's downfall there. But Ferrari has pulled out a little bit of a gap. As we talk about downfall car, Ballas Esports car of Pecoro there, wide into the last sector there, and that is going to be the Audi there of Gendry through the 334 car, going to make his way through onto the straight. I believe he was ahead before, so it might have been an attempt at an overtake gone wrong. As we cut to a potential overtake here, Connection Loss Racing, Martin Lorink, very regular car and driver combination seen here in RCI series, is trying to make a move on Potomsky, sorry, number 43 car. I'm actually butchering pronunciations today. Jesus, I've just woken up.
Put your teeth back in. Come on.
Take a small sip of water and carry on, go again. But yeah, just right under that rear wing of that Aston Martin fight there. So be interesting to see who comes out on top too.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, Martin Lawrence raced in our most recent Friday Sprint Challenge Series, was leading the championship as well, all the way up until the final round, where unfortunately some errors outside of their control instance they got caught up in made them lose to Verstappen at the end of the championship. Now they're back here today to prove exactly what they can do, and so far it's done an amazing drive for the Connection Loss Racing team. They started a lot further down the field. I believe they were towards the back after qualifying, somewhere down in like 38th to 40th, and now all the way up in 24th. They will be scoring points in the race, and by the looks of it, they are still climbing ever higher. The number 404 Connection Loss Racing team going up through the field as now they're just moving out the way for the number 5. That is the Williams Esports Chill Blast car. Passing them as the back. So Martin Lawrence going to let them through before the straight. Be a very smart decision from them here, as if the other cars do yield to the Williams Chill Blast car, Martin Lawrence may be able to follow through if they do it quickly enough, but we will see coming down towards the end of the straight now. And it looks like the other two cars are going to continue fighting for now. Don't have room to let the Chill Blast through just yet. Aztec Sim Sports, the Visceral White, themselves up through the number 17. They're now up into P9. So they're going to go forward as well. Of course, their teammates, the Aztec Visceral Red car, still in the lead of this race of 12 seconds between them and George Boothby, currently sitting in P2 as well. Your championship leaders, the Williams Esports Razor team, won both the rounds in this championship already. Hailami was their win, and also Imola as well. Tico van der Velde behind the wheel currently sits in P4 for now, just outside of the podium for them. And going back to the race with Martin Lawrence now, Connection Lost Racing, still looking for a way through. Potomski in the number 43 car there. So battles happening up and down the field. 3.5 hours to go in this race, Callum. And I don't want the commentators to curse this, but I think the cars has calmed down a little bit now.
Yeah, you've got no penalties on the right-hand side of the timing board notice as well. Drivers keeping it clean in the sort of mid-section of the race. You've just sort of got into your rhythm now. The drivers, that have been driving, especially those who've been driving for the whole race as well, got into a real good rhythm. They've had their stop. They've had a good half hour of that stint as well. Good flash of the lights there from the Williams car behind. He wants to get let through at the end of the straight, but that 23, that Lurprint Esports Aston's got some pace there. It's just a bit awkward. It seemed like to me like he was going to brake a little bit late there and let him through, but he's not. It's just is he holding that Williams car up now? The lap times will tell, but that Williams car really wants to get through now. It's been an entire lap behind a lap car, which is a bit rare. So hopefully that John will let him through and let him get out of the way, and he has. And he's done it through the corner there. And this is the thing, that Connection Lost Racing car is going to try and make a move. He's going to have to hold it around the outside if he wants to do it. But onto the back straight, it's going to be a drag down to the end of the straight here and that heavy braking zone. But I think that Connection Lost Racing car is going to go through as we see a car off very far on the left-hand side there. And he is through. So he's played on the traffic, played on the lapped cars, and has managed to make some progress here as we see Harold Dominic here, that past Sim Sport team trying to make some progress on, I believe that's the ITB car ahead as we cut to, this is a battle for second place. So Abdelatse has closed up to Boothby on old tyres. Boothby, I believe, was on old tyres there. Yep. Abdelatse finally on some fresh tyres. So really making that Bentley work, has closed the gap there to Boothby, and Van der Velde has closed the gap in that Williams Razor car as well. So we've got a three-way battle here for second place. Expect this to be all over your screens up until when the pit stops happen. Imagine these guys are going to be battling hard to try and get into lane first. As we see, just an update, gap ahead from Boothby is about 13.5 seconds. So these guys, Boothby struggling a little bit, not quite lost the 16 seconds that the 888 car did in the other stint, but all feeding their way through. The problem is, with these drivers all on such good pace, it's going to be hard for them to find a way through. They're going to make a mistake, it's going to be really difficult. It's going to be nose to tail the entire way to the pit stops.
It could definitely be so, and even though George Boothby has a huge disadvantage right now being on old set of tyres, I mean, they're notorious in the sim racing community as one of the best sim racers in the world. So if you're Abeladze or even Tico van der Velde right now, just because you know that Boothby ahead is on those old tyres, you're not going to think that this is going to be an easy challenge anyway, because they're great at defending, even with that huge disadvantage as well. And that's going to be playing on their minds a little bit. And like you said, this will be a long fight if Boothby can make it so. Arguably, I'd say for the Veloce UCOG team right now, this is probably one of the most important fights of the race for them. They don't necessarily have to win it. They can be overtaken at the end, but they need to hold out now for as long as possible so that they more bring the other cars down to their speed. Of course, that's not looking like the case as SMP Racing Esports plunders through into the Bentley there, able to just get them before turn one even starts. But Boothby still on the rear of Abeladze here, hasn't fallen off quite yet. We're looking from Tico van der Velde's perspective right now in the Williams Esports Razor car. You can just see they've not yet found a way through Boothby. So what Boothby's goal here is, Callum, is stick to the back of that Bentley, use them to pull you along, and hopefully you won't yield the position to the Williams car too quickly, because it's all just a game of delay now for the Veloce team. They just need to delay how long it takes for these cars to come through.
Yeah, obviously a bit of an old commentator's curse there. The Triple Eight car getting straight through as soon as you mentioned that he needs to keep him behind. But I'd expect to see that Bentley walk off a little bit in the corners. But yeah, Boothby holding on to the back of him there in that 992 Ferrari. So as you say, all very skilled drivers, all at the top of their game, at the front of the field. So yeah, they're just going to try and cause the other drivers around him to lose as much time as possible without losing time for himself. So they've lost another half second to that double 4 Ferrari Area in front in the Aztec racing car. But yeah, he's just going to try and hold on to the pit stops now. About 19 minutes to go. We expect them to pit on about the hour mark at the minute, these guys. So that's what they did last time. So yeah, he's just got to try and hold on as much as possible. It's going to be hard to keep that Williams car behind. Obviously, we know that Williams car's quick. We know it's got pace. We know it's won 2 of 2 races so far this season. So these guys are going to be trying to get on the podium, trying to get up and in the front. You know, they've got the opportunity. Potentially, can they put themselves in the position to win the race again? You know these guys are strong. They know what they're doing over there at Williams. So spent some time talking to Tom, who works here at RCI and also at Williams, an event a while back with university racing that I do. It was great to sort of have a chat with him about all the esports side of things, and he's helping us with a couple of little bits here that we do at the uni. Just giving us a bit of advice on maybe throwing into sim racing. So you might see a University of Wolverhampton racing liveried car in some sim racing at some point in the future. Going to be a project for after I've left, though, unfortunately. So nothing to do with me, but I'll still be here with RCI commentating on all of the shenanigans that's going on here as we see, that Boothby in that Ferrari just dropping back a little bit, from that Bentley in front. He's now probably not going to get as much of a tow as that Audi is behind. Obviously, the Bentley, really big car, can produce a really big tow, but yeah, that Audi is going to be looking to make a move into turn 1, Tim.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the Bentley is double the size of the Ferrari in terms of actual height of the car. There will be, if you would want to be a little bit closer here, as already last lap when the gap was a lot smaller between Boothby and Abeladze, Tinko van der Velde basically side by side by the end of the straight. You can see now the Williams Esports Razor team closing in on the UCOG Veloce just ahead, not quite able to get through for now though, and that's going to be another lap with Boothby ahead. Very, very good defending from the 992 there. Some great pace out of the Veloce UCOG car and Boothby, because this, like I said, this is going to be key later on in the race, is how long they manage to hold them behind for. We're going to have a race replay here involving the Jean Lacey car, Hugo Morales behind the wheel of this one. You can see the 832 going towards the outside there. Hugo Morales, and the Jean Lacey goes towards the inside and gets the move done. A slight tap at the end there, but now it will be anything other than a racing incident. No harm, no foul in that situation. Hugo Morales now for the Jean Lacey 29 team up into P17. STR Esports, Riley Murdoch behind the wheel of that number 39, trying to make a move on Simware Pro by VDES, the number 17. Aston Martin ahead. You can see now the BMW squeezing them to the left-hand side, but that opened the door for the number 14, who has taken both of those places in one foul swoop. They're gone, thank you very much, Murdoch. I'll be scooping both of those places up. So STR Esports don't gain a position there because they lost one at the same time. They do manage to clear the other car ahead of them, which is a small win for them. And now you can see the Ren Welton sports car, the number 71, driven by Leon Burns. They've come into the fray as well, and they want a piece of this action on the number 17, McCulkin as well. But again, one of these trains where you really just have to wait for the right opportunity to strike, and the second it opens, you take it. Ren Welton diving towards the inside there, huge lunge out of the Ferrari down towards the inside, managing to hold it together as well around the outside of the next corner too, becomes the inside yet again, and Ren Welton up a position. That is not an overtake that I expected to see on a place like that, but managing to get it done, absolutely amazing. But course, the number 17 is on old tyres there, helping the number 71 Roman Welton to come through in that situation. Racing Point fighting their way through the field right now. And then at the front, Tinker van der Velde, Williams Esports, the Team Razor, number 55. Well, they are still stuck behind George Boothby, Callum.
Yeah, and I don't know if you saw in the background there down that straight, I believe that's the number, I believe it was one of the FFS cars, it's a 123. I don't know if he's making his way up to the back of that group as well. So could be followers. We see cars everywhere down on the back straight. Flash the lights from the John Lacey car and the Audi trying to defend from the Aston Martin, the number 69 car there of Savona with a 5-second penalty. Yeah, as we see, it's the virtual drivers driven by TX3 and Robin Grendu 334 Audi there, just trying to make some defence. I imagine he's either on old tyres or he's used his up in his stint. So just trying to make some progress, trying to stop that Aston Martin. You know, now is the point where you're thinking about defending, as you said. You want to keep the cars behind that are behind. You know, you're going to start battling. You're going to use up those tyres if you've got any left before you pit stop, especially if you're going to be pitting on for a fresh set of boots in about 14 minutes time. We're seeing cars in the pit lane. We cut ahead to, that's the Aztec Visceral white car, battling one of the SMP Bentleys. I believe that is the 878 of Boykov, making me worry again that there's been a change up front. As we look a little bit up front, sorry, cuts to a race replay. Apparently that a battle happened in T1 as we look ahead to Boothby being overtaken there by that Williams car. So the Williams car is through on Boothby. It's going to try and make some progress, and we see that 1-2-3 Ferrari still lurking in the background there, and the 888 Bentley, I believe, trying to lap one of the Jean Lacey Lamborghinis I saw up ahead there. So new order, Van der Velde ahead of Boothby, and then Frank in that 1-2-3 Ferrari there, just trying to make some progress as we cut back to Barry. It's still in 29th place for the Yas Heat team in that 939 Ferrari. Still trying to make progress. There's been another hour stuck behind down on the sort of lower stages of the points there. That Yas Heat car is now trying to battle for every point it can get. Still plenty of time to go. 3 hours still remaining in this race. So hopefully we can see them make a bit of a move up towards the cars ahead. 27th place here, trying to battle ahead of 26. Still that 334 car ahead of the 69. 69 with a 5-second penalty in the stop. But look for a bit of a longer pit stop for the 69 car. Just great driving here by the Audi just to hold him off defensively, Tim.
Absolutely brilliant driving from the Audi to hold off June at South Line here. Gets very close to the rear of the virtual drivers by TX3 car there. For those of you just joining us, we're almost halfway through round 3 of the RCI 6-hour Esports Challenge. We're here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway, automobile racing circuit located in Indiana. So for 14 turns, the track length is 395 kilometers, which is 2.439 miles, and it's one of the American tracks that was added in the most recent ACC update. Added 3 American tracks to the game, of course. Whilst I've been saying that, Valentin Barrier getting a move done in that Yas Heat car. Actually, no, they've fallen behind in the Yas Heat car, currently battling it out with one of the Jean Lacey's, the number 28 there, neck and neck with each other. To get back ahead, though, goes Valentin Barrier and the Yas Heat team. Porco for Gator Chain Ballast Esports now looking down the inside of Marco Bischoff there and gets the move done and dusted just before this right-hander here. Now they need to get a good exit out of the left-hander if they want to stay ahead, but luckily for them, Marco Bischoff in the Porsche may struggle a little bit. Get a good run onto the straight and up to speed, as Porsche lacking in that straight line speed, as we all know. And the Jean Lacey Esports team a bit further down the field, P29 right now. Saw them earlier almost take a P28 off Valentin Barrier and the Yas Heat boys, but not able to secure it. Has fallen back into that P29 now, looks to try and get back through again. But welcome to everybody at home in the chat. I do like reading some of your messages coming through, and R-MP says, does anyone know how to get the best out of a Logitech G29? And then Patterson replied with sell it and get a Fanatec. But of course, if you do want to get the most out of a Logitech GT steering wheel, I believe you can download the Logitech eHub, and then from there you'll be able to play around with the force feedback settings a little bit as well, find something that works for you, and then maybe, like Alan Patterson said, you could consider investing in a Fanatec wheel as well. But keep the questions and also all the chat coming in the chat as well. We love to see you guys talking out as chat, and enjoy the series so far. Maybe consider subscribing to the channel, hitting a little bell icon will let you know whenever we go live next. We stream races all throughout the week, Monday and Friday. You can catch races, and also just started up our Saturday Night Out series yet again. We go over to racerci.com, get signed up for and take part in as well, so definitely check all of that out. Of course, we're streaming on both YouTube and Twitch today. Maybe consider giving our Twitch channel a follow as well, so you don't miss out on any of the racing we provide over here at RCI. 3 hours and 10 minutes left to go in this race, Callum, and yet again we seem to be approaching that pit stop window. Talking about, of course, now a lot of the drivers probably offset it a little bit, and most of the teams will most likely be pitting probably 10 to 15 minutes after the hour. Still, we're approaching that pit stop window, and again, teams are going to be thinking about what strategy they want to pick when they enter the pits.
I can tell you one thing for sure about strategy: that 992 Ferrari is going to be taking tyres. It's losing chunks and chunks and chunks of time for the cars ahead now. It's a couple of seconds off the Audi of Van der Velde in that 55 Williams car, and is being caught by Andre Frank for FFS Racing. So yeah, he's going to definitely be wanting some tyres, and it's just a big sort of game to play of where do you take that double stint on those tyres. Obviously, with only having 4 sets to work with during the race and pit stops every hour, they are going to have to do double stints for 2 stints of the 6 that they do. So it's just about where do you do it, and I think obviously see the cars ebb and flow. I'd expect to see that 992 Ferrari looking very quick in the next stint compared to what it's in. It's not a true reflection of its pace at the minute. But yeah, top 6 are very close. As Stewie's mentioning, after 3 hours, all with different strategies, all sort of playing different driver changes, different tyre changes, they are spread out by, well, apart from Maria in first place, spread out by about 10 seconds, 10-15 seconds, and Maria a further 15 seconds in front of Abadate in the 888 SMP Bentley in second place, as we cut to the helicopter cams, just trying to, those 2 Ferraris just trying to make some inroads. Really wants to get past before the stop here, I'd imagine. He's just, you know, trying to put your car in ahead, or maybe get ahead on pit lane. Might be potential for that with the Ferrari taking tyres, you know. All strategy, all ebb and flow. Speaking of ebbing and flowing, Van der Velde is ebbing his way up slowly to the back of that 888 Bentley. So that Williams car got some pace now. It was they were struggling a little bit before when I first joined, and a couple of hours ago, and he's battling his way up. Van der Velde has had an amazing couple of stints the past few, and right on the back of that Bentley now, Tim.
Absolutely, the Williams Esports Razor team won both the first 2 rounds in this championship so far. Got themselves a lovely 110 points, putting them at the top of the championship. Their nearest competitors, Loche UCOG team, currently in the car, it was George Boothby in that 992. 70 points in the championship for them, which means they're 40 points behind the championship overall. That's a serious chunk of points that they're going to need to gain to catch up to the Williams Esports Razors ahead. So Williams Esports Razor, this is the first round where we've actually seen them maybe lacking a little bit in the pace that they've shown before. Of course, so it is the first round where there's not been a huge incident that's taken most of their competitors out for them, because Lamy, we saw a pretty big accident right at the start of the race. It sent the Veloce UCOG team back a little bit. It sent the Assetto Visceral teams out of the fight for a while as well, and they really let the Williams team Razor run away with the race across the entire 6 hours. But this time round, of course, they didn't start in that pole position. They did still start, I believe, in P4, I want to say, for the team at Williams Esports. But again, I'd say this has been the hardest race they've had to do so far, because all of their competition is actually up there with them now. But that being said, I mean, we're talking before the race about George Boothby and the rest of the team at Veloce and Yukon. It's the team that Williams Esports highlighted as the ones that they were watching, the ones that they had the most concern for, because so far, Callum, in the first 2 races, that team has got caught up in a first lap accident and been sent straight to the back of the field in both, where they've then had to spend the rest of the 6 hours recovering. Now, in race 1, they were able to do that, putting themselves on that final spot in the podium, and then in race 2, they managed to get back up to P7 as well, so scoring a decent amount of points. But this is the first race. I really don't want to commentators curse them here. The first race where they have not run into any trouble whatsoever just yet. So it's going to be very interesting to watch them and see exactly what they can do without having a huge incident on the field as well. I'm currently sitting P4 after their stint on old tyres. I mean, it's not a bad place to be. Of course, you mentioned that the top 6 aren't split up by too much. Of course, there is that 14-second gap between the Aztec Visceral team and also the SMP Racing as well, right at the top, number 44 in the AA. But to be perfectly honest with you, that could be a tyre deficit still yet to work itself out properly. Of course, 3 hours left to go. There's still strategy to unfold. Teams still have to make the calls on when they take old and new tyres. A lot can change in that 3 hours.
Yeah, I said before, it was about 16 seconds, roughly, off rough calculations. That you lose during a double stint in that second stint. I believe you probably will commentators curse them. I was expecting to see a Ferrari flying across the screens and off into outer space at some point. Paul Boothby there is had a healthy dose of the commentator's curse laid on thick by yourself there. But yeah, that Veloce car is just, as you said, it's always struggled to sort of have clean racing. And nice to see them battling up at the front where they deserve to be. They've they've just struggled with just keeping their noses clean in those races. But the fact that they've managed to battle up from the back, especially through a field as good as this, shows that that car's got a lot of pace. I'm being told that if the gap was 16 seconds at the end, the time loss is 26 seconds because you gain 10 seconds in the pits. Sorry, yes, bit of a miscalculation there by myself. So Sui correcting me there. Sometimes I do get the calculator out, do a quick bit of maths. Just a note as well, 24th place, down 25th, sorry, that Porio car, the 163, drove through penalty there. So we'll have to investigate what that was for. Maybe there's a replay of that. He's just serving that now. So if we look into the penalty reports there, I can't see it immediately come up. We'll have to have a go through them in a second there as we see Connection Loss Racing battling away with a couple of cars here. Nice big train there as we see it's the Legion of Races Ferrari in second in that train and in 21st place overall. And you've got the Jean Lacey car there of Hutchinson, number 27, and Domsky there in that is a Audi there behind. So I believe that's the 334 car there making some places up. Sorry, it's not. It's the 333. It's teammates there. Sorry, with the 334 trying to come through, trying to make some places back up, trying to get back up there. Currently struggling to get down 33rd place. I think we saw them there as we see cars battling away, lapping each other. So that Aston Martin there is in 13th place, trying to get ahead as we cut back to, again, the battle at the front. Boothby has been passed by Frank in that 1-2-3 Ferrari there for FFS Racing. So ahead by the pit stops there. So really just struggling on old tyres, that Ferrari. But again, that FFS car and the car in front, the Aztec Racing red car, number 44, still yet to do those old tyre stints. So they are going to be having a few small issues when they do that, compared to that Veloce car behind, trying to get those double stints out of the way early. You see the SMP car still holding off Van der Velde, just sort of cruising along now, just trying to get to the stop. I don't imagine Van der Velde will make a move. Let's say about 5-10 minutes to the stops, but we'll see if he can get ahead in pit lane, see which one of these cars might be double stinting, might be thinking about the potential of that in the background. I believe that's a lot of traffic there, but yeah, it's going to be me taking a break and going off about my normal daily business, and it's going to be John Dalton and Les Stevenson in the box for you after this. Tim Peck done a very good job, just over 3 hours commentated. Very long stint for you, Tim.
Yeah, absolutely. Just before we go, I'm going to quickly go over the penalty reports from the last hour. There's only 4 of them, but an incident on lap 69, turn 13, involving 501 and 72. It was a warning for car number 72. Without waiting to rejoin, then it was increased to 5 seconds for a second warning after that. Incident lap 76, turn 10, from cars 29 and 95. No further action after the 29 turns in on the 95, and they end up taking themselves out anyway. It's lap 92, turn 8. This is involving the 939 and 69. 5 seconds for the car at number 69 for forcing the 939 off the track. And then finally an incident on lap 95, turn 13, involving the double 3-4, sorry, and the 163 as a drive-through for the car number 163 for taking out double 3-4, and the position was then not returned. Well, as Callum said, it's come to the end of the hour, and that means it's time for us to take a 5-minute break. After we come back, though, it will be John Dalton, there's Stevenson taking over the comms from us both. Whilst we go for the break, we'll of course put the QR code up at the side of the screen. That means you can vote for your team of the race. The AK Esports Team of the Race Award is worth €100 per race, and you can vote for your favourite team based on based on many different merits. Really, it may be the team that pulled off the best overtakes. It may be the team that's winning the race currently. It could be a team that you quite fancy. You like them for a while, and you've been supporting them for a long time too, but you can help them to add €100 to the end of their championship by voting for them as the team of the race now. But for now, turn up the sound. Riding on board with one of the cars here. We're going to pick the Simware Pro by VDS, so turn up the sound, have a little listen to the drivers as they drive around the track, and shortly in 5 minutes time.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to wherever you are in the world. Welcome back to the RCI 6-hour challenge esports series, live both on Twitch and YouTube. Indianapolis, of course, playing host to round 3, 3.925 kilometers in length with 14 turns. I'm John Dalton, of course, the lead commentator, taking over from Tim Peck. And alongside me is now Les Stevenson, and still Stewie behind the cameras as always. Welcome, everyone.
Yeah, good welcome, and yeah, what a great race it's been so far, John. I'm just on board now with Malinowski as he's taken over from George Boothby, but as it's already been mentioned, the top 6 still to be fighting as close as they have been for the half of this race. It's great to see.
Yeah, some big names still fighting towards the top. Of course, the Aztec Visceral car up there in the fight, along with the Williams Esports, FFS Racing in the mix as well, and Team 1 FF. So everybody's running that kind of, the little bit of a different strategy. If you're new to the series, of course, we do have limited tyre sets for the drivers, so you can't just take a new set of Pirellis every stop. You do have to double stint at least 2 sets of tyres. So some drivers are electing to do that very early on in the race. Other drivers are electing to kind of work it into the strategy later on. We were kind of on the cusp of will it rain, will it not? So I think a few guys have been taking the risk, as we see a little bit of contact there with the Lipa Esports car from Griffax, I believe, looking back there. And that allows the nearly on pace car to work their way through as well. But I believe they're a bit out of contention and a couple of laps down, so blue flags will be waved at them, and Lipa should in theory go back through. But Griffax Engineering, of course, being turned around early on. They're now on a bit of a comeback drive essentially, and speaking of comeback drive, here we go, a move for P12. Hugo Mel's finding a Bentley up the inside into turn 1. The Triple Eight goes through and secures another place there. That car was running very strong early on, although finds himself a little bit down the order now, just outside the top 10, with an early pit stop to their name. Of course, maybe choosing to double stint the Pirellis and finding that the wear wasn't what they expected maybe towards the latter half of the stint, possibly thinking of calling that one a little bit shorter. Of course, there's no benefit really today, Les, to run the stint timer to its maximum. For 6 hours, you don't really gain a pit stop. Essentially, you just push the final stop back later and later.
Yeah, you certainly do, and with the pit lane being so long, I mean, it is such a long pit lane at Indy. It certainly adds to the spice, I suppose. But yeah, strategy is a big one here, with some cars being able to double stint the tyres better than others. But yeah, no, they obviously were struggling a little bit there.
Yeah, that's it. And along with them, in came a lap later, like you said, the Malinowski, Boothby, Veloce Ferrari. They elected to take their stop on lap 114, the SMP car on lap 113. So a little bit out of sequence with everyone else. We should see a few stops cycling through soon. And of course, Nicholas Anker here doing very well today at the moment for the Team 1 FF. Shout out to those guys for the pit wall link that was provided down the right-hand side of the standings. Of course, you can see the last pit stops taken by various drivers. Of course, the Triple Eight there, lap 113. Scroll down a little bit more, you see Malinowski, lap 114 on their stop, and every other driver pitting around lap 79 to 80. So any minute we are due some stops, I think, Les.
Yeah, it's. I would say, yeah, pretty 3 or 4 minutes time. We're going to be looking at the single stops to start taking place, and we're going to see these positions change again. And but yeah, it's like we've already mentioned. With the strategy with the tyres, it really adds that extra spice to the race, and that's what I love about given these limited tyre sets. It really mixes things up, doesn't it?
Yeah, it certainly does, and we see in the background there Valentin Barrier just gaining on this kind of little train that's beginning to form with Savalainen and the Lippert car number 43 ahead. You then got John Lacey just ahead of him as well. Hugo Mel's finds himself in the pit lane, so all these cars should jump up a few positions when the timing line comes up. But yeah, this is the only problem we see with mixed strategies. You get one driver at the head of the field that might be on the double stint. You guys behind have just pitted and you're on your kind of fresher set, so to speak, and you kind of get this traffic jam forming, and trying very hard to get round each other here at Indianapolis. A lot of pinch points being told here that the 27 John Lacey car is, of course, on old tyres. So possibly Valentin Barrier is going to be wanting to get a move on if he's closing up this fast. He's going to need to dispatch of 2 Aston Martins very quickly and closes up stupendously on the brakes into the latter half of the lap. Keep your eye on that Ferrari, because that's going to be a big mover in the next few laps or so.
Certainly is, and the RCI team being as quick as they are, it's no surprise really to see them closing up after their early incident. But I was lucky enough to take part in the community racing yesterday with the same track, same strategies, and with a little bit of experience myself running in the Aston, it wasn't too bad on tyres, and I hear the Ferrari's not too bad either. So that's where we see these Ferraris really sort of gaining a little bit of advantage, I suppose. But it's good battling as we see some more in the pits now.
Yeah, a few more cars down the lane come Lipa Esports and the Gritfax car. And we've got West Competition Racing in the lane as well, the number 1 BMW. We've got Tinko van der Velde there in the Williams Esports Team Razor. And all the meanwhile, this, of course, might promote the Bentley up a few more positions to Triple Eight. Just coming around the last sector of the lap. I believe this is turn 12 we're seeing here from the helicam before we roll out briefly onto the banking before a hard braking session for turn 13 coming up here. We're going to see any positions to be gained. Tinko van der Velde is, of course, trundling down pit lane on the limiter, though. Feels like forever, like Les said earlier on. The lane is so long here, and all the drivers, of course, passing you flat out on your left-hand side. Pit exit being very awkward, straight into the path of traffic into turn 1. Tinko van der Velde comes off the limiter now, and we believe he may be double stinting these tyres. So watch out for Tinko, maybe slipping down the order if it's a late kind of call from Williams to, of course, take the double stints at this point. Of course, the sun coming out, temperature may start getting a little bit hotter, so you might find it a little bit trickier to manage those Pirellis.
Yeah, I suppose you're looking at the timing now. If he's double stinting now, then it could be that they've got a couple of fresh sets for the last few stints to really sort of make positions that way. But it'd be interesting to see how that develops.
Yeah, certainly so. And another SMP car here, the 878 sister car, currently behind the Samantha Tan Racing number 39 BMW M4 coming out onto the banking. They've got Ren Velton ahead of them as well in their little train forming. As we see a few more cars coming down the lane, we've got the number 44 Visceral Azatec car in. We've got the FFS Racing Ferrari, the number 123 down the lane. Fiala for the Williams Chill Blast car as well as we ride on board. Fantastic view here from Tylix Bentley. 878 pulls out of the slipstream alongside Riley Murdoch across the start-finish line. Gives it the inside line into turn 1, but he doesn't even need the inside line, straight past the Samantha Tan car. I think that was a bit of heads-up driving, maybe admitting this Bentley is a bit faster than us. You're running a different strategy. I'm going to have a slight lift before the braking zone. I'm going to allow you through, and then we can both continue on the pace as we were. You see here on board with Martin Lawrence looking behind there. You've got a virtual drivers by TX3 Audi, although I don't believe for position at the moment. So Lawrence is not going to have to look in his mirrors. He wants to look ahead to Fleischer in the number 52 Team 1 FF car there, as the Ferrari looks very stable through the corners. You see Lawrence there working the wheel on the 404 Connection Loss car. Of course, Connection Loss Racing, long-time friends of RCI, have been with us for many moons now, since the kind of beginning of time, it feels like, and a big driver roster. Always see him in many different events across the RCI website. As Martin Lawrence here looks to the pit lane, slides it in through the entry, looks very awkward indeed, and the 404 will come down the lane for his stop as well.
One entrance into the pit lane that was. Great car control, and I suppose really one of the fastest ways to get in, and certainly a lot better than I was yesterday.
Yeah, definitely drifting the car through pit lane might be a slightly faster way, as we see a few more pit stop times there popping up on the scoreboard. You can kind of tell who's double stinting their tyres by the shorter pit stop time, normally worth about 10 seconds roughly. So if you look Fiala, the number 5, that's more than likely going to be a double stint. The 123 FFS, more than likely a double stint, along with Van der Velde and Moreira at the top there. The 1 minute 19.8, very fast stop from the Azatec Visceral boys there. Definitely been practicing their pit stops and pit entries. And obviously pit stops are one of those things, you think about endurance racing, you think it's all about raw pace on the track, although it can also come down to the time you spend on pit lane, Les.
It certainly does, and Stewie's saying in our ears there, probably taking a lot less fuel, doing a short stint for that double stint to sort of try and eke out the best performance out of the tyres. But yeah, that's why I love endurance racing, John. It's a team event, isn't it? It's all about getting your fastest drivers in at the right points, trying to work the strategy as best you can to for the best ability of your team.
Yeah, definitely so. And track position, of course, being one of those things as well, as we see the Genius Esports car there at the back of this train getting a little bit held up by Hugo Mel's and the West Competition Racing #1 BMW ahead there as they come through the latter half of the lap. Again, you're going to want to kind of get as much clear air running as you, of course, can. You don't want to be stuck behind that guy that's double stinting his tyres, especially when you've just, thrown on your fresh set of Pirellis. You want to get the hammer down and really get going. Of course, the lead car just ahead in the front of your shot as they approach towards at the end of the lap here. Nothing to be had from the Ferrari or the Aston just yet. I think both of these drivers have pitted fairly recently as well. Going to have a quick scroll down the scoreboard to see their pit stops. Yeah, both very equal on kind of pit lane time. McLeod a little bit slower than Hugo Mel's down the lane, but not enough to warrant tyres. So more than likely both guys on a worn set of Pirelli. So that fight's going to be fairly equal as we see now. The battle here for P8, the Assetto Visceral Esports car ahead there, the number 45 of Alvarado. And he's got the number 14 Simware Pro by VDES behind. And again, let's have a look at the pit stop timers on these guys. Again, fairly equal times. 1 minute 21 for the 45 and a 1 minute 23 in the lane for the number 14. So both these guys more than likely on worn tyres as well.
Yeah, it certainly looks that way, doesn't it? And it's just it's great to see so many battles, amongst the field and up and down the field, should I say. And it's interesting you say about trying to get your clean air to sort of get flat out on these stints, and it's that catch-22. You want that clean air, but at the same time you want to battle for positions. And do you want to wear those tyres out early on, or do you want to sort of eke them out for as long as you can? It's a tricky one, and it's one for everyone to deal with.
Definitely so, and fresh air certainly goes under that wing of the FFS. We heard it earlier in the box, Tim Peck and Kevin Boss discussing all the kind of little hidden Easter eggs on certain liveries, and that's certainly one on the FFS racing car, as we see now the Bentley to the inside, the 888 SMP Esports car straight up the inside of the FFS car of Andrea Franca. No issues there at all. And looking at the pit stop timer, 10 seconds separated them on the lane. So the Bentley is certainly on fresher tyres, and that just proves it right there, Les, how effortless that pass almost was.
Yeah, it really was. It was textbook, wasn't it? It was, it really was a good move, and a nice clean move as well, which is always great to see. But with the pit stops being so different amongst these cars at the moment, it's interesting to see that Abladze is only 7 seconds behind Van der Velde. So we'll see how that one goes. But good move though. Good move.
Yeah, definitely. So textbook move, very clean. No stewards needing to get involved in that one. And speaking of stewards, they are fairly quiet in the box at the moment. The last update came about half an hour ago, so nothing to report on any penalties to be had, as the Simware Pro by VDES car, I think, is just going to kind of bide its time behind the Assetto car and just try and run equal with it, keep it in its sights, and then obviously come the pit stop times again, see if they can beat them in and out of the lane. Or maybe the Aston's a little bit better on the tyres than the Ferrari was. I've not driven much Indy. I say, Les, you had it yesterday, didn't you, where you ran in the free split of this championship. Of course, we run alongside a Esports Series on the Sunday and a kind of community split on a Saturday. So some teams electing to take the Saturday split for a bit of extra testing to see how the car plays out, of course, over the course of a race. Custom BOP here, so cars and tyres may wear a little bit differently than they did in your split. But the Ferrari certainly looking like the stronger machine today.
Yeah, it is. And even with the extra ballast, it's still a strong car. Although it is great to see the Bentley up there as well. I mean, massive fan of the Bentley myself, and it's good to see them battling up there, and the Audi as well. But it was a great race yesterday. It was a really good fun. Thoroughly recommend for anyone wanting to get into endurance racing. Have a visit on the website and really look for when the next events are. But it's great to see that running alongside the esports events for the day before.
Yeah, absolutely. So, and just having a look in the 6-hour esports chat on the Discord, and Timu Polki from the Grifax Engineering Car, I think he is wishing for some rain at the moment. He's posted 2 gifs, and they are both about raining. As we look to the forecast in the top right-hand side, it doesn't look like it's going to be. It's looking kind of sunny-ish for the next 10 minutes, the next 30 minutes at least, with an air temperature of 19 degrees, translating down to 25 on the tarmac here at Indianapolis, and not a lot of wind speed, Les, so conditions probably going to stay relatively stable.
I mean, I'm no weatherman, John, but through my experience with a 0 wind, you're not going to be having any storms blowing anytime soon, are we?
No, certainly so. More than likely going to stay dry, so any drivers that have kind of been wishing, should we say, for a little bit of rain, of course, the wet tyres in ACC aren't limited, and it is only the dry sets that are. So if you've hedged your bets on some rain, you've used all of your kind of dry tyres up to this point, and you plan to go trying to all the way to the end, you're then going to have to pick the kind of best of the worst, should we say, sets that you know had an easier time on. You've had less spins, less slides on, and just see if you can make them go to the end, as we see Henrik Gamble getting very close indeed to the back of Trevor Wenham. Opens the door on the inside, of course becomes the outside for the next turn, although the Porsche with the flat 6 engine mounted across the rear axle going to try and get the better drive out of the corner, sniffing the back end of that Lamborghini up into the next turn, peeks out trying to jink Trevor Wenham into leaving the door open, but chops the nose of the Kramer racing car off, and some great view here from the splitter cam. No hidden message under the rear wing of the Jean Alesi Academy team. That is, of course, a very serious livery. Not too many Easter eggs on that one as they now roll out onto the bank in the Porsche of Henrik Gamble. Probably going to want to use the slipstream, Les, and try and send it into turn 1. We know the Porsche is a very good car on the brakes. You see there, it closes right up for the slower corner, but if he can maximise the drive out of the last turn, he's going to maybe size up and move into turn 1, I'd say.
Well, you would say so, but unfortunately the Porsche really struggles down the straight, and even in the slipstream, although it gets good traction at the final turn there, decides to opt out of the slipstream because they've made such a good gain there. But as you see, the straight line speed is just not there, is it?
He's doing her, as I say, and the Lambo has lifted off slightly, and this of course allows Henrik Gamble through into P28. Of course, the Porsche, as you're saying there, Les, not a kind of good car down the straight line. Really struggled here with the BOP as well. But Henrik Gamble, 22 years of age, been in the team since November 2022, and is a SimGrid World Cup silver champion. So he's no stranger to kind of any pressure, essentially, in the big competitions. But the car just not being on their side today. And of course, any kind of eagle-eye viewers in the sim racing community may have noticed there's been a certain 24-hour race running from yesterday till earlier on this afternoon, and a couple of drivers in the field have been moonlighting, and I wouldn't like to be in their shoes for this one. It's going to be such a tough afternoon for them here at Indianapolis.
Well, yeah, it's quite a tough circuit. It's you know, to be doing a 24-hour race and then going into this 6-hour race, they must be absolutely exhausted. But fair play to them. They're here, they're competing, and what I've seen so far, I've been pretty on it.
Yeah, definitely so. No kind of pace dropping, essentially, as we see the Simware Pro by VDES car, the number 17, coming under fire from the PASS team, the PASS Sim Racing team. Very Iron Force-esque livery on the Aston Martin. Again, great to see everybody's kind of creativity in choosing their liveries, and of course with the word on everybody's lips next week being the 1.9 update, and of course bringing new machinery with it in the form of the Ferrari 296. We have a new Porsche update, of course, and we do have a new Lamborghini Evo variant coming, among a lot of changes to physics, tires, suspension, electronics has all been kind of rumored in the wings on Twitter. Anyone that follows Aris and his streams, of course, there is another one tonight discussing more changes to be afoot, but going to have to see a few speedy liveries, I think. Ren Velton, especially with the iconic livery, going to have to be plastered over a 296 as opposed to the 488, as we see looking to the back here. Castorino and the 95 Racing Point Aston Martin getting ever so close to the back of the Ren Velton car of Leon Burnt in the number 71. And look just behind him as well, you've got the Samantha Tan number 39 BMW. So, you know, we see it time and time again, Les, when the trains start forming, the door gets open for one car, and before you know it, you've got 2 or 3 or maybe even 4 cars trying to get past you all at the same time.
Yeah, and it's you get lap cars mixed in there as well, and it's it can get rather busy. But you can get a really long train of cars in the slipstream and all trying to fight for that same position. But no, it's good to see, and I love the term you said earlier about sniffing up the back of that car. I mean, it was almost licking the back of the car. It was that close.
Yeah, some drivers do really know the kind of limit of how far that splitter hangs across the front, how far the nose of the car extends, and how close they really can get to their rivals to almost intimidate them, make them look in the mirror and force them almost into an error, as the 878 Bentley here comes onto the back of the number 14 Aston Martin, the Simware Pro by VDES. Again, another car that's looking stupendous on pace. The Bentley's been very good at looking after their tyres. I think even in the height of the double stint, they were still churning very fast lap times. You see an indication there from the number 14 ahead saying, I am staying right, you take the right, sorry, I'm staying left, you take the right hand side. Up the inside goes Tyler in the 878 to P9, and this of course allows him now to have a stab at the back of the number 45 Assetto Visceral Esports. And flicking back to the Castorino fight, of course 5 seconds on Castorino to be taken in the next pit lane. Trip down pit lane, and it's for an incident on lap 114, turn 4, involving the 71 and the 95. We have 5 seconds, 5 avoidable contact on the 71. Position lost and not returned, although if you do look, of course, to the scoreboard now, the 71 has, of course, found its way back past the 95. So, of course, that's going to extend out to 5 seconds. There's a little mistake there from Riley Murdoch in the STR, just taps the grass ever so slightly, and you see Martin Grady, who we touched on earlier, Tidney Spears, closing right up to the back of him in the 23 FFS racing car. So he's going to want to be a man that gets a move on, and, of course, just behind him, he's got the Gatto Chain Barlas Esports car, although not for position. You said it earlier, Les, when you get lap cars involved, it starts getting very messy, especially if the lapped car is A, quicker than you, and of course B, wants to take their lap back and try and progress a little bit more in their race as well.
Yeah, and that's where it does get tricky. Exactly. I mean, you get us in that catch-22 position of, does that lap car try and get that position back and try and get their race underway, and it all becomes very tricky. But it's just got to be sensible. I mean, these are the pros, so it's great to see some indication being used for a change as well. So, no, like I said, these are the pros. So that you'd like to say they're going to do it properly. And there we have it. There he is, Tidney Spears.
Look in the mirror. Who's that? It's Martin Grady, aka Tidney Spears. And if you don't quite know the meme, sometimes apparently Martin Grady on his stream does dress up in a blonde wig and lipstick and claims to be Tidney Spears. It normally involves a small amount of alcohol to get this going. I did drop in earlier to Tidney's stream just to see if he was streaming as Spears or Grady, and I can confirm he is today Grady. He is not cosplaying as Spears, but yeah, great little meme there from our broadcaster Stewie. Has that image to hand somehow, probably saved in the dark depths of his hard drive, ready to pull up whenever it's needed. And speaking of pulling up, here is Daniel Tylick pulling up on the back of the 45 as we expected. Nicholas Alvarado there for the Assetto SimSports Visceral white car. We were touched on earlier the livery on this car, and it's not actually denoted, the color at the end is actually denoted by the aux lights. So the red one, of course, has red aux lights, the white one white, and the yellow one has yellow. However, they're put low down in the grille, so at certain angles on the TV cameras, it can be quite hard to distinguish. But I imagine if we had a few night races in the calendar, it would probably be very easy indeed. And a great display from the Assetto SimSports Visceral car today. Of course, the number 44 provisionally leading, and the number 45 just inside the top 10. And look at this, 3 wide through the last turn. This is what we were saying about the lap car, the Gatto Chain Barlas Esports car, wanting to get involved in the fight here with Martin Grady and Riley Murdoch for the Samantha Tan car. Of course, BMW to the outside, Wall on the banking, Grady on the inside, and just look at the speed difference. Fantastic shots here from the Helicam, and of course the slipstream from the Barlas car. He's going to send it up the inside into turn 1. 3 wide we go. Once again, the Samantha Tan car pinching Grady to the wall very tightly. Grady around the outside, of course, becomes the inside for the next turn, although the Barlas Esports car with great drive off turn 2 fires himself through, taking a lap back off Martin Grady, but the Samantha Tan car remains ahead, and Tylick still now now stuck behind Alvarado. And look at this ahead. He got the Team Forza Italia car. They're out of contention a little bit as well, becoming a lap down or so on the Assetto car and the SMP car. So this could be Tyler's chance to get past the 45 as well.
Oh yeah, that really was on the edge of the seat moment. I mean, I was keeping my fingers crossed that the lap car wasn't going to cause any, or get involved too much to cause any contact. But no, it was clean in the end, and extremely tight at one point. But 3 wide around the final turn, and then almost 3 wide into T1. It was certainly the edge on the seat moment.
Yeah, it definitely was certain. I thought Grady was going in the wall at one point. He got squeezed that hard to the to driver's left, but thankfully kept it out as Tyler looks very confident indeed through the corners. The Forza Italia car pulls off and allows the battle to continue going on through. The 878 we ride on board with the 45 ahead there. Nothing ahead now, loads of clean air. As you look on the track map on the right hand side, if Tyler can get past, he's really going to be able to make the most of these Pirelli tires. And look at that, pulls up in the slipstream to the inside. He goes into turn 1. I think the 45 is going to fight this. He's not given up as easy as we saw earlier of the Simware Pro by VDES car that practically indicated and said, on you go, Tyler, see you later. Although that, of course, brings him into the fight as well. As we flick back to Malinowski making moves on Franca there up into P4, the Veloce car. Oh, contact there with the Simware Pro by VDES on the back of Tyler. That's not going to do the Bentley diffuser any favors. Let's flick to a race replay here as we see Tyler coming through turn 3, I believe this is. Dabs the brake. I don't know why he's braking for that corner. That's normally a flat out turn. And caught out the Simware Pro by VDES car, the number 14, and straight into the back of him he went. So not sure what happened there. That's a bit of an odd one. And we now see Castorino trying to take a chunk out of the number 71 Ren Velton Ferrari. Tries to squeeze him all the way to the marble, really tighten up the corner as well. He got a big curb on the inside. Most cars don't like it. Not even the Bentley enjoys that curb. And now look at this here. We got the 888 and the 55 together on track. This is going to be for position 2. And Williams versus SMP is about to be had with another lapped car in the way, Les.
Yeah, sorry, John, I had a bit of a technical issue there, but yeah, certainly from what you were telling me there, and all the viewers, it seemed to be close. But as I come back in view, I can see it is we've got the Abalazzi right at the back of the Audi there. It's close stuff. Sorry, John. Sorry.
No worries at all. We do have a few technical difficulties here and there. It's all part of the fun of broadcasting. But the SMP car still looking very racy behind, and the Aston Martin ahead still hasn't yielded the position. Of course, Tinko van der Velde is probably going to want to use the slipstream the Aston gives off to try and tow himself away from the Bentley. We know the Bentley is very good in a straight line. We've seen it plenty of times already here, especially when you get a slipstream involved. It almost gets past before you even get to turn 1. But of course, Tinko with the slipstream ahead pulls out slightly on the defense, wiggles in front of the 888. The 888 thinks about it, then pulls back into turn 1 they go, and looking through into turn 2. The picture's just catching up my end, not seeing where we are. Here we go up to the turn 3. This is now, and still no move to be had, although there's no Aston Martin in front of these guys, so these guys are free to battle. Once again, it's going to be one less worry for Tinko. He's just going to be able to watch the mirrors and try and cover off that Bentley wherever it decides to make its move.
Yeah, that really was squirming on the brakes, wasn't it? I mean, I honestly thought at one point we're going to have P2 and 3, going into the back of a lap car there, and it's going to cause absolute carnage. But thankfully, they managed to avoid absolute carnage there.
Yeah, thankfully so. And like you said, Les, these guys are the pros, so they race together here, there, and everywhere. But especially in RCI, other communities and big leagues, such as the SRO IRL series about to fire back up again. So I'm sure we'll see a lot of these big names on the center stage, and they're all very commonly known amongst each other. Everybody kind of knows their traits and what they stand for, their team layouts, etc., and their driving styles. But Tinko van der Velde is not making this one easy, and just look how close the Bentley is. Like I said earlier, practically sniffing the back of the Audi R8, just trying to get a move done and get a move on with their race as well.
Yeah, and as we've been reminded by Stuart, the Audi course is double stint in these tyres. I believe the Bentley is on new set of tyres, so you can see where the traction is gained through those corners with those new tyres, and as we see now, what looks to be an inevitable move down into turn 1.
Yeah, turn 1, textbook move, straight up the inside, no contact made. Lovely side-by-side driving there And we now look to the back of the ITB Santalock racing car. We spoke earlier to the team manager in a little interview between Tim Peck and Callum Kerwin, and they now find themselves up into P18, just getting past the past SimSport car there. Around the outside, the pass car goes to try and make a comeback move, but nothing to be had. Covered off very nicely indeed by Palowski in the 696 ITB. Of course, Santalock, an IRL Audi team essentially that run very many cars in the series, both in endurance and sprint. So great to see them kind of getting involved again in the virtual side of things. We've seen it over the pandemic phase that we all went through, and maybe next time indeed on the back of the Ren Velten wing, another Easter egg there. But it's great to see real life brands essentially getting involved in obviously sim racing. We've got Jean Alesi, again a very famous Formula One driver from back in the day, putting his name to an esports team, and of course Santalock with theirs as well. So it's great to see. And of course I think we spoke to the team manager earlier for ITB, and Santalock are going to essentially bring the kind of mental phase from the real life drivers over to the virtual world to try and coach the virtual drivers on their mentality and how they tackle a race and get through any trials and tribulations that they might face. And I don't know how you feel about it, Les, but I think it needs to be a bigger crossover. I think we do need more real life teams and esports teams kind of combining to make essentially a super organization, I guess you could say.
Yeah, I mean it's getting more and more towards that way of doing things now, and a lot of the these bigger teams in real life racing are using the simulator world to really sort of get some talent in, but also to help the current drivers and teams to get them ready for races. It's great to hear, to be honest, because as well as you are, I love simulator side of things. I also love the real life racing, but it's just great to see these bigger teams getting involved, and I can only see it getting bigger.
Yeah, absolutely so. And the real life series, of course, getting very big indeed. I believe 60 plus cars are going to be tackling the Spa 24 hours later on in the year. So that's definitely going to be one to mark your calendar for. And we now see the Gatter Chain Barless car again on the back of the Racing Point fight with Ren Velten, the Azatec Visceral car, just behind them as well, kind of coming into the phase. Not sure who that is, because it's not the 45. It could be the leader, the 44 possibly pulling up on this kind of little train that's running. And thank you there, Stewie. It is indeed. It's the 44, the race leader, Moreira, coming onto the back of this one. So you've got to be careful not to lose, obviously, too much time. You've got a charging 888 Bentley behind you on a fresh set of boots. They're going to be wanting to try and maximise as much of that as they can. And meanwhile, the Assetto car is just going to want to stay kind of trouble-free and get away from, any mistakes that could happen. It's one of those things we see, when you're the middle driver in a train. It's one of the worst places you can be, Les, because you don't know whether to focus on the guy ahead, the guy behind, who's going to make a silly move. Of course, if somebody makes a mistake ahead of you, you can't avoid it. It's a bit detrimental sometimes.
It certainly is, and you're always trying to make sure you're not mirror racing, but at the same time, you can't help it. You've got those cars behind, in front. You've got a lead car trying to come through as well, and talk about the lead car. Maybe this is the prime time to maybe use that short stop to get in and get out the traffic and get the new boots on. Because I believe they're on a double stint, but just a lower fuel level. But yeah, no, it's difficult, but it's all part of the racing.
Yeah, absolutely so. And of course, with the 4 sets of tyres per race that we allow the drivers in the dry compound of the Pirellis, of course, if you are double stinting, you want to cut it short. Now would be an ideal time, of course, with all the cars ahead of you. Of course, the Ren Velten car fighting for position, the Barlas Esports car just kind of in it for the fun, just trying to make up the position and the lap there. As we flick forward to another Assetec Visceral car, the car of number 45, Alvarado, still under pressure from the 878 Bentley of Tylik for the position 8, essentially, on this one. But the Ferrari still remaining quite strong in this stint. The Bentley still not being able to find a way through. And Alvarado, of course, pitting that little bit later No, I tell a lie. The Bentley is on fresher tyres. Looking at it, pitted on lap 112 with a 1:34, and the Ferrari pitted on lap 119 with a 1:21. So of course the Bentley again struggling to make those fresh tyres work. It seems the Ferrari is very good over a double stint. It can really hold on to the optimum grip of those Pirelli, should we say?
Yeah, which is surprising with the ballast that's put with this custom BOP, but don't like to talk about the BOP too much because it's always a big big subject. But yeah, it's clearly good on the tyres as we see some going off there.
Yeah, it looked like the Genius Esports Aston Martin, and could that have been P2 maybe? I did see two sets of kind of gravel being kicked up and dust being kicked up. One was definitely from the Genius Esports car, and it might have. No, it couldn't have been because Tinko's not through. That car was way down the road, so not sure who else was involved, but it's definitely the Genius Esports car there of Tariq Adam, the number 60, all South African lineup. The last time I checked that, and maybe Hugo Merls ahead, or possibly one of the BMWs. Maybe we can get a race replay if it's been logged in our tool. Stewie probably frantically trying to find something, but apparently it's not been logged, so possibly no contact. A couple of drivers maybe just out braking themselves and finding themselves a little bit wide, as turn 1 was very much the out braking fest when the green flag dropped. Big handful of cars kind of braked for their qualifying point, and straight on they all went, and a few cars gaining massively over foreseeing that and taking the right hand side of the road and swooping round the car park that was the outside of turn 1. But Tyler still yet to find a way past the Ferrari. If you live viewers have noticed, the number 14 of the Simware Pro by VDES Aston is now behind. So after the contact there, maybe position returned by the number 14, the 14 team maybe saying to their driver, return this position, chances are the penalty will be a lot less. So the 878, of course, fighting some rear diffuser damage that we didn't mention earlier, but definitely on fresher tyres and looks very close indeed, coming up onto the banking for the last chicane section, should we say, and the Visceral car covering off the inside very nicely. Kind of Tylik needs to run it a little bit wide, jump on the gas a lot earlier, and kind of maximize the run down into turn 1 and try and do the side-by-side textbook Bentley move that we've seen from his teammate and himself so far in this race.
Yeah, and we're going to see a classic slipstream move now, aren't we, with the Bentley really taking advantage of that clean air to go make the move into turn 1, and looks like we're going to see it now as my picture freezes.
My picture hasn't frozen, but Tylik straight up the inside, out brakes himself so slightly, runs very wide in turn 1, and that allows the Visceral car back through. The number 45 still remains in 8th place overall, and Tylik builds up another gap that he's going to have to close down again on the Ferrari. And here we see a race replay of, I believe this is the number 1 West Competition Racing. A little bit of manufacturer on manufacturer action there, and Samantha Tan turning the West Competition Racing car, the number 1 and the 39 coming together there. They are still together on track for position in P15 and 16, so we're going to have to see what the stewards think of that one as well, Les. We're going to have to keep an eye on their reports.
Yeah, I mean, some people may have looked at that and thought it might have been a bit of retaliation, but I must admit it did look like a bit of a tank slap moment, and unfortunately taking the car out there and spinning out. But the initial contact is obviously from the car behind before them. But yeah, it's a shame to see contact any time, isn't it? But yeah, I'm sure the stewards are going to be looking at that and make a decision very soon.
Yeah, absolutely agree on that one. No report come through yet, so we'll keep our eyes peeled and try and keep you updated on that situation. Just over 2 hours, 15 minutes to go. We're going to see probably a few strategy calls being made at this point. Who's going to be double stinting towards the end and who is going to have those fresh set of Pirellis. They're going to want to try and maximise as much as you can. As you see a few cars stopped in pit lane at the moment. Nothing for a scheduled stop at this present time. As he comes across the line, the last lap for the Bentley was a 1:37.085, and closing into turn 1. The Bentley goes, but still just not close enough to make a move on the number 45. The 45 here putting up a great defence, if I say so.
Yeah, really are, and really showing their worth in how they can race. But it's all been clean so far, so it's good to see. But yeah, no, it's great defence, and as we see a move now from the John Lacey team.
Yeah, John Lacey car, the Hugo Merls Ferrari Of course, John Alesi fielding 2 Lamborghinis and a Ferrari in the form of Hugo Merls and Joshua Allen in this driver lineup. Both cars here being told in our ears on old tyres. So Castorino ahead on an old set of Pirellis, and Hugo Merls still wrestling a set round on the Ferrari. And we know the Ferrari is quite good on the old tyres, as we saw in the we've seen the 45 Assetto Visceral car getting very defensive and nearly driving away from the Bentley of Tylik, who is of course on fresher tyres but with rear diffuser damage. And here goes Hugo Merl sucking the Ferrari into the back of the Aston Martin Racing Point. Looks to the inside, no move to be had here. Very tight curb on the inside. You don't want to be hitting that in the Ferrari, of course, with the bouncing that we heard so much about last time at Imola. Any kind of curb or bump really upsets the rear of the car. It kind of lands and tries to compress, and it doesn't quite settle, keeps bouncing. And we interviewed Samir Foch, and he's nicknamed the car a bouncing donkey rather than a prancing horse. So hopefully the 296 platform can alleviate some of the suspension troubles that the Ferrari is having. And of course, with the new update on the horizon in 1.9, suspension changes are coming, so the 488 might get even better. As here goes Tyler again, sizing up the inside of the Assetto car, just about pulls the Bentley alongside, although doesn't have enough drive off the corner to get alongside into 2 and 3 to make a move stick. And still the 45 holds on to that position 8, and all the meanwhile the number 14 Simware Pro by VDS Aston is dragging up to the back of them, as well as the Bentley tries to take an outside line almost to size up Alvaro into the long sweeping left, although nothing to be had there. And the battle continues to rage on, but this is excellent driving from these 3 drivers in this train.
It really is, and like we've already said, 45 putting up great defence, and obviously dragging now the 14 into contention, and a potential 3-way battle for this for P9, P8 even. Sorry, P8.
Yeah, P8, of course, all important points on the line. And of course, with cash on the line at the end of the championship, everybody wants a slice of the €11,000 prize pool that we have to offer, including this man here. Martin Grady looks to the inside, trying to put off the Ren Velten car, closes him right up to the curb, then switches to the outside to try and get a better drive. And maybe next time it's going to probably wind up Martin Grady looking at that message all the time on the back of the Ren Velten car. Every time it's a failed move, you pull back in behind for the straight and you just read maybe next time. You think, maybe next time I will. And of course, with 49 teams all competing, Martin Grady there getting very late on the brakes, nearly running up the back of the Ren Velten car, possibly catching himself out on how early he was going to brake. But of course, with 49 teams all wanting a slice of the €11,000 prize pool, it makes for a highly competitive field, Les, with all these big names like SMP. You've got obviously Assetto, you've got Yas Heat Veloce running 2 cars. Like, everybody wants a piece of this.
Yeah, Williams as well, of course, and it's great to see. And I'm just saying to myself, I'm wondering if that Ferrari, the 45 there, is running a really, really low wing and able to just keep ahead on the straights in front of that Bentley. But it's just I'm surprised the Bentley hasn't been able to catch them on the slipstream just yet.
Yeah, absolutely. So the Bentley, very strong in a straight line. Of course, we've seen the textbook move up into turn 1 a lot of the time, but nothing to be had still from the 878, and a 10-second time penalty for the 878 on the board, Les. I'm going to try and find out what happened on that one, as the Team 1FF car closes right up into turn 1 on the brakes on the back of the Williams Chill Blast of Fiala.
Yeah, I'm shocked to see that 10-second penalty. I don't believe I saw anything myself, but it'd be interesting to see what you find out from the steward's decision. But it's a great battle, this, as you can see, with Fiala trying to defend. Ferrari now going up the inside.
Yeah, so reading into the 878 incident now that's flashed up with the 10 seconds, of course, Fleischer now around the outside of the Williams car trying to make a move stick. Of course, the outside will become the inside, although be very careful on the curb. Nearly closes too far to the right-hand side and pushes Fiala completely off, although great driving from these two. A lot of respect given. Of course, when you're on different strategies, you want to leave as much respect. You don't want to ruin 2 races at once. But just on the 878, we have an incident lap 131 turn 5 involving the 14 and the 878. We have a 5 seconds for the 878 for dangerous driving, and then 2 laps later, lap 133 turn 1 involving the 14 and the 878. We have a 5 seconds again for the 878 for an overtake with contact. So that's how that one came about. So it wasn't a solid 10 seconds in 1 penalty. It was, of course, 2 split over a few laps.
Yes, and yeah, obviously that's just reminded me. I do remember the 14. By then, I did think the 14 gave the position back. But anyway, yeah, okay. Well, the stewards have made their mind, and we don't argue with the stewards, and we accept the penalty and move on. But yes, that's 10 seconds now for the 878 to take during their pit stop.
Yeah, definitely so. And just being told we have a disconnect from the 939, I believe, on their race, so they're not in the field at the moment either. But we do have a we do have him back apparently. Valentin Barrier there we see in the pit lane, the 939 Ferrari. Yas Heat is back with us briefly, so they do have a control locked message on their screen, and as soon as that disappears, they will get going. But we do have waiting in the wings. We do have a driver from the Hugo Merls car, the number 29 John Lacey Ferrari waiting in the wings, ready for an interview. So we're going to pull Joshua Allen in, and Joshua Allen, welcome to the broadcast. Currently running in P14 in the 29 John Lacey car. Basically, how's your race going? Is any troubles you've had?
Hello, first of all. It's not too bad. My teammate Hugo qualified the car pretty well. But we had some contact with the Williams car on lap 1. And then because of that we were in the mid-pack, so it was very difficult. We got caught up in a few things there, but we're coming back quite nicely at the minute, so yeah, it's not going too bad.
Yeah, just watching from the helicam, and we see Hugo Merls at the back of this kind of fight between we've got the Racing Point car fighting along with the Bentley, the 878 of the 888, sorry, making its way through on that one. The FFS Racing battle with Ren Velton just ahead as well. So it's kind of all kicking off, and I can only imagine kind of waiting in the wings watching this. It's a bit nerving, wondering what is going to happen to your car.
Yeah, it is. My heart's beating quite a bit actually, because it's a very big train.
Yeah,
it's just a matter of who sends it first.
That's typical kind of esports mentality of like who's going to send it first on who, and we'll deal with it from there, I guess. But Hugo looking very good at the moment. Led to believe he's on a double stinted set of Pirellis, if we're right in saying.
Yep, double stint.
And have you been taking your double stints towards the kind of earlier stage of the race, or have you been doing a rain dance? We've seen the Grip Hacks boys in the Aston Martin posting nothing but rain gifs in the chat, praying for a storm, but the weather looking quite stable at the moment. The clouds have rolled in a little bit, but still no rain on the horizon.
No rain so far, which is a bit surprising. But yeah, rain would chuck some, like, it would really fiddle with everyone, because not everyone has done their double stint yet, and it also depends where you are on the track, because it could be as tight as when you're in the pit lane, the rain comes, or, just have to, it's a bit of a guessing game. I'd like it to rain, to be honest. It's quite fun.
Definitely just want to draw your attention to what's just happened in front of your teammate. We said it a few laps ago. Contact between Ren Velton and the FFS car, and all of a sudden there's a kind of tiger-striped Ferrari nearly lengthways across the front of Hugo's bonnet, but well avoided. Very good heads-up driving. I don't know if you guys, do you employ a spotter system, or is it just a case of one of you sits with each other and coaches each other through?
We have some engineers that like dip in and out between our 3 cars. They help us quite a lot. So yeah, there's always someone watching. I bet Hugo was screaming there.
I can only imagine. Probably a good clip for his Twitch stream on that one. We had, I believe we had another Jean Lacey somewhere for interview, one of the drivers at one point, and one of the questions we meant to ask but didn't was how much does Jean Lacey, in a sense, have as an influence in the team? Is it just a pure like sponsorship kind of brand deal thing, or are you actively working alongside his people to make your team better, or how does the arrangement work?
I mean, it's very without saying too much, it's very like there's a lot of big people that help us, and we counteract with them and vice versa, but it's so cool to race under this name. Like, it's when it first happened, it took a few days to be like, okay, this is
kind of pinch me, I'm dreaming, like what's going on here?
Yeah.
Yeah, we were talking earlier, myself and Les, about, of course, real life brands crossing over, and of course ITB being picked up with the Santalot guys. They're kind of using the kind of coaches in real life essentially for like a mental thing for their virtual drivers more than anything. And of course, we do want to see more brands cross in. But Les, I don't know if you've got any questions lined up for Joshua Allen at all.
Yeah, just a quick question really for the sort of the more sim races that, you know, the dream of what you're in, and that's really today's race, for example. You know, does your team set the car up for more, you know, predominantly a dry race, and just if it's wet and we just run with it, or have you set predominantly for thinking there's going to be rain and then and go with it that way? Just intrigued to find out which way you guys go about these type of races.
I mean, yeah, everyone sets up the car differently. Oh my god. Everyone sets up the car, you know, differently for their style, but in an endurance race, it's like you don't know what is going to happen. But yeah, basically what we did for the approach of this race is we did some practice in the dry, got the dry set up as best as we could, and then we took it to the wet, and it was perfectly fine. But other cars, other tracks, it's not always like that.
Yeah.
So yeah, you kind of have to. It's a bit of a guessing game also as well, because
Yeah.
you know with the qualifying you're on a different setup. Most of the time it has more front end, more turn end, so it's a bit more difficult to drive than the race setup.
Yeah.
So yeah, people have to adjust to that, and a setup like that is not going to work in the rain. So it's just like you have to feel confident in what you have your work basically.
Yeah, totally understandable, and thank you for answering that question. Just one other quick question as well is, you know, since you've gone across to the John and Lacey team, I know I think you were previously with Ballas Esports. How has that, you know, do you feel that you've massively improved, or do you feel that it's really helped you progress being part of this team?
Yeah, for sure, because they help you an awful lot. Like with the races, they'll go through the Meltec, the setup. They'll help you with everything, and they make sure that we're prepared as the best as we can. But along with that, we also have some fun. So it's a really great environment to be in, and it's very enjoyable. So
That's great. Thank you, Joshua. Cheers.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, definitely so. And Joshua Allen, thank you for dropping in. It's great to have you, of course, in for a brief interview. And more drivers, if anybody's watching the broadcast and fancies jumping in the box in the next couple of hours or so, please do, because we do have a few burning questions for certain people up and down the grid. And it's always great to get a kind of insight into the bigger kind of organizations and, you know, what goes on. Me and Les sit here just talking between us, and we both race on a very casual level. I think you'll agree with me, Les, and it's crazy to think how much truly goes on behind the scenes with these teams.
Yeah, and like I say, it was great to speak to Joshua then and get a real insight into what these esports teams and how they go around the setup and how they go about their races. And no, it's great to have them on board and you know, get them on in for the interview. So yeah, please come in and make yourselves known.
Yeah, definitely so. And as we roll up to the hour mark, it is of course going to be that time when we ask you guys once again to vote for your AK Esports team of the race, and it's of course worth €100 per race to the team that achieves it. And so far, I believe Veloce Ferrari, the UCOG Ferrari, has taken both of them at the moment, so a bonus €200 to them into their prize pool. We'll flash a QR code up in the bottom right hand side of the screen when we go away. We will of course post a link in the chat if you guys prefer to vote on your desktop, both on Twitch and YouTube. And once again, we just want to thank everybody behind the scenes at home that has tuned in for the broadcast, because of course without this, without you guys, none of this would be really have any point to it. So it's great to see the big numbers. Of course, RCI is branching out to Twitch, so if you haven't already headed over to our Twitch page, please do so, RCI_TV on Twitch. Drop a follow, drop a like on YouTube, and a subscription and all that good stuff, and just help us grow as a community as the battle begins to hot up now between Hugo Merles and Martin Grady is in the mix as well, just behind there, allowing the UCOG Ferrari through the 992, of course, of Veloce. Malinowski currently at the wheel in P3, assaulting a charge on the front. But we'll leave you briefly with an onboard of Stewie's choice. So it'll probably be somebody in this little train to keep things interesting. As I go away, Les will be departing the box, and Ted Edwards will be joining me for the next hour or so before we move into the final hour, where you'll greet the voice of the American Jesse Lee with me as well. So bear with us while we take 5 or 10 minutes, and we'll be back with you very shortly. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to wherever you are in the world. Welcome back to the RCI 6-hour challenge esports series live, both on Twitch and YouTube. And of course, anyone that's just tuning in, round 3, Indianapolis Motor Speedway plays host today on your screens. I'm John Dalton. Back alongside me is now Ted Edwards. Les Stevenson has departed the booth, and Stewie's still behind the cameras, putting in a mammoth stint as always on a Sunday. Welcome to the booth, Ted.
Yeah, thank you. It's nice being back in this booth. I see you left my chair in the corner. It got a little bit dusty, but it's glad to be back.
Wheel your chair back over and we'll get right back into it, Ted. And as we see a round of pit stops coming through, we've got Hugo Merles back into the pit lane for the Jean Alesi Ferrari. The Griffax Unisalva-Leinen, the number 69 car, on a bit of a comeback drive after being turned around at the start. The back of the grid they went, and now they are coming back. We've got George Boothby back in the Ferrari, the 992 of Malinowski coming out, and Boothby back in on that one. Let's see where they come through. And Joshua Allen now has jumped into the number 29 Jean Alesi Ferrari. So we had him in the booth just a minute ago having a little bit of an interview, and it's great to see an insight of the kind of esports world, should we say. Again, me, Les, and you are both probably very casual drivers in a sense compared to the high level that these guys race at, and of course with all the support behind the scenes that they do receive as well.
Yeah, it's very casual from what we do compared to what they do. Like we make our own setups that are just about good enough to get around the track and get a decent lap time, but these guys really put in all the effort. You know, setups take weeks, maybe sometimes months if they've already got one, just need to tweak it. And yeah, it's just, you know, they've always got someone in the ear giving them like a strategy of what they need to do. Say if the rain comes, that'll be another thing they'll have to adapt to. So it's always like, what's always going on with these teams and these drivers. Like, it's non-stop. For us, it's just like we get in the car and we just drive for an hour sometimes. So it's very different.
Pretty much turn up in the practice session, have an hour of practice and say, yeah, that'll do, and then see what happens in the race kind of thing, and we go from there. But like you say, Ted, some of these drivers, of course, with, you know, a plethora of staff behind them, engineers, setup kind of wizards, essentially. You know, the glorious thing about sim racing, unlike obviously real life racing, is we do have an infinite amount of time, an infinite amount of money, and of course you can just sit here all day if you want and just drill in one circuit, get really fast at it to kind of, you know, perfect your line, your craft, what's going to happen. Like you say, some teams will practice for every eventuality. You know, we were expecting some rain on the horizon today, so some teams have been gambling with their Pirellis on that one. If you are just tuning in to the series, of course, we do give limited dry tyre sets. We give 4 sets of tyres for the 6 hours, so of course means 2 double stints on the tyres to make them all the way through to the end. And really got to choose when to do that. We were touching earlier on, obviously some teams begging for the rain, as we see Dominic Blyer now out in the 55. The first time we've seen him today, a mammoth stint from Tinko van der Velde right through from the green flag to now. So Blyer is more than likely going to be in to the end, and he comes out in P6. And looking at the pit stop timer, looks like a fresh set of Pirellis on the Williams car as well.
Yeah, I totally forgot that they had limited tyre sets. I'm so used to just, you know, in the other champs we've done where it's, you know, unlimited tyres and you do what you like with them. But yeah, this is another thing on top where these drivers are really good with, is using tyres more than the allotted like hour you would normally use them for. You're going over that, and they do get very slippery. So, you know, it just takes a good driver to handle you know, a car, a crazy setup as they drive on those like really old tyres.
Yeah, just looking to the pack we've got forming here. We've got the ITB Santalot car, the 696 at the head of it. We've got Racing Point mixed in there as well. We've got the other Williams Audi, the number 5 of Rodriguez, working their way up into P9, as we see Sherapin now back into the 888 Bentley, SMP East car trundling down pit lane on the limiter. We said earlier, of course, the lane feels like it goes on forever, and just looking to the left hand side, look for where Blyer is, because he's going to be the next one through, and he's come out just ahead of his teammate as well in the 878, so possibly a little bit of SMP flying formation going on now. Maybe the not saying they will, but of course the 878 could make it very awkward for the charging Blyer to get past them.
just watching this pack here, like you just said, this is where you need to really focus on what you are doing, because you got a lot of aero wash from the car in front. As we see Grady, like he's gonna feel it on the front end of that Ferrari, and for the outside, the Aston's going to the inside for the defense. But yeah, it's very tricky, especially around this track when you got these heavy braking zones, tight corners, and it's very easy, as we've already seen in today's race, a few taps here and there and a few spins as well. And you know, it's very close racing, but these drivers are are known for this good close racing.
Yeah, there are a few kind of pinch points at the Indianapolis circuit, and just want to point out on the left-hand side of your screen there, we just spoke about it, Martin Grady with a drive-through penalty, just flashing into the steward's box quickly to see what they're saying. An incident on lap 144, turn 1, involving the 71 and the 23. The 23 takes out the 71. Position not returned, so the steward's coming down quite hard on that. The 71, of course, being the Ren Velton car that we saw as we were interviewing Joshua Allen. We did see it live on our screens from the Hugo Mel's on board cam even. Suddenly there was just a Ren Velton Ferrari kind of along the front end of it. So, you know, Stewart's coming down very hard on that. We do have a few more incidents as well, just above that, lap 137, turn 1, involving the number 1 and the 39, no further action. And we then have a lap 141, turn 8, involving the 501 and the 33. 5 seconds for the 33. The car is just ahead there on the West Competition Racing Aston Martin of Nikolai. 5 seconds for them to be served in their next pit stop for avoidable contact. On that one, so good steaming that Nikolai probably could have done a little bit more to avoid what happened. Grady trundles down the pit lane, just seen him trundle past us beneath the box in the Ferrari, and so he served that drive-through fairly instantly. And it's a bit of a hollow one, really, because drive-through could allow a little bit of a rest for your tyres, Ted. It could, give them a little bit of breathing space and then go back out and assault them again.
Yeah, it's true, especially if they're over pressured. Like, it will help you for a bit longer to cool them down through the pit lane, come back out, and you can, like you just said, hammer them again. But it depends. If they're low as it is, it's not going to help you when you come back out again, and got to try and warm them up. But yeah, it's drive-through is not what you need. 5 seconds isn't too bad, but yeah, drive-through really hurts at this stage in the race.
Yeah, drive-through in a pit lane as long as this as well, especially when you're at your fastest kind of part of the track, of course, with the flat-out straight across the Indy banking on that one. You're going to be losing loads of ground, and Nikolai coming in there for his probably pit stop to either change tyres or stay on the same set, as Killian Ryan Meenan now into the 1-2-3 car. They're coming down pit lane on the exit. And just having a look there at the pit stop timer, 1 minute 25. So looking like they are on probably a double stinted set of tyres as well. That's the last pit stop, I'm being told, actually. Should update. There we go. Lap 155, 135 down the lane. So they're going to be on some fresh Pirellis. And just having a look at the circuit map, they've got a number 71 ahead of them. But after that, they've got a little bit of breathing space. So they should be able to get these Pirellis nicely switched on and kind of into the zone quite early and really drill in those fast laps.
I sort of forget how long this pit lane is. We have Spa, which has the longest pit lane in ACC, and that's horrible, especially if you get a drive through that track. It's a nightmare. But I did not realise how long this was. The 1 minute 35s is sort of your pit stop time, and I guess that's with the fresh set tyres or a driver swap. So it's pretty lengthy. You've got to plan your stops out orderly, and whatever happens in the race, if you get span out, then you've got to account for that and then work that into the strategy. It's always a little bit of moving stuff around in these sort of races, even at a lower level. Still got a little bit of working out to do.
Yeah, even in some of the races I've done with the, with Sebastian Brunier and Tom Pottage in the team, sometimes you do just do things on the fly. You plan for something, that something doesn't happen, and then all of a sudden you've got to switch it completely on its head. And just scanning down the pit stop timers, Aidan Walshingham back into the number 44 Aztec Visceral car with a 1 minute 34 stop, so they're on fresh tyres as well. Sherapin we saw for the SMP, 134 again, fresh tyres for him. Blyer on a fresh set of Pirellis. We've got Boothby on fresh tyres. Ryan Meenan mistaken, fresh tyres. Rodriguez on fresh tyres as well. So all your top kind of drivers essentially at this point are on a fresh set of boots. So keep your eyes peeled to see who could really maximize that. We might see a few position swaps, whoever can get it kind of switched on first. We know the Ferrari is very strong indeed, and we've got, you know, 2 in the top 3 alone. We got Fleischer out front for the Team 1 FF. Again, shout out to those guys for their pit wall link. It's very much appreciated while we try and get ours working with the pit wall team. And, you know, Sherapin and Blyer, 2 very capable drivers. Again, not somebody I would want to be catching if I was in the shoes of Boothby and Ryan Meenan especially.
Yeah, just looking there, the 404. Just looking at the quality times I saved from earlier this afternoon. Looking at the 404, they've gone from 33rd place up to the 9th. That was Connection Lost Racing, done very well. Just having a look around, seeing what other cars have done well, but everyone's moved around a lot today, which is quite nice to see. Obviously, different strategies are kicking in. People pitting at different times. Some people are taking tyres earlier than others, and you know, just running longer. So it'll be interesting to see where everyone ends up compared to their quality times. Obviously, you could be really fast in qualifying, and then your race paces can be a bit slower, can even be a bit faster. And obviously that changes what happens in the race. It's very interesting.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, that's a massive gain, isn't it, for the Connection Lost Racing team, the 404 there we see on the screen coming under pressure at the moment from Santoro in another one of the Shauna Lacey cars. We've got a few more penalties popped up on the screen. I've got 2 more stewards reports to rattle off. We've got an incident on lap 152, turn 1, involving the 163 and the 1. That's the West Competition BMW, the number 1. 5 seconds for them for forcing the 163 off the track. And then later on in that same lap, actually, we have an incident, lap 152, turn 1, involving the 163 and the 1. Warning for the car number 163. That is the Aston Martin, currently down in P19. So stewards warned them for moving under braking. So maybe a little bit of a tit for tat in that scenario. And it just so happened that Sebastian Apostle was the man to pick up that penalty, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's the problem with getting these little penalties and stuff. It does affect you quite a bit in the long run, especially with, you know, you finish your last pit stop and, you know, you've only got that last bit of the race to do, however long it is. Could be half an hour or an hour, but you get that 5 seconds or even 10 seconds is even worse, and it really changes how you drive that car home, especially if you're on older tyres as well and you have a penalty. It's really going to affect you mentally of, right, where do I need to be, what lap times do I need to do, and you obviously, you know, you've got someone talking in your ear saying like, well, you need to be doing this, the other car's doing that, and it's that stage in the race where it get a little bit tense.
Yeah, just want to touch on the car we saw leaving the pit lane there. Lewis Fleischer in the number 52 Team 1 FF. His pit stop being a 1:19. So he is on old Pirellis in a sea of new Pirelli drivers. Walshingham, Sherapin, Blyer, Boothby, and Ryan Meenan, and even Rodriguez and Santoro, all on fresh Pirelli. So keep your eye on the number 52 to see where they end up at the end of this stint. Legion of Racers still currently battling with the 977 Kramer Porsche as the gamble goes back behind Pratama on the Legion of Racers. A very capable team. Legion of Racers been around for a little while now. Normally find them in the kind of Asia area of the world. Some very good drivers in their lineup, and we did witness Dylan Tan winning one of our RCI events not so long ago in the McLaren under their banner, as well as we look here on board the 832, sizing up a move on Wilga ahead in the 334. Virtual drivers by TX3 Audi R8 there. No move to be had, although very good attack and a good kind of flick back section here. It's a very tricky section to get right, Ted. It's one of those sections where you kind of throw yourself off in one corner. It just ruins the flow for the rest of them.
Yeah, this is when a good setup comes into play. With the corners, it's you're moving the weight of the car around quite a lot around this track. Through this corner and onto this right-hander, going onto the main straight is another one where you're just shifting the weight, I think, right to left, and it can really unsettle the car if you're not got that grip from the anti-roll bars. But also, if you're following someone like we see here, the Renwell Esports car, they're going to have the aero wash from the Aston in front, and that can also affect how the front of the car works and can upset the rear. So it's just finding the right balance for the car you are driving, and that can be very difficult.
Yeah, super tricky with a GT3 machine. Of course, a lot of setup adjustments you can do for these cars, and many different technologies they do employ in suspension setup, dampers, aero, etc. So it's a very interesting and fascinating world, and it's a very steep learning curve if you are looking to get into the world of setups. Just looking to the left-hand side of the board, Santoro in the 27 and Martin Lawrence now into the pit lane for their stops, currently residing in P11 and P12, so they'll probably slip down a little bit more. And the number 14 fight still rages on. We saw a few laps ago them trying to battle the 878 SMP Bentley. The 45 was ahead of the Bentley, putting up a great defensive drive, and the Bentley could just not find a way past it. And now it's all up to the number 14 Simware Pro by VDES car to see if they can now find a way past. And of course, just ahead is the Assetto Visceral teammate. I believe that's Walshingham at the front of the field, and then you've got the number 45 of Negrini just behind it. Is indeed confirmed there on the left-hand side of your screen. Walshingham dispatching of the virtual drivers by TX3 car, pulling right over out of the way from this kind of leading train of first, 8th and 9th. So very heads-up driving from them. It's great to see, even in the latter half of the race, you know, drivers still being very aware. Some drivers we touched on earlier, Ted coming from a 24-hour race that's been going on with another famous, well-known community yesterday and finished earlier this afternoon as we began our event. So some drivers by this point of the day might be a little bit fatigued, and of course, trying to manage double stinting tyres, it's not going to be an easy mental game for anyone.
I've been in the same situation through doing an iRacing 24-hour, jumping onto one of our championships for an hour and then jumping back again and staying up the whole night. It can really get to you, and it's not very nice. And, you know, jumping between two different sims and two different, entirely different cars was not something I would do again anytime soon. But these guys are obviously driving at a much higher level than I was, and you know, everything's for play here today, and they must be tired.
Yeah, it almost mimics kind of real life drivers' schedules nowadays are fairly busy with the vast array of championships you've got going on. Some drivers jump from, you know, GT World Challenge one weekend to NLS at the Nürburgring the next, then they fly to America for IMSA the following weekend, and you know, even virtual schedules can be just as hectic as the real life schedules. We saw there Matasia dispatching of Santoro in the John Alesi Lamborghini. Racing Point now up into P17 and John Alesi down into P18. As we ride on board now with Wilger in the 334, looking back to the 832. The Pass Sim Racing team takes a lot of curb on the inside. Not seen many drivers kind of use that curb, and just behind, I think we've got the 404 Connection Loss Racing. Yaroslav Roth now in that car all the way down in P23. So a little bit premature maybe earlier, Ted. They just caught lucky with the pit stop cycle when just as we started talking about them being so high up the grid.
Yeah, and Stewie did say to us that they still need to do a pit stop, which made sense from where they were sitting on that time in place. But you know, 23rd from 33rd is still a really good positions gained through what is it, 4 hours and 25 minutes of racing we've had. So you know, they're going strong, as they always do. You know, we've seen them around a long time. They have multiple drivers in our championships, and you know, they're always quicker than I could ever be.
Yeah, I know that feeling. It seems like everybody's quicker than I could ever get. But you know, it's one of those things when, you know, you're being paid for this almost as a full-time job, like some of the drivers inevitably are in the grid. You know, you put your heart and soul into it, and it is how you do unlock that kind of true pace. You know, juggling your real-life schedule of, you know, work, family, and other commitments alongside sim racing can't always be easy. But we do try where we can for the passion of our hobby. Just want to touch on a stewards report again. incident on lap 146, turn 1, involving the 69 and the 977. The 69, of course, being the Grifhax engineering car, and the 977 being the Kramer Porsche. Late defensive move, so we have a warning for the 977. They are on the steward's radar, of course, that car today. Piloted by Marco Bischoff and Henrik Gamble. Very, reputable names that we've seen in a few times in RCI, and Kramer tend to get kind of everywhere in the esports world, and probably one of my favorite Porsche liveries, I would say, over the years that I've been following ACC.
Yeah, saying about liveries, that Aston Martin there was the 832 Aston Racing team. Their livery is very nice, and I just want to get up close and personal with that, because it got a bit of purple, bit of blue, white and black, and I really like it. It's a lot going on, but it's still nice.
A little bit of Tedwoods, that one, and it is very much inspired by the real-life Iron Force racing cars. For any of you that follow the kind of German scene in motorsport, they do field a few. I think they fielded an R8 and a GT3 Porsche. They fielded a GT3 Cup car as well along their seasons. So it's great to see kind of real-life influences as well as real-life organizations kind of working their way into the virtual world. Just saw a move there from the 832, trying to get past Wilger, but nothing to be had. Wilger still on the back of Henrik Gamble in the 977. Henrik just aged 22 years, driven in the Kramer team since November 2022, and is a SimGrid World Cup silver champion, so no stranger to pressure and trying to put in fast laps. As we see Yaroslav Roth there clattering over the inside curb of turn 1, getting a bit pinched by the 832. Henrik with 1,800 hours plus on the ACC in general, and his favorite car combination being the Porsche at the Nürburgring, and unfortunately the Nürburgring not featuring on the 6-hour esports calendar. We do, of course, head next to Barcelona, and then finally we end up in France for Paul Ricard on May 28th, where the championship comes to a head, and the teams get a divide of the €11,000 prize pool, plus any kind of bonus points or bonus money, should we say, they picked up along the way. Of course, with AK Esports sponsoring our Team of the Race award every hour, we will be flashing up a QR code and posting a link in the chat for that one, as George Boothby makes light work of Lewis Fleischer there into turn 1. Of course, Fleischer on old tyres in the Team 1 FF car, Boothby on a nice new set of Pirelli, so easily dispatched on that one. And of course, we do have the Go Setups pole position award as well, that did of course go to the Assetto SimSports Visceral Red card this time out, and I think Williams has taken the previous 2, so team's already netting up some euros, and of course when you get some euros, you do want to spend it on some stuff. But Ted, if you won a considerable amount of euros, maybe 100 or so, what would you spend it on?
Well, I'd probably spend it on a nice sim rig. I've always wanted one. All I do at the minute is clamp the wheel to the desk and sit in my chair, and it's not the comfiest of things, especially if you're doing a double stint. But yeah, I'd probably go for a decent sim rig.
You are the same as me in that sense. I thought I was still the only one in the community that raced on a desk. But yeah, it is us two, I guess, against the world. But yeah, clamping on the desk, not fun. I think I've threaded about 3 Thrustmaster mounts already. Gone through them. They're not easy to pick up secondhand or new. But yeah, I'd like a permanent solution. And of course, if the €100 could go towards that, would be great as well. And just want to touch on the partners for our event. Of course, the Fanatec, one of the leading brands in dedicated sim racing hardware, including force feedback wheels, direct drive units, pedals, load cells, shifters, and of course much more. If you are looking to pick up any new hardware in the next year or so, we do have an affiliate link down in the description below here at RCI, which does help us with some of the running costs. And of course, we do have AK Esports, a leading Italian company in esports management and organization across the world, founded in 2005, establishing itself as a point of reference in the hardware sector, and then 2018 branched out into their first official esports championship alongside Porsche, has since found success with the SRO Motorsports Group and Delara, among many other brands, and including helping with us here with our server solutions here at RCI. Check out their description, check out their link, in the description below if you believe they can help you at all. And finally, of course, Go Setups. We just touched on briefly with the pole position award with the bonus €100, formed to be one of the premium esports setup stores for ACC, with their primary aim being to create setups for all skill levels, whether you're esports ready, such as every driver on this grid today, or you're looking for a safer alternative just for your favorite car, featuring a plethora of esports stars on their team. You can be sure the setups you choose has extensive hours behind it, and we touched on it earlier, Ted, with some of us just kind of wing the setups, but why would you wing it if you could buy them? And just want to chuck it out there that they have a Jaguar pack.
Oh, we love a Jaguar over here. Yeah, I've had some of the Go setups, and they are actually really, really good. Better than making my own most of the time. I'd definitely say if you need some setups and you can't really make your own, and you're not really sure of what you're doing, head over there. It's they're really, really useful.
Yeah, definitely so. And with drivers that have a kind of expertise in how the game works, okay, in the next update next week, it's rumored that big suspension changes, big tire changes are coming as well, so your setups are going to kind of get thrown out of the window to a degree. Aris said some of them may still work, but not in the way they were intended to work to begin with, so might need a little bit of tweaking. And of course the guys over at Go Setup probably know exactly what they're going to be doing come that update drop. Obviously 1.9 will be bringing some new machinery to the field. Of course, the Ferrari drivers in the race are eligible for the upgrade to the 296. The Porsche drivers are eligible, of course, for the upgrade to the new 992. And the few Lamborghinis we have sprinkled in for the Jean Alesi, the number 27 and 28 cars, of course, will be eligible for the Evo 2 upgrade. And of course, with the pack as well, late piece of news came out last week. We are receiving Valencia as a circuit in ACC. Not Valencia, the street circuit from Formula One, of course, the kind of permanent tarmac solution, Valencia on that one. And I can't wait to kind of learn a new track, Ted. I don't know how you feel, but it's, we've kind of mastered, in quotation marks, should we say, at our skill level. We're competent at all the tracks, and now it's time for us to kind of sink our teeth into something new.
Yeah, we need a new track for a while, just to bring people back again. Driving the same tracks day in, day out sort of thing can get a little bit tiring. So to hear that 3 new cars is lovely. A new Lamborghini is what I've wanted for a while, because this Lamborghini isn't the greatest at the minute compared to the M4s and like the Audi Evo 2 that came out as well. It's sort of lacking, so a new Lamborghini is always wanted. And yeah, a new track, like who doesn't want a new track to drive around and learn, especially on this game where like you just said, they've got new tire model, suspension and stuff coming in, and I've watched the video, I've listened to it a lot, and it sounds very, very nice.
It does sound very, very promising. For those of you that are wondering what me and Ted are talking about, of course, the 1.9 suspension and tyre changes. Aris Drives over on YouTube, of course, the lead dev, should we say, that's kind of the middle point between us and Kunos on the feedback, of course, on their stream. This weekend, I think tonight he's going live within the next couple of hours or so. In 4 minutes, I'm being told by Stewie. But don't tune away from RCI TV. Stay here, because we've still got an hour 25. But Aris is, of course, going to be showcasing the changes that are coming, so you can kind of pre-warn yourself and be aware of what to expect when the update does drop. And I, for one, cannot wait for a kind of big shake-up in physics. It's going to be a new learning curve. It's not going to be, of course, just the new machines you're going to have to learn. You're going to have to relearn all of your old cars as well. So those drivers that are fairly competent, of course, in the M4, that's going to feel completely different, I imagine, along with all the electronics changes as well with the ABS and TC and how they operate. So yeah, big things on the horizon for ACC, and of course RCI will be hosting many more events in the future year. So if you are interested in, of course, what we have to offer, head on over to our website racerci.com, where you can check out a full calendar and a full list of events that we are becoming a host to. And I believe the Night Owl sign-ups have just gone live today, Ted, if I'm right in saying.
Yeah, they went live almost 5 hours ago. Did a bit of planning a few weeks ago to see what I want to do. just run a two race champ as like a little spring break special, sort of with the old cars, as in the old Ferrari, Lamborghini, and Porsche. Say old, they will be old as of next week. Had a decent turnout for that. It was nice. Everyone had a bit of fun, and yeah, so just waiting for the new car, new tracks to come out, and then you can start doing the pre-queue. As soon as the pack drops, the pre-queue will open for that. But yeah, signups are open. It's going to be exciting to have Night Owl back on Saturday night.
Definitely so, and the idea behind Night Owl, of course, is for drivers that aren't in the kind of standard European time zone. You might struggle to find some events that work around you and your schedule. Night Owl is aimed just to be that, isn't it? Pretty much, Ted.
Yeah, and it's a little bit different from what we normally do, as in you'll know the first race. You know what the first race will be straight from the get-go, but all the other races won't be announced until sign-ups close. So you're going in blind as such to what car you take, which is different from what we normally do, because we always show what it is. And same thing with the pit requirements. There is a list of what the potential pit requirements can be. Oh dear, that's not what you want to see. Just
Yeah, definitely not. Gato Chain Ballas Esports being run off the road there by the Lipet car. Flash of the lights before contact was made, but I think it was too late to react. So another one for the stewards to sink their teeth into on that one, as we ride aboard the Renvelten Aston Martin, the number 72, looking to the back of the Griphax engineering car. They're still up in P25 after a good comeback drive through the field. Of course, they did get turned around in lap 1, I believe, sent all the way to the back. So, especially in a field this competitive, making up a good 20 places or so, it isn't easy. I mean, I've raced a few invite splits, should we say, in quotation marks, in the early days of RCI, and everybody is so inch perfect that if you're out of sequence and you're not on the same pace as them, it's so hard to come back through the field.
yeah, it is. In a few of our ones, and once you get spun around and trying to get back through again, it's hard, because people at the back of the grid can still have the same race pace as the front half. It just depends who's driving the car, and they could have got spun out as well, and you'd be fighting them, and it's going to make it 10 times harder. But yeah, it's always hard to come back through the grid.
Absolutely no, and just looking back from the rear wing here of Oliver Hagstrom Vigashu for the Nilion pace car, the 899, that was very out of contention as well, but they now find themselves up into P24, defending from the Griphax car. It's not going to be an easy fight. The finish lineup nearly in the black Aston Martin, sends it to the inside, stands on the anchors just about, manages to get it drawn up, forces Oliver Hagstrom Vigashu now to lose another position to the Renvelten Aston Martin around the outside of the next sequence of turns, of course, and backwards goes the Audi. And we keep saying about the kind of train meta, essentially, where one car opens the door and before you know it, you've got 2, maybe 3 or 4 cars, as Timu Polki there tries to break the toe on the Renvelten car, forces their hand to the outside of turn 1, and turn 1, of course, with the pinch point, it's very tricky to get around the outside. If you can make it stick, though, it does become the inside, and nearly Renvelten make it work, but just not alongside enough of the Griphax car to make anything stick.
Yeah, again, aero wash. I keep saying this. It's difficult through the corners to get past get past the cars, because obviously you're losing the front end grip. But then as you just see, you get on the straights, and that's where the toe comes into effect, and drivers are going defensive to try and knock them off the line, to get them off the toes so they don't overtake. And especially with these 2 cars here, they're both Aston Martins. It's all about driver and maybe a little bit of setup, but it's just using your brain of when you should make a move and when you shouldn't make a move.
Yeah, so you've really got to think about wisely when you do try and shoehorn that door open. What are going to be the implications if it does go wrong? And Joshua Allen, we had him up here in the booth earlier on, just behind Sebastian Apostle now for the West Competition Racing car. And West Competition Racing, of course, no strangers to the esports leg, shall we say. Been around since January 2015 with 12 drivers in their team. Sebastian Apostle, very young, just aged 17 years old. Started sim racing with the F1 games. Been in the team since 2021, so still relatively new in the grand scheme of how old the team is, and his biggest achievement was the SRO Esports IGTC 2022 P5 Silver in that class, and he did also become a Logitech G Challenge EMEA finalist. And alongside his sim racing escapades, he does race in the Romanian Endurance Karting Masters, finishing in P3 in both 21 and 22. So, you know, it's not all about the virtual world. A lot of these drivers do have some IRL experience as well. And, you know, it's great. We keep saying it again and again, but it's great to see that the real life side of things kind of cross over into simulators. It does prove how kind of accurate these games, I say in quotation marks, really are. You know, they are so true to real life sometimes in certain aspects.
Yeah, I'd like to agree with you, but I've never driven a real race car, John, which is, you know, I think that's all our dreams. To, you know, sit behind a computer screen with, you know, a cheap wheel, a Logitech or whatever, a Fanatec, or, you know, and it's just like it's all our dreams to drive one of these cars, but in real life, just you know, from driving them here and how they sound. And I've been to Brands Hatch, not Brands Hatch, I've been to Donington Park to watch the British GT final, and the cars in game, in real life, sound so like realistic. Like they sound basically perfect as they do in game. It's mad, and it's nice, and yeah, it's one of our dreams. I think I can speak for the both of us.
Yeah, it's definitely, you know, if I ever had a chance to set foot in even a GT4 car, I think I'd be happy with, let alone a GT3 machine. It must be, you know, absolutely mind-bending, and, you know, just, you know, I've driven a car on a track in a track day scenario. However, a 1997 Nissan is very different to a modern day GT3 machine. But still, certain aspects of car control do come into it. It is crazy how much you can push a car to its limits. Even a 97 Nissan. It's, you know, I did 10 minutes with an instructor at an airfield track day, and it was mental to think how much you can truly do in a car. First thing he told me was you need to brake harder and a lot later. Obviously, when it's your real life car, you think, I don't really want to do this. But then when you do stand on the brakes, it's crazy to know how much potential you have in that aspect alone, let alone a you know, a giant set of GT3 brakes underneath you. Like, it must be absolutely insane to push the pedal and probably nearly send yourself under the dashboard.
Yeah, I hop into my car and I'm like, oh, this is like driving on a sim. Well, it's different, but yeah, it's one of those things. I've gone from driving on the sim to driving in my car, and I wouldn't recommend doing that straight away. I'd give yourself a good 15-20 minutes to relax.
Have you ever tried left foot braking in your real life car as well?
Yeah, it's not nice.
It's hilarious. You need to go out the windscreen.
My foot went straight to the floor. Yeah, that's something I would never attempt again in the car. It's obviously, you know, a normal road car brake is not the same as a racing brake. Obviously, they're a lot stiffer. But yeah, once you've been right foot braking in a normal road car for a very long time, and you go left foot brake, your brain doesn't really compute what is happening. No. And yeah, like you say, you're underneath the steering wheel.
Yeah, I remember when I first left foot broke in a car, and yeah, I nearly went through the windscreen. It was an experience, to say the least, and it's amazing how trained your right foot really is at balancing a brake pedal just in like normal day traffic, let alone when you turn it to kind of fast road or, you know, track driving orientated, should we say. And yeah, it's mental. But yeah, back to the action. Here at Indianapolis, we've got Ren Velton still glued to the back of the Gripfax car. Saw a few laps ago the door getting opened, and you know, Oliver Hagstrom Vigashu getting kind of muscled out of the train now, and the Astons have kind of run away with it. And we now see another battle with Luke Addison in the Genius Esports car just ahead. The all South African lineup, usually in that car, and we've got Ostrouch looking to the outside, and we've got the Team Racing Point car as well in the mix. I don't think they are actually for position. I think the Racing Point car is just trying to get through on a blue flag scenario here. So Luke's going to have to be very careful on where he lets that car go, because if he lets him go in the wrong place, you're going to see Ostrouch alongside, and probably a wise move to let him go in the mid corner. He can cover off the next kind of switchback move, and then him and Ostrouch can resume that battle.
Yeah, when you're under blue flag, but you're still racing someone for position, it's so difficult to like let the faster car through while not losing a place to the guy you're racing. I've been in it many times, and you've just got to pick the right corner, but you can't leave it for too long, because then you can get a warning for a blue flag, and then if you get 2 warnings from that, you get that's a penalty, and it's not something that you don't want. So you got to be sort of quick while still controlling the car, but still watching the other 2 cars that are behind you. It's a very difficult thing to do, but very well handled by Luke there.
Yeah, absolutely so. And speaking of, being the 3rd car in the train, here we go. The Pass Sim Racing team behind Wilga still just gets caught out on the brakes, and this allows Yaroslav Roth now into the fight. A car he wasn't really fighting much before that corner, but you make one mistake and the gains you can get on your rival are absolutely insane. And it's now going to give Roth the tow, of course, all the way down the main straight into turn 1. So we ride on board now with the Connection Loss Racing 404. Looking to the back of the Pass Sim Racing team, although no hidden message on the rear wing of that car like we've been seeing up and down the grid. He knows Roth is, Roth knows that the pass car has outbraked itself once, and maybe Roth can force the move once again to make the same mistake into the latter half of the lap. But I didn't realise until we joined the broadcast the 3-hour mark, but Indy is a very bumpy track, Ted.
Yeah, I haven't really driven it much. It's not my favourite track to drive. I prefer Watkins Glen out of the American pack we got, but it's good. It's still good. It's very bumpy, yes. And if your car is really stiff on the rear, then if you go for a corner and you get a bump wrong, really unstable car and make it slide, and you might lose control of the car. So that's another thing with the setups, is you got to make them for the track. Not like you can just take a setup into Watkins and then take one into Silverstone, as we see here. Can't.
This looks very awkward for the number 14 Simware Pro by VDES. Can't say I've ever seen a race car reverse that much in a race, but very heads-up driving there from the number 14 to kind of reverse it down the pit exit to get it out of the racing line, but a very odd place for it to be parked. Wasn't on the apex or on corner exit, it was before the corner had even begun, so kind of indicates maybe a little bit of bumping with another car possibly, or possibly turned itself around on the brakes. But with dry conditions, track being optimum and relatively cool now, 18 degrees in air, 22 in track, I can't imagine he did that himself.
No. The thing is, why did he reverse there? And it's maybe because, yes, I'm not too sure, but I know some cars, you can turn the traction control off and try and spin the car around like they do in F1. Sometimes they don't do that. I think Aston Martin might be one of those cars where you can put your foot down with full turn, but it won't spin the rear wheels. So you don't want to, risk that going to someone's way, facing the wall like an Austin Powers move, and someone hits you in the side, and you get a big old penalty. So reversing like that was probably the most sensiblest thing they could have been.
Looking at the number 44 at the moment, looks to be an early call on the pit lane. Not sure what's happening here. Not sure what the Assetto boys are thinking, but they are down the lane. Aidan Walshingham currently in P7 with the fastest lap, dropping down and down all the time as he sits there. This is a little bit out of sequence, Ted, because the 65-minute stint timer, they're gonna have to pit again. But is it possibly a DC?
Yeah, this is dropping down the order. So yeah, that just here now they had a disconnect that is not great. It's something that you just can't control sometimes. I've had it a few times where it just, if the internet goes or the game decides you're not going to belong there anymore, and you just get booed off, and so by the looks of it, that's what has happened. And yeah, it sucks, especially with an hour and 10 to go.
Yeah, being confirmed in the YouTube chat by one of the Assetto Visceral team members, I believe, there, that it was in fact a disconnect, which is such a shame. Walshingham and Moreira running so well up towards the top end of the field, and of course when you disconnect in ACC, when you join back, your controls are locked for a considerable amount of time, and all you can do is just watch as cars go streaming past. Coming out now, I believe P22, they've slipped down till at the moment, and possibly might even lose a few more before they cross the timing line, which is very unfortunate. They are saying they won't give up. They're going to give it everything to see if they can get back into the race. But a disconnect with 5 minutes over the stint timer, they are going to have to pit again before the end of the race.
Yeah, that sucks. Where they've come out the pit now, down in 26th place, as you can see on the left-hand side, and they dropped. And that's just shows you what can happen in these sort of races. Just little problems like hardware failures is a sort of a common one we see quite a lot, especially with brake pedals or accelerator pedals, where they just stop working for some reason, and it could either be a software glitch, or it could just literally be something has broken inside, mechanical failure. And it's just like real racing, where a car can have a brake failure or whatever else, the engine's not being cooled enough, the radiator's leaking or something like that. It's similar. It's a similar thing where you just have to go back to the pits and try and fix it, and yeah, it will ruin your race.
Yeah, that's it. It's we're not subject to mechanical failures, luckily, in ACC. Of course, if you have stable enough hardware, you can pound around for a limited amount of time, providing the server allows it, your hardware in real life allows it, and the internet allows it. So unfortunately, for them, they have encountered what I would christen a mechanical failure in finger quotations. They do find themselves down now in P26, but they won't give up. They will try and give it their all to come back. And of course, the comment in the YouTube chat there, this team never stops pushing. I'm honoured to be a part of it. So it proves the attitude of the Assetto Visceral boys there, and girls if they are in the team, of course, for their organisation. And of course, fielding 3 cars, I believe, here today. It's great to see such a strong presence on the grid of them. Of course, when you have longer races, essentially, you then need more drivers to fill the car to get to the end. A 6-hour race is quite easily doable, as these guys are proving between 2 of them. 3 at a push if real life gets in the way. Of course, that means over a 6-hour calendar, you can field maybe an extra car or 2. If we threw a 24-hour race in the mix, you wouldn't be able to field the 3rd car, because you'd have to fill the other 2 cars with extra drivers to get through the day and the night shifts. And great to see more than 1 car on the field. John Alesi here fielding 3 cars in total, 1 Ferrari, 2 Lamborghinis, as the battle still rages here with Wilga in the virtual drives by TX3, coming under immense pressure from the 832, and then the 832 coming under pressure from Yaroslav Roth. All the meanwhile, Santoro ahead is just looking in his mirrors and seeing the train forming, and he knows if Santoro makes a mistake, he's going to be shuffled down the order at least 3 positions if it's big enough.
Yeah, poor Lamborghini just trying to hold on. Haven't driven that car for a while, for over a year now, so I'm not sure what it's like compared to the rest of the grid nowadays, especially the new Audi that's behind them now, and the Aston Martin's getting a little bit of a buff that not so long ago. Don't really see many Lamborghinis in the series that we run, but it's always nice to see one. Always nice to hear it scream, if you like.
It is probably one of the better sounding cars, other than the Aston Martin V12, which I stand beside until I die. I will take that with me to the grave. A great sounding GT3 car, and it's just a shame that it never ran any longer in a V12 configuration. Somebody needs to do an Evo version of that somewhere. I'd love to see it. But of course, the Lamborghini, as you mentioned there, Ted, not a popular pick. Again, the Mercedes not really been a popular pick here either with the teams. We don't have a single Mercedes in the field at the moment. 2 Bentleys being the kind of least picked car in the grid alongside the Lamborghini, with 2 of them, as the Sim Racing team gets very close there to the back of Santoro, and even made Santoro kind of jink the wheel away from the apex, thinking they were going for a move. But Santoro now covering off the inside line nicely. Sim Racing around the outside allows Yaroslav Roth alongside, although the corner switches back and contact is made. Roth goes to stage left. Santoro gets a bump in the rear as well from the 832. So kind of everybody lifts off, gives everybody their places back, and kind of we're back on form for another battle. 3-way fight here. We've got 404 to the outside into the pinch point corner. It's not very easy to get a move done there. Of course, the track narrows right down with the big blue curb on the inside. But hopefully, touching back on the Lamborghini point, when the 1.9 update comes, the Evo 2 variant comes out, it makes it a little bit more of a favorable pick, driving the Lamborghini last season for the RCI EWC. It's a kind of a bit of a fat, lazy car. It's not always the best. Watkins Glen was very painful in the car. It just didn't do what you wanted it to do. So kudos to the Jean Alesi team for having the odd pick, should we say, in the series at the moment, and picking 2 of them, need we say. But the Evo 2 variant, of course, next time you see these guys on the grid, will be in a completely different machine, completely different set of physics. So you might see the Lamborghini in the top 10, Ted.
Hopefully, that would be very nice to see. And like you say, we can see right here what you're on about the Lamborghini being a bit sluggish. Is these Aston Martins are right behind them, and they're just losing time. You know, the lots of times the Audi that's got past them, it looks like it's through the corners. And you know, from your statement saying it's lazy, I can see it right here.
Yeah, it's not the most agile in kind of change of direction, and you know, towards the latter half of the lap, there's a lot of change of direction to kind of get your car through. So it's very tricky indeed. And looking at the pit stop timer, I think this Lamborghini is possibly on old tires as well, with a 1:25 last time by in the lane. Lap 1:59 they came down the lane, and leader is now on lap 1:83. So you know, we're quite a way away from the previous pit stop when it came down, and the Sim Racing car now finds their way through on the Lamborghini as well. So that opens them to kind of increase their assault on the next car in line. The Sim Racing car with a 1:38 last time down the lane, so they are definitely on a fresh set of Pirellis. And Yaroslav Roth also with a 1:36 down the lane, so they are on a fresh set of Pirellis, which is probably why those two were so equal on that one, as we now have just over an hour to go on the timer. Anything can happen at the moment. Strategy is going to be blown wide open in the last set of pit stops, and we are not too far away from that happening, Ted.
No, they could even pit now if it was a 65-minute stint timer. So you know, you can pit now. You've got that spare set of tires fresh. You can whack them on, put fuel up, and go for it. Nothing's stopping you, but probably not. As you see, the 52 is in the pit lane. Coming out of it now, I believe the 899, I think that is, just come in as well. So a few people jumping in now, just going to the end, and some of them probably hit in half an hour or so, and just only doing a half an hour stint. So you know, it's just, you can just see how strategy is different from start of the race. Some people did it earlier to get it out of the way, and some people now are just doing that their half an hour at the end. So it's nice to see the variety of pit strategies.
Yeah, you've really got to weigh it up as we have a look at a race replay here between the Williams car, the number 5 around the outside on FFS Racing. I believe that's the 1, 2, possibly on the door number there. That's for position 4. So that's a battle still raging on as Williams close right up on the brakes once again into turn 1. No side-by-side hip and shoulder check this time by. This fight could be settled on pit lane depending who has the fastest stop. Apparently 5 laps ago that incident happened, and 5 laps have sailed past, and still no position change there. So Ryan Meenan absorbing all the pressure from Rodriguez in the Williams car. It's a very scary name when you have Williams behind you. You know, the feats they have in Formula 1 and real-life motorsport now crossing over into the virtual world. So great to see as Yaroslav Roth now darts out just behind the Lamborghini to see if he can make a move down into turn turn 1, although I don't believe he is close enough. And as we round up now to the 1 hour mark, it is that time again when we ask you guys at home to take a vote for the AK Esports team of the race. It's of course worth a bonus €100 per race to the team that wins it. And every hour, as we flash up in the bottom right hand side there, we'll show you a QR code on screen and post a link in the chat for people to vote on who they think is the AK Esports team of the race. That time is now, ladies and gentlemen. It could of course be a vote for the greatest comeback, such as Griffax Engineering for lasting out for 5 hours nearly, trying to fight back through the grid. Could be fastest car on track. At the moment it's the AAA SMP at the top of the grid. It could be best livery, or it could just be your favourite team at home that you've supported, or maybe even your favourite driver. Let's see if you can get them a bonus €100. Veloce, Ferrari, the 992, winning round 1 and 2. So wonder if they can make it a triple hat trick. It is, of course, time for us to go to our break. Ted Edwards will be leaving the comms booth. We'll push his chair back into the corner to get real dusty again for his next stint, and he joins us on RCI TV. After we come back, it'll be myself and Jesse Lee to see you through until the end, and the end show as well. So bear with us 5-10 minutes or so while we go and grab a drink and a break between us, and we will leave you with an onboard, and we'll be back with you very shortly. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to wherever you are in the world. Welcome back once again to the RCI 6-hour Challenge Esports Series live, both on Twitch and YouTube. And round 3, of course, being played host at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. I'm John Dalton. Back alongside me now for the final hour and the end show is Jesse Lee, and Stewie still behind the cameras putting in a mammoth stint. Welcome, Jesse.
Hello, everybody, and welcome yourself, John Dalton. What a ridiculous race we have been treated to. We've had lead changes and some strategy come into play. Nothing falling from the sky, I will say. Here in the last hour of the race, it has become completely cloudy. The track temperature holding steady as well, but just a fantastic race. Some of the teams, though, getting their elbows out a little bit.
Yeah, it has been a little bit aggressive in places. We've seen some cars turn backwards. We've seen a number 14 park kind of backwards at turn 1, reversing round into the pit lane to get going again. That was a very odd one. We've seen a couple of Ferraris tangled in turn 1. Griffhax Engineering went round in the opening lap. They're on their comeback driver, their life number 69, currently up in P19, yeah, prior to any pit stops. We've had a few disconnects, a few drivers come back to try and fight. And yeah, it's all looking very competitive coming into the last hour.
Well, it's never a bad thing whenever you have the top 3 in the race inside the final hour of an endurance race, all within about 9 seconds of each other. And that is what we are treated with here today. Pinnon out in front of the field in that 888 Bentley, of course, looking incredibly strong today. Just needs to have a clean final stint here. Last hour to finish it off. But George Boothby and that 992, well, they're not hanging around. They have a shot to go one step higher, and who knows, if time permitting, maybe an ability to go up there and challenge for the lead very late. How exciting would that be?
Yeah, it would be very exciting to get a battle going in the last kind of dying moments of a 6-hour race. Of course, you know, 5 hours 50 minutes means nothing if the final 10 minutes are where you of course lose that fight. And George Boothby, no stranger to fighting the car ahead. The Team Williams Razor car, a little bit of a different lineup this time with Tinko van der Velde and Dominic Blyer in there for the final remainder of the race. Tinko driven nearly 4 hours, I believe, before he handed the car over to Blyer with a fresh set of Pirellis. So we're gonna have to watch a few pit stop timers in the latter half of the race, Jesse. We're looking for a magical number of about a 134 for fresh tyres and about a 125 if they are recycling their old Pirellis. And of course, come the end of the race, you're going to want to have a fresh set of boots in the pit lane ready to go. If you're going onto old tyres, your third position might not be so third come the end of the hour.
Well, I tell you this, as a driver, you always want to have the best stuff at the end of the race. You always want to have fresh tires, but I will say from a managerial standpoint, from a strategy standpoint, it's not the end of the world putting a good driver on older tires, telling them to maybe defend just a little bit, save a little bit for the end of the race as well, try and limp the car home. No driver wants to do that, though. They all want to be given that illustrious green light to go out there and attack, and that's exactly what Veloce's George Boothby has as he goes down the inside of the 55. Blyer able to cover off the inside of the S's down the back straight, if you will. They're just about nose to tail. Dominic Blyer doing everything they can for Williams Esports Team Razor, and again gets the inside, trying the over-under move is George Boothby. Nothing there, still out in front, the 55.
Yeah, we know the Ferrari is very good over a 1-lap pace. We saw qualifying and practice. You know, Ferrari's locked all in the kind of top end of the field, and then from the race, they have kind of meandered their way backwards a little bit. You see the drive that Blyer got out of the final sector there, just absolutely left Boothby coming up to the kind of final set of turns, and Boothby closing right up on the brakes. Looking to the circuit map, they've got a lot of fresh air, and Boothby maybe calling it and saying, you know what, I'm coming in, and kicking up a little bit of grass on the inside proves how hard Boothby is pushing. Keep your eye on the pit stop timer to see what the 992 is doing.
Well, the question I have for you, John, is would Veloce have come in had they been able to get around Williams Team Razor on that lap? I think they would have. They would have just were hoping to get out in front, maybe slow the 55 down again just a little bit to helpfully gain a little bit of an advantage in the pit lane. They're unable to do that. They probably still slowed down Blyer in the 55 Audi because they ended up going just about side by side, making them take the inside defensive line. Best way to arc around a corner, of course. That might have been just enough. We'll have to pay attention to those pit times.
Yeah, definitely so. And Boothby in the box now, getting his tires changed. So keep your eye on the live timing we have behind the scenes here to see what happens to them. But Blyer, of course, it's one of those mental games, isn't it? Where, you know, Boothby being so close to you, has he put Blyer off enough, even in the lap, just to lose him a couple of tenths here and there? And then, of course, come the line at the end, it could be a couple of tenths that Boothby needed to just get past him. You know, some fights we see are won and lost on pit lane. You know, some drivers practicing their pit stops more than others. Big organizations, you know, Williams and Veloce, I can only imagine, are drilling into their drivers that, you know, pit stops are so crucial in this game. We've seen some abysmal times from a few drivers, but we've seen some super quick times. And Blyer now comes in as well, hooking up the grass on the inside as he does, giving up his track position. Let's hope he doesn't come out in that big kind of gaggle of cars. This is where Boothby currently is, just rounding through the first sector. And looking at Boothby's time, it's a 1 minute 25, which means Boothby is on old tires.
Yeah, Boothby's going to be out there on old tires. Probably didn't want to risk it and take new tires. Of course, you're not going to maximize the final hour of the race. They came in about 15 minutes there. They're about in. So you are going to be driving out there 45 minutes on older tires. Is that going to outweigh the 10 seconds or so that you gained? We'll have to see. That might just put Veloce 992 on the back foot here. It might put them in an opportunity to get up there and challenge for the lead. The question will be, late into this race, can they hold it?
Yeah, that's it. I mean, 10 seconds, you know, in a pit stop is a whacking great amount of time. And if it's 10 seconds that, you know, it puts himself ahead of Blyer by 10 seconds, can Blyer make up 10 seconds on fresh Pirellis in the final 45 minutes or so of the race by the time he trundles down pit lane? We're going to have to watch on the right-hand side of your screen just to see where the Williams team Razor comes out. Stu in our ears speculating that Blyer is going to have to double stint as well. So the bottom step of the podium could be settled by 2 sets of double stinted tyres. Looking at Blyer's pit in to pit out time, 1 minute 24, Jesse. They're neck and neck coming into turn 1.
Here they come, and who's going to get out in front? And it is very clearly the Audi of Team Williams Razor out in front of Veloce 992, and there is a little bit of an extra gap there all of a sudden. They were nose to tail when they came in. That just tells me a little bit cleaner on pit road was Dominic Blyer and crew.
Yeah, the Williams boys just able to get that Audi turned around and back out again a little bit quicker than the Veloce boys, although we know Boothby does have some serious pace in the Ferrari. We know the Ferrari was on the favourable end of the BOP this weekend, shall we say, between drivers. It's been a very touchy subject amongst some manufacturers, but here we are coming down into the last 45 minutes or so. The bottom step of the podium is not settled yet, and we've now got Sherapinin in the pit lane as well in the 888 Bentley.
Cherapinin in for SMP, and everybody continuing on. You know, we have our eagle-eyed scouts down on pit lane. They're doing the hard maths, as you might expect at this particular venture. They're letting us know that most of the top teams do have enough stint timer to make it to the end. Nobody in danger of running afoul. Several teams, as you mentioned earlier, John, they've put 4 hours on one driver and hoping the other driver can take it home the last 2. Can I just say, what a teammate that is. Driving 4 hours for you, maybe allowing you to have a little extra sleep or a little extra rest, then you get to do the easy lifting at the end of the race. I call it that, but my goodness, how difficult is it to get in cold into a car in a podium position? And oh, by the way, going to have to defend against George Boothby for an hour.
Yeah, it's certainly not an easy feat by any means. I mean, some of these drivers as well. We have had another endurance race ran this weekend, of course, over at another community. 24 hours of Paul Ricard Those of you that are in the know will know exactly which one I mean. And some of these drivers kind of moonlighting between the two. And, you know, if you've moonlit for a 24-hour race yesterday and you're still awake on the same sleep pattern, it's going to be super hard, especially if, you know, likes of George Boothby are charging you down, or, you know, you're trying to fight for the top end of the grid. It's not going to be an easy feat mentally and physically. It's going to be a hard one.
Certainly is. The driver's not the only people pulling double duty this weekend, John, as you well know. Several of more cars in the 123 matriculated to the lead. They're down the pit lane now as well, to the attention of their team. Billy and Ryan Meenan in the car. I would hazard the guess Billian would probably stay in that 123 Ferrari, though I have been wrong before, so we will make sure of that. Cherepinen does come back through to the lead. These cars will cycle into second and third, and you know, it was an excellent pit stop by Williams Team Razor, but just as it was the previous stint, George Boothby on the same tires as before was a little bit quicker than the Williams machine for Team Veloce, and that is still the case here. Right back to the back bumper of the 55.
Yeah, you can really see George Boothby does have much better pace than Blyer over a lap or so. He has closed up that gap massively. You know, they went in, like you said, Jesse, kind of nose to tail into the pit lane on their stops, and they came out with a good few car lengths between them. But now Boothby right back in the zone of that Audi diffuser, and it's great to see the onboard camera looking back here at the Ferrari, at how kind of balanced it almost is through these slower corners. You see, as soon as it starts on the bumpy stuff, though, it does tend to rebound itself quite a lot. You know, Samir Foch mentioned in one of his interviews, it's more like a bouncing donkey than a prancing horse at the moment. And of course, with the 1.9 update coming next week on everybody's lips, will the new machinery be better? Will the suspension changes help the Ferrari, as Blyer there nearly opens the door to Boothby, and all Boothby is looking for is a gap that's fit for a 488 Evo.
Will tell you, bouncing donkey is not going to make it into the Ferrari press material. I can guarantee you that. A couple of sketchy, scary moments coming through the S's there. Both cars almost out of sorts. Like George Boothby had all he could handle with the bouncing donkey, as you so lovingly put it, John, but just about kept it in line and able to cover off the inside again is Blyer, sticking with P2 for the time being. They are losing time. Cherepinen and SMP racing out in front of this field. It was 8 seconds, 8.1, 8.3. Now, after the sequence of the pit stops, and because they're slowing each other up, even running nose to tail, it's just about 11 seconds. That gap's going the wrong direction.
Yeah, it definitely is. And just want to touch on the Jean Alesi Ferrari quickly, with a 5-second penalty this late in the race for an incident on lap 187, turn 13, involving the 1 and the 29, the one being Sebastian Apostle, probably at the time in the West competition car. Warning for the car 29 for avoidable contact, a 5-second penalty deemed for their second warning of the event. So Stewart's handing that one out. And of course, if Joshua Allen is yet to pit, I believe he might still be due a pit stop. Lap 190 was the last time he came down, so I think that's going to be possibly added on to the end of his race. So he's got to get 5 seconds clear of Stetsenko and Apostle, or he's going to be losing 2 positions just through a penalty.
Sure is. You hate to have something like that happen. It is good in some instances that can just be added on to the end of the race, and you don't have to come back down pit lane and of course lose more time. There's a couple of cars inside the top 10 that still have yet to pit, and if you're playing along at home, you will be interested to know the 52, the Team 1 FF car. They've got about 20 minutes left on their stint. They're in 4th place or thereabouts. The 95 has 6 minutes left. They're in about 8th place, and the 45 car should be in imminently. Everybody else in the top 10 should be good to go to the finish.
Yeah, absolutely so. And it's just been brought to our attention in our YouTube chat that the 27 The car number 27 is on a charge as well. They are matching lap times similar to the leader. That's the Jean Alesi Lamborghini, currently down in P24. So they're going to look to set some gains up as well. Of course, earlier on, they were on a worn set of Pirellis when they saw them go backwards with Santoro at the wheel. But now looking at their pit stop timer, 1 minute 35 on lap 184. So they are on some fresh tyres. So expect some late gains from them as well.
Yeah, it doesn't matter where you are at this late stage. You're probably in a battle somewhere. As we see Boothby go the long way around, you can hook this around if you just about keep them there. But he's been forced off the racetrack there a little bit. Close quarters racing, and the gap has widened here after one of the cars, the Veloce 992, goes off of the racetrack. It's a risk versus reward maneuver. Honestly, the best case scenario, a little bit of grass, nothing else. He'll have to regroup and get back into it. That's going to do nothing but frustrate George Boothby behind the wheel of that Ferrari.
Yeah, it's one of those scenarios, isn't it, where it's kind of, could Blyer have given a little bit more room? Did he want to give more room? Was it a fair defense? We've seen Boothby, round one at Kyalami take it round the outside of Bischoff into Sunset and, absolutely kind of left the Porsche driver standing when he did that. So Boothby, no stranger to taking the long way around. But, of course, with the touch of the grass and the near spin, going to have to close that back up to Blyer all again, and just over 35 minutes of the race to go. I think he is the man that can do it.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Boothby knew what we all knew, I think, in that case. If he would have been able to stay around the outside of him, outbrake him the long way into that hard left-hander, a couple of turns up there, he would have almost certainly, as long as he was able to keep it level, he would have almost certainly have won that fight. And I would hazard the guess that Blyer knew that, and very close racing leads to just one of the cars going off the racetrack. Be interesting to know what Williams thinks about that, and if they feel that that was fair or not Williams, excuse me, know what Veloce thinks about that, if that was fair or not. Nevertheless, the racing still continues. Sharapinin absolutely loving this. 11 plus seconds now. Every second lost here, it just becomes more and more difficult, nigh on impossible to catch up to them here.
Yeah, I mean, Sharapinin is in like a great position right now. He's got, got to manage himself towards the end of the race now. He doesn't really have to worry about other drivers. And speaking of moves, here we go. The 27, we said it earlier, on a fresh set of Pirellis up the inside of the Pass Sim Racing team, the 832 down the inside into turn one. Of course, makes it an easy move on the fresh set of Pirellis. It's night and day difference when you're on a fresh set versus an old set that's over an hour stale by this point, especially if they've been heat cycled, they've been off the car, been sat in the pit lane, and then chucked back on with a new set of pressures in them. You've got to choose the kind of the best of the worst, shall we say. You've got to make a mental note of the tires that you've been kindest to in your stint, the tires that you've been following somebody a lot less in dirty air, that you slipped less, maybe locked up less, had impacts with the curb, touched the grass. You've really got to keep a mental note. And as a driver, that's going to be very hard to do, which is why a lot of these organizations, of course, we had Joshua Allen in the box earlier explaining that there are more people behind the scenes than we probably realize as, standard viewers and casters up here in the booth, that, get involved in tracking tires and setup and training and, mental things. And just look how much the 27 has already closed up to the back of the 334. They're on a real charge at the moment for the Jean Alesi team.
Yeah, we were talking about how Chad alerted us that this car was running laps comparable to the leader of the race. Of course, not going to win the race, are you? The Jean Alesi Esports 27 car. They know that, but that's not the point. The point is they are gaining points. The top 30 gets championship points for every round. And at the end of the season, the top 20 in the championship get paid. So all these points are adding up right about now. And there has been a move made for second place. John Dalton, what happened?
No, let's see if the replay caught it, shall we? Blyer through the kind of slow left-right section, tipped it into the right. Looks very relatively clean there. Boothby with a similar kind of exit. Nobody touching the grass. Slipstream, a flash of the lights there you saw from Boothby. And I'm wondering if he tried the classic kind of around the outside move into this turn. And just looking at it, it still remains fairly stale at this point. Boothby still behind the car, so I'm not sure if the replay is going to last long enough, but a little kiss of the grass from Blyer, and just look at the pace of Boothby through the S's. Fired it straight up the inside. Blyer didn't really have an answer for it. He compromised the exit for Boothby, but Boothby, of course, held on to the inside line, and this corner is very, very tight. A little bit of rubbing between the two. There's probably going to be some green paint and some purple paint exchanged on the cars, and a little bit of elbows out racing there. I'm not sure what the stewards are going to think, though, Jesse.
I was wondering where the gap came from because they were absolutely glued together, and then all of a sudden a little bit of contact there, and that's exactly where it was. Judging by what we saw there, I think Blyer may have got a bad entry to the corner. Boothby able to recognize that, go around the outside, which then, of course, in the S's becomes the inside again, themselves in the advantageous position. A little bit of contact. I think
FFS Racing just stopped there, Jesse. Sorry to cut in, but Ryan Meenan off to driver's left. Not sure what happened here. I think Stewie's just about caught the replay. Tips it in behind the racing point. Aston Martin. We've got the Williams Chill Blast car behind. Comes out and just kind of forgets to turn right and stops.
No,
I wonder if he's caught the ignition button.
I have no idea. Something was up there with that car. I don't know if it stopped again. Look as well at the end of the back straight, the FFS Racing 123. That's going to be absolutely devastating. Killian Ryan Meenan behind the wheel of that car. This has by far been their strongest race that they've had. They were looking at a incredibly good points haul and finish here at the halfway point in the season, but something mechanically wrong there. Usually what that is indicative of, stopping, going again, and then realizing whatever is wrong has not been fixed, and they've had to stop the car again.
Myself and Ted were talking earlier about, hardware failure, kind of akin to being mechanical failure for these cars, essentially, and the guys are going to have to be careful with the car stopped way off to driver's left there. Very sensible place to park for Ryan Meenan, although doesn't seem to be doing much, although we are getting going again, so I'm wondering if it's a control delete, stands on the brake, stops the car again.
He's diagnosing and working on something here.
Definitely so.
Yeah, and by the way, those waved yellow flags, those are real. You cannot pass. Stewards will not appreciate you passing in places where there's waved yellow flags, continuing to try and troubleshoot what's going on. It's not drive, it's not brakes or steering. There's something else going on here. Maybe there's a misalignment, there's no feedback. You're trying to diagnose all the different things, and it looks like now maybe there has been some rectification. Oh no, this is a controller. This is incredible. I have never seen this in all of my history of casting. Killian Ryan Meenan has had some wheel issue happen to the car, and he's steering the car with the keyboard.
I've never seen this in the history of me casting ACC for 2 years. This is crazy, but at least he can get it back to the pits. Like you say, Jesse, still points on the table, even if they can get inside the points window. So, I mean, if they can get it back, get it handed over to a teammate, and the teammate can pound around for half an hour just to keep the car alive, there might still be hopes yet, but crazy moves.
This is a gutsy performance and something that we have never seen in the esports level of sim racing. Killian Ryan Meenan has struck. Oh no! And he struck the outside of pit wall. Something else has happened here. Oh no, and he's getting going again. But yes, definitely with the keyboard. And I think what he was doing with that starting and stopping, John, he was trying to map the buttons to something he could use, or maybe familiarize himself with the buttons, just so he could get that car to pit lane, maybe looking for the pit limiter there, not seeing the wall, crashing into the wall. But my goodness, folks, have you ever seen anything like this?
Absolutely crazy scenes. I mean, you think that, you would never write that in the history. If you threw, you threw the history of all ACC races into a machine and said, write me a story, I don't think you'd ever get an answer of driver stops car on the side of the road, remaps controls to keyboard, drives back to the pit lane to hand it over to a teammate, and still finishes the car all within the last half an hour or so of the race.
I'm going to tell you something. It'll be a race that team will never forget. It's going to be a race that you and I are never going to forget, partner, for two very different reasons, I'm afraid, but just incredible stuff. Meanwhile, back up front, George Boothby, 12 seconds behind the SMP 888 Bentley. Veloce, will they have a late race resurgence? I've seen them do it before. I wouldn't put it past them. And to be fair to Dominic Blyer and the Williams Esports team Razor 55 Audi, they have not really fallen off the back of the 992 the way I would have expected after they were caught several times. They're only 1.4 back, and they're not losing too much in any particular sector. They're still hanging around.
Yeah, I think the Audi has, very good drive out of the corners being, naturally aspirated. It does get up and go pretty quickly, whereas the Ferrari, of course, with the turboed engine, it does take a while to kind of get the momentum going, and then, it does catch up in the corners. So it's a little bit of a kind of cat and mouse, essentially, at this point, where Boothby might lose, Blyer might gain, and so on and so forth. But Boothby still not really driving away as much as we probably thought they would have been. And here we go, Mike Noble back out now in the 1-2-3 FFS Racing after being handed over from a keyboard to Mike Noble. So, it's great to have a driver on standby as well, Jesse. It was all very well Ryan Meenan getting the car going again, but were any of his teammates online at that point to even take the car over?
I tell you what, we have a lot of incentives from our lovely sponsors for this series, but anybody who's capable of winning an RCI esports event with a keyboard, I'll give you a crisp $1 bill for that. It's all I can afford, barely, but I'll give it to you if you're able to win one of these esports races with just a mouse and keyboard. The way that he drove that back to pit lane, I'm assured that I couldn't even do that much, but that is so resourceful and so smart to map the keys just to get the car back home. It keeps you from retiring, and beyond that, all you got to do is make it that half a lap back. And I think there was initially, John, some kind of like you said, Control-Alt-Delete to try and reset it, get it going, but it wouldn't work. And again, going to Plan Z, I think in that case, get the thing back to the pit lane. My word.
Yeah, I think that was very much Plan Z on the FFS Racing team's card of choice there. You probably go through 25 letters of the alphabet before you get to that solution of let's plug in a keyboard, map the keys, and we'll drive it back that way. So yeah, very creative and out of the box thinking, I guess you could say, for the guys at FFS Racing. Just want to touch here on Stutsenko in the ITB Santalot Racing 696. Great new livery from those guys for this round. Of course, used to be a kind of red and silver car. It's now been incorporated into the Santalot kind of blue colors that you see from the GTWC Challenge in real life. Looking to gain a place here from Joshua Allen again, picking up another 5-second penalty, unfortunately, on lap 194, turn 11, involving the 696. So this car here and the 29, 5 seconds for the 29. So all Stutsenko's really got to do, of course, he's not going to really make up many more positions after passing the Joshua Allen Ferrari. He's just got to basically hold sweet and kind of, keep it behind him and keep it mistake free. And he's set to inherit another place as now we see the Jean Lacey car back through on the 404 connection loss. Take it away, Jesse.
Here we go around the outside. Will we see it happen? Will it be a successful defense? I don't think so. The Jean Lacey 27 Lamborghini just too good on those tires, too much speed, as well as they continue to claw back positions. Incredible stuff here. Gutsy performance from the 27. They weren't kidding when they said they were running laps comparable to the leader. They are making short work of the top 20 right now. They've already gotten into 16th, 17th place, and they have a little bit of a gap between them and Walshingham in the 44 Ferrari, but their pace, they might just be able to get there. Dare I say it, top 15 possible. John Lacey.
Yeah, you never know. They might be able to make the Lamborghini work through that race. And very close driving here from the 17 and the number 1. Yeah, very much so, working the rear end of the BMW, absolutely battering the diffuser on that car. Stewart's not going to be too thankful of that one. And Sebastian Apostle, young driver, age 17, now loses another position, I think, for the Racing Point car there of Matasia in the 95. Nearly outbreaks himself. And now look, here comes the Williams car as well into the mix. So me and Les were talking earlier about the lap traffic having an effect on the battle, and I think Williams has just about given Sebastian Apostle enough breathing room from the Aston Martin behind.
It's a fair comment, really. When Indianapolis came to ACC, was the first time a lot of these esports drivers, a lot of these pro drivers saw this racetrack and had raced on the road course. Well, they all typically had the same thing. They enjoyed the track, which was a shock to me a little bit that so many drivers actually enjoyed racing here. It is a fine facility after all, of course. But the second thing they always said was traffic here is difficult, and this is exactly what we're talking about. A couple of cars that ran into each other, gridlock style, and several of them going spinning. Not least, of course, Igor Oliveira Rodriguez for Williams Esports in the number 5 Audi. Not the only victim here, but looks like the one that came off the worst.
Yeah, Rodriguez definitely the worst driver off in that scenario. Got absolutely sandwiched from the front and the rear, and just obviously can't keep control. Of course, on the the nature of ACC gives the car a little bit of a wiggle and kind of checks that everything's all right. And fingers crossed that there's no hands trapped in direct drive wheels along the way, because the way technology's going nowadays, Jesse, these wheels are getting very strong from the kind of domestic products that me and you probably had when we first got into sim racing.
Did you just call me old? I think you just called me old live on air. I can tell you the Assetto Sim Sport Visceral Esports team, the 45 car, they have disconnected from the race. I believe that isn't the first time the 45 has had connection issues this season, further frustrating that team. They were down in 34th in championship points, and unfortunately, doesn't look like they're going to, although they may do, the 45 in 30th place right now. They might just get an point for today's affair. Of course, they have to still complete 85% of the race. I suspect they have done that. They are quick to rejoin the greenie in the car now, it says, at the time being. Hopefully they're able to salvage something from this race. A lot of mistakes, a lot of drama here in the final 30.
Yeah, lots of drama indeed, and I just want to bring your attention to a message in our YouTube chat from Vincent Lindner, who I believe is to do with the Team 1 FF guys. Again, thank you very much for your pit wall live timing for this race. It's been great, and maybe if we still need it next race, maybe please we can borrow it once again to keep everybody at home updated with the shenanigans on track. But just raised a valid point. Nicholas Arnker in the 52 for P4 is on a fresh set of tyres, and we know Dominic Blyer is on a used set of Pirelli. So could the Williams car slip down another place with just under 22 minutes to go, Jesse? The podium is still not locked in yet.
It's absolutely not locked in. The top two are still quite close. You got cars coming from behind, like the 52 as well. Nothing set in stone right now for the podium positions. And I will say this about Williams Team Razor: if this is the worst race they're going to have, and we talked to them at the end of the previous round of the championship, I had a candid moment with a few of them as well, talking about what their prospects look like for this race. They weren't very confident, but realistically, a top 5 finish here is not going to damage their championship hopes with just how good they've been. They've just got to be smart and careful right here with 1FF right behind them. That team is not going to sit here and run 4th place to them. If they feel like there's blood in the water, they're going to try and challenge for that podium.
Yeah, I mean, you can already tell how much Nicholas Arnker has on Dominic Blyer. Just going through the S's section, look at the gap that has already closed up on the Ferrari. He's already sizing up a move down into the tight right-hander to try and put Dominic Blyer off his line almost and outbrake himself into the final section of corners. But I think Arnker is going to make very light work of the Williams driver. But like you say, with Williams such a strong start to the season, even though on paper this might be a P4, P5 finish, of course, they still do have that massive points buffer at the head of the field. So, championship hopes are not over yet. Just because you've got one bad result in the bag doesn't mean you can't flip it around. And now we go into turn 1. Arnker looking to the inside, trying to size up Blyer a little bit. Almost forces him to outbrake himself. Cut his run into turn 2, that little bit shorter. Arnker gets much better drive off the corner. Now sizes up a move into turn 4 and fires the Ferrari to the inside. And Blyer's got to play it very smart now, Jesse, because you don't want to spin that Audi out and then lose even more time to your rivals.
They certainly can. Not too far back, the other cars. You got to be aware of that. Gave him everything he had, but not able to keep that car in front. So put Team 1FF up to P3. Marco Bischoff here what has happened. Just a nice pass, it looks like, from the 977. Very nicely done.
Yeah, 977 on fresh tyres as well. Looking at their last pit stop, a 1 minute 34 from pit in to pit out. So fresh set of boots under the Porsche and made light work of the Aston Martin. And Bischoff, of course, one of the older drivers, should we say, in the grid, Jesse, in his early 30s. So, you know, a wealth of experience behind him. But, you know, when you've got the young guns such as Sebastian Apostle at age just 17 already competing, it's a very large age window. And now he looks to dispatch of Wilger's Audi, currently for P18, the virtual drives by TX3. We know how much the Porsche suffers on straight line speed and closes right back up again on the brakes. And just going to have a quick scroll down the board to see if we can find where Wilger is. Just want to see what his pit stop time was. It was a 1:28 last time by, so a slow stop, I would say. Still on the same set of Pirellis that he was on over an hour ago.
Bischoff trying to make another move happen here, trying to position that Porsche into the corner, get a longer, better run off of it. Nothing doing. Wilga knows exactly what Bischoff is trying to do and covers off the inside. Will we see a Porsche make a pass here on this very long back straightaway? I don't think so. Just a little bit too much motor in the 334 Audi by virtual drivers by TX3 car. They've held them at bay now, but now we're back in what I like to call Porsche country, the twisty S section of the track. Unfortunately, well covered up by Wilga. Bischoff doesn't have a line, and the Kramer Racing Esports driver will have to think about it for another lap.
Yeah, that's it. So Bischoff, you know, no stranger to last-minute moves, and you know he's certainly going to be the driver with all the wisdom under the old age brain of himself. He's going to find a way past no matter what. Of course, on fresher tyres, it's not going to be, you know, it's not going to be hard once he finds a move. He's going to send it, he's going to make it stick, and he's going to drive off the corner a lot better than the Audi. But we know the Audi, just look at the straight line speed, it's just pulling away, even into turn one. Can't even get close enough in the Porsche, but then the Porsche, once you stand on the anchors, closes right back up to the diffuser of the Audi, and all he's got to do is get it through the twisty sections a little bit faster than Wilger ahead to see if he can get a pass going.
Yeah, that Porsche has fantastic brakes. It's also got excellent deceleration as well. That absolutely mitigates the straight line speed. It can be disheartening to see a car absolutely leave you on a straight, but in a Porsche, it's always nice knowing that you can pull up on cars the way that you saw it right there. Bit of a log jam here, several cars, one going off, the purple BMW getting half spun by the Ferrari as they're all fighting over a single position, and they're trying to do it as cleanly as possible, but I'm afraid it all came just a little bit undone there.
Yeah, so not a good one at all on that move. They say Sebastian Apostle being battered about in the last stages of the race. He's already been hounded around by the number 17 Aston Martin, and continues to find himself in the absolute logjam of traffic. As you said there, Jesse, it's not an easy scenario to be in, of course, with the track temperatures as well cooling down now. Air temp 17, track temperature 20. So I'm wondering if some of these drivers have allowed for the pressure adjustments, should we say, on their earlier set of Pirellis. Maybe they overpressured them to begin with, but now they're going to be in the kind of right window. And this looks like a much better run now for Mavix out of the last turn, although we know the Audi is just going to pull lengths on it. And you see there, it's so frustrating as a driver sat behind, pushing the pedal to the floor, knowing it won't give you any more. And we had a bit of a meme post, should we say, last time at Imola with the Porsche, where we just told the drivers to push the pedal harder, you know, like you used to do in the PlayStation days. Pushing X a lot harder used to make your car go faster. Everybody knows that.
Yeah, and if you lean as well, it makes the car corner just a bit better. Everybody knows that. This group, the last time through this section of the track, it all got just a little bit scrappy. Apostle somehow found their way almost to the back of that train. They have to try and keep their momentum and get those positions back. Marco Bischoff from Kramer Racing Esports still trying to make their way around the 3-3-4 of Wilga. Wilga not down the inside blocking here, takes the normal line into the hard left-hander, and yeah, is right in doing so, not outbraked by the Porsche at all. And unfortunately, through this section where the Porsche has the clear advantage, no place for him to go.
Yeah, you see Bischoff there sliding the car through the S's, and the Audi looking very stable considering that it's on a set of old Pirellis. I'm amazed at, you know, how much grip that car really does have in the corners, and Bischoff just can't do enough to put Wilger off at all. Wilger is holding line and stern very well indeed for the virtual drivers by TX3 in the 334 Audi there, and you know now this is going to be the strong part of the circuit where the Wilger car just disappears up the road.
Will say this about the virtual drivers by TX3 Audi, that I agree with that sentiment. That is just about the most stable Audi I have seen out there today. You would hardly believe they're under constant pressure from a car behind, and especially one like Bischoff, who is absolutely going for it. He's driving the wheels off of that car, trying to get any little bit of fender down the inside of any corner, looking for any mistake by Wilga, and it's just not happening. Ice water through the veins of the driver of that 334.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, you know, Mavix is a name that's, you know, very well known in sim racing alongside the Porsche and the Kramer team. It's one of those names that you do kind of fear when you see it in an entry list of an event. You know he's going to be very quick no matter what you chuck at him. And yeah, Wilger just absorbing all the pressure right now, even having another look down the back straight, if you like, into the tight left-hander before the S's, but still nothing to be had at all from Mavix. He just can't put the Audi enough off, and just look how close the splitter of the Porsche is to the diffuser of the Audi. You literally cannot separate them, although Wilger with a little bit of a bad drive now out of the S's. This could be Bischoff's chance. Looks to the outside, but the Audi still has legs coming up onto the banking. Still nothing to be had from the 977. And I just want to turn your attention towards the front of the field. We saw it a couple of laps ago. Nicholas Anker dispatching of Dominic Blyer quite easily, and next in line in his sights, George Boothby. He's taken half a second out of him already this lap.
Yeah, you got to watch out. It could be one of those days where a car that comes from a 4th or 5th place position here in the final 30 minutes, they shock everybody. They had the right strategy all along, and they sneak away with a P2. You got to be careful about that. We'll keep you updated as that continues to develop. Boothby be in trouble. Could Marco Bischoff get this pass done at some point? Had a good look there. Maybe a little crack in the armor, a little mistake coming through turn 12 that time by the virtual drivers by TX3 Audi, but not nearly enough. The straight line ability of that car able to bail them out. Had a little look there down the inside, maybe just a tiny bit of a touch, as here comes Bischoff. The inside will become the outside. Will that give the advantage back to the Audi? Will we see a drag race? I think we are going to see that off of the racetrack just a little bit, and it's going to be the Audi dragging down the straight. Will it be a late braking maneuver down to the left-hander? You bet it is. Bischoff a little bit of contact. The Audi off the racetrack momentarily, and the pass has been done, albeit with a little bit of contact.
Yeah, you got to bear in mind though now, Jesse, the main straight's coming up, and you know, Wilger could find a way past Mavix quite easily coming into turn 1, so keep your eye on that one just in case. And Alaric Enslin in the YouTube chat, of course, team manager of the ITB Santalot racing car, saying, how have we managed to get inside the top 10? Are we looking at a P9 finish here? And he said earlier in the interview that you had with Tim Peck and Kevin Boss, they asked him, you know, what the plan was for today. They said just, you know, try and score as high as they can. And Kevin suggested maybe you're looking at just inside the top 10, and so be it. This is where it's going. And we see Mike Noble here on the Forza Italia car, the 501, a little bit of a rub through turn 1 and 2. Of course, Mike Noble trying to get back some positions from the we say hardware failure earlier on. And Aidan Walshingham now coming under fire from Sebastian Apostle. Apostle has been beaten around the circuit recently in the previous laps, and a little bit of a hip and shoulder check from the Ferrari as well. And Walshingham now up into P14 after their disconnect. They were running very strongly for 5 hours.
I was just going to say earlier, Apostle will not be happy about being sent to the back of the line in this very corner about 5 laps ago, and probably not making any friends back up through that group, as they have been able to get a few more spots as the #1 BMW. Nearly had 14th place back from Walshingham. Wasn't to be. Or still in that position. Still has the fastest lap of the race as well. Story of what could have been for the 44.
Yeah, the 44 had an absolutely excellent start, you know, pulled it in qualifying as well, and just kind of drove away from all the drama at the beginning and just really cemented themselves in. But now we ride on board here with Nicholas Arnker for Team 1FF. That car ahead of is not mistaken. That is George Boothby in the Veloce machine. Arnker took a fresh set of Pirellis for this final stint. Boothby on some already worn Pirellis, and it's going to be a face-off now to see who can get what done. Just under 10 minutes to go, Jesse, and the top three still isn't settled, with Boothby there swerving across the straight to try and break the toe as much as he can, and Arnker just following him like he's got a magnet in the front of that car.
I will say, remember, the gap from first to second was 13 plus seconds. It's 7.5, so Boothby is gaining on SMP's Sharapinen out in front of this field, but Arnka has the quickest car of all of them. If they're able to get up into P2 with the Team 1FF Ferrari, they might get a little bit closer to the lead. They're going to need a little bit of help as the grains of sand are running out of the hourglass. And I was going to say, how is Boothby going to play this? Is he going to be defensive? Is he going to just let the car behind him go? I haven't seen any aggressive defensive moves or anything from Boothby. I would hazard the guess that if the 52 gets there, they might just let him go.
Yeah, it's a tricky one, isn't it? Because, you know, we saw it earlier with the Williams fight. You don't want to kind of put yourself out of the race, you know, to kind of cut off your nose to spite your face, as the saying goes. If, you know, Boothby still got a very strong finish in P3. Even if Arnker does find a way through in the Team 1FF Ferrari, you know, you don't want to be making contact, going overly defensive, putting the car into the wall and causing some damage, maybe even another trip down pit road or an investigation from the stewards. You know, you could just kind of let Arnker go, say, fair's fair, you're far quicker than me, let's go, let's have a solid result, and we'll see each other in the next round and see how we settle it then.
Yeah, you got to watch out for your team. This is not a one-off race. This isn't some series that doesn't matter. There's a lot of teams involved. There's a lot of money on the line, and you cannot compromise this race, compromise your entire season with one silly move. That's what separates the good drivers from the great ones and the good teams from the great teams. It is all about how you play in these moments. Right now, George Boothby not putting a foot wrong, not in a hurry to get out of the way here as they continue to gain on the leader. 7.3 seconds the gap now, first to second place. Arnka obviously quicker than all of them right now. Both these drivers in Ferraris, they're working lap traffic, they're feeling each other out. Nicholas not making a move at this time, not quite close enough.
Yeah, Nicholas just not within that kind of lunging distance on the back of the Veloce Ferrari. Of course, there is a tow ahead, I believe, from the Renvelten Aston Martin just ahead of this fight. So hopefully they don't become the kind of deciding factor on this one. Boothby's got to navigate through traffic along with Nicholas Arnker. So where Boothby goes, Arnker will more than likely follow. And it is indeed a Renvelten car, and getting way out of the way of this fight. Probably spotters on the radio engineers saying, you know what, there's some fast guys behind you. Watch your mirrors. Don't get in the way. And nearly on pace as well, pulling the same thing in turn one, getting way out of the way of these two guys. And I think this is going to go right down to the checkered flag. I don't think they've got it in them to catch Sharapinen ahead in the Triple Eight. I think SMP might have cemented this one firmly in the bag, although Boothby's fight with Arnker still isn't over yet. Look how close Boothby's running up to the pit wall.
Well, he hadn't raced defensively at all up until this point. He must have thought that maybe Arnka was going to get a run down the straight. I don't think he did at all, but Boothby still took the super defensive line down the inside, and up to that point didn't even act like the 52 was there, but now very clearly has that attention. Now, honestly, I agree with you, partner. If I'm SMP's manager, I'm telling Sharapinen they're not going to get there. They're fighting amongst themselves. Just keep it clean to the finish. We're going to win this thing. The only Bentley in the field might end up P1 here. What a story that would be.
Yeah, of course, SMP fielding two Bentleys, but one of them becoming victorious. The other one currently residing down in P6, just behind the two Williams Audis that are running in flying formation at the moment. I just want to draw your attention to a late steward's decision cut in if this fight, you know, escalates anymore, Jesse. Incident on lap 210, turn 13, involving the 1 and the 71. That's a Sebastian Apostle and the Renvelten Ferrari. 71 takes out the 1, position not returned. drive-through penalty earned this late stage in the race. There's no coming back from that one. Just 5 minutes to go. The 71 is going to have to take that very soon. And incident on lap 210, turn 2, involving the 899 and the 72. 5 seconds for the 72 for avoidable contact and position not returned. So an additional 5 seconds on the 72 car, which might promote the nearly on pace Audi 899 upper position.
Not the end of the world, a 5-second penalty here at the end of the race. Obviously, if you're in a battle, that will ruin that, of course. But the drive-through penalty, absolutely devastating. There might be more than 3 laps left in the race, which means that if there were less than 3 laps, you could take the checkered flag, and it would be converted into a time penalty after the flag. But you have to serve it within 3 circuits of the track. I think by the time that penalty was given out, there would have been more than that. So they're going to have to serve that. That is going to be absolutely devastating. And by the way, my apologies to the second SMP team. Of course, there are 2 Bentleys. What I meant to say was one of the only Bentleys in the race. And we were always wondering in the first couple of rounds, could Bentley play spoiler? They certainly have here today. 7 seconds to gap first. The second, that will prove to be a bridge too far. This is the fight for P2. It's Veloce versus Team 1FF. 2 Ferraris, 2 very different tire strategies today, and it's all coming down to this.
Yeah, that's it. Strategy's been blown wide open. A little bit of a twitch there from Boothby over the curb, and that's allowed Arnco right up to the back of the 992 Ferrari once again. And Stewie behind the cameras just making a note that the 52 tyres, he reckons, are beginning to drop off as well. So you're going to have 2 cars on very worn tyres, and Arnco still trying to make his Ferrari as big as he can in the TV monitor of Boothby's car, but still Boothby not phased at all by the German's assault behind him, but he's going to tuck in for the slipstream, and this looks like a very good run out of the last corner onto the banking. Arnco's going to understeer up the banking slightly. Boothby keeps it very tight to the pit wall. He's trying to break the toe all the time. Doesn't want to give Arnco a single second of toe, although here we go down into turn 1. Boothby to the inside, squeezes Arnco to the wall on the outside. Arnco, the last of the late breakers, if he can make the outside stick. Incident ahead with Leiper and Grifax as well. A bump from Boothby sends Arnco off and loses a big chunk of time.
There was a crash in front of them that would certainly have distracted everybody in the instance. Maybe a little bit of contact between the 2 as well, and that has all but eliminated that fight for the time being. Boothby, of course, still working the lap traffic. Arnco still trying to recover from that near fatal experience in turn 1. Tire dipped into the grass at the wrong time. The car goes around. It's all over, but it isn't over yet between these 2. If the 52 has enough tire left, there might be enough time for a last gasp shot at P2 for Team 1FF.
Yeah, they've literally got... Where is the race leader? The race leader already crossed? Just trying to find the triangle on the track map at the moment. Here he is, Sherapenin, SMP, and flying formation here through the last sector. So this will be the last lap that Sherapenin is beginning to start now. Of course, a lap around Indy is about a 1 minute 30, not a 1 minute 34, what am I saying? Yeah, it is about a 1 minute 34, best lap time anyway. Currently drivers running 136 is 137, so when Sherapenin crosses the line, this will be the last assault that Nicholas Arnco has, and I'm wondering if stewards are going to be investigating the turn 1 incident already.
Don't know, but what I can tell you is this is the last lap of the race. Nobody rivaling SMP, the 888 out in front today. Will we see a fight for P2? It's the better part of a second between the top 2. Still fighting going on further in the field. Manson in the 899 nearly on pace car trying to do a last lap robbery here on one of the cars in front, the 69, able to hold steady just for the time being. He's got to survive a couple of more corners, couple meaning the majority of the track in this case, to secure that position, but fighting everywhere. This just right in front of that. Marco Bischoff trying to get around the 404 car. Jaroslav Roth behind the wheel. Look at him drive to the inside of the Kramer Racing Esports car. He knows what's at stake here. All of these cars will have 1 extra lap, John.
Yeah, I was going to say Sherapenen is just behind these guys coming through the S's now. So, of course, the clock will stop when Sherapenen takes the checkered flag. So that, of course, means anybody just ahead. You see in the background there, Wilger, I believe, in the 334 lifting off, allowing the race leaders to go through just so he doesn't have to do another lap. And Nicholas Arnker is, of course, just about closed up again to George Boothby. But I think it's too little too late, unfortunately, for the Team 1FF as Sherapenen here allows the sister Bentley car through to go on another lap, whereas Sherapenen will end the race, weaving left and right. I think Wilger behind there, one of the Williams cars possibly, or both virtual drivers by TX3 maybe in flying formation there as well. George Boothby comes in second place, Nicholas Arnker in third. We got some drivers finishing towards the bottom half of the field as well. Wilger, Peichmann, the 832, the 72, Griffax, and nearly on pace running their last lap. Griffax just about fended off the Swedish charging Audi, and meanwhile Bischoff and Roth are still going to go for another lap, and Bischoff with a very good turn in there opens up the door, but we know the outside becomes the inside. Jesse Roth just might have enough to secure this. They bump Roth to the inside, and Bischoff is probably going to wait for that one, being the gentleman driver he is. I can't imagine he's going to rob a place that late in the race, but both cars keeping out the wall luckily.
Yeah, I absolutely love that out of him. I love that out of Marco. He wants to race him, and he wants to race him for the position, but he doesn't want to touch him, make contact, or influence him in any way, especially on the last lap of the race. He wants to do it in earnest. He wasn't able to do that. Slows down. Not a threat. Anybody else in this battle, everybody else behind them has already finished a lap down, of course. These two settling it like gentlemen out on the racetrack, and I just think it's going to prove a little bit too tough for the 977, but you got to give respect for the driver that is playing this like a gentleman.
Yeah, definitely. So we see it all too much in the stewards' reports. You know, drivers pushing each other out, taking the position, and then just kind of disappearing up the road, and no position returned. Hefty penalties ensue. But yeah, flash of the lights there to probably say GG to Jaroslav Roth, but very gentleman driving there. So it's yeah, kudos to them.
And there it is, the results of the third round of the RCI 6-Hour Esports Challenge Series are in the books. And my word, what a race it was. Results confirmed, and of course, always pending post-race penalties. SMP Racing's 888 gets it done. Sherapinen out in front. Smoliar and Abeladze also behind the wheel of that car. George Boothby and Malinowski come home in P2. I've been told George Boothby ran 5 of the 6 hours today. I have to confirm that in the background, but Veloce P2, and of course the 52 Arnke with a fantastic final stint, crawling up into the top 3, very nearly had P2, will take a 3rd place finish. Battles from the start to the checkered flag today.
Yeah, 6 hours, and it still comes down to the last, couple of minutes for a lot of these drivers. So, it's good proof that, the format works. The 6 hours, you limit the tire sets right down. Nobody has the best machinery under them at all times during the race. And, strategy has become a real big player in today's race. Some drivers, of course, with, much more grip than others. Some drivers with, no grip still managing to fend off, and unfortunately a few DNF there towards the bottom. Azatec still take the fastest lap of the race with the number 45, and one of their cars did manage a comeback, the Walshingham car, up into P10 after their late disconnect with 1 hour 10 to go. So, even if you do have some trouble, it is always worth sticking around and trying to finish. As a very different sky there on our TV pictures for Indianapolis than what we've suffered this afternoon. It's been very grey, cloudy and overcast, and rain was on the horizon, but luckily the rain did not come, which meant we had pure 6 hours of dry running, and the tire strategy did have to come into play.
Quite surprising, if we're completely honest with ourselves. It was raining in final practice today, cloudy in qualifying, and it just about held off in the race. There was a 40% chance, the weatherman said, of rain during the race today. 40% means that there's a 60% chance it wouldn't rain, and we did get the better part of that. The track did cool off there at the end. A lot of mixing up of the strategy. John, I love a race that always comes down to that. Who's got the best stuff, or who's got the right strategy at the end of the race? Certainly today, I think it's a mixed bag. I think some were right, for staying out or not changing tires at the end, double stinting, if you will, and others were right for changing tires. It worked both ways, just depended on what situation you were in.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, we saw Nicholas Anker towards the end trying an assault on George Boothby, but Boothby on old tyres, Anker on new tyres, and it just goes to prove that yes, you can catch the car ahead, but can you make a pass and can you make it stick towards the end of the race? And Anker, unfortunately, just couldn't manage that for the Team 1 FF boys today. But kudos to them. Just want to give one final shout out again for their lending of their pit wall to us. And as we see some highlights coming up on your screen now, you're going to see the car park, Jesse Lee, that was turn 1 when everybody decided to brake on their qualifying point. Just as they come into turn 1, you see all the braking happening and nobody really making the apex, and everybody kind of ending up in the grass, and the Bentley was the biggest achiever there. Around the outside it goes, over the curve very stably indeed, gaining a few positions from them. And just want to draw your attention, as a big accident did happen as well at the beginning of the Jean Alesi Ferrari being shoved off. Just want to draw your attention to the bottom right hand side of your screen. Once again, it's the final time you can vote for the AK Esports sponsor segment team of the race. Each kind of team that wins it will gain an additional 100 euros bonus per race to their total. We've got the QR code in the bottom right hand screen. There should be a link appearing in the chat on both Twitch and YouTube for you to click and head a vote, whether or not it's greatest comeback, fastest car, best livery, or you just want to support your fan favorites. The Veloce 992 has won two rounds running now, wondering if they can make a hat trick out of that one. And of course, while we're touching on partners of AK Esports, just want to say none of it would be possible without them. AK Esports, of course, for providing the server solutions here at RCI TV. And if you can, think they're used to you, then check out their link in the description below. They offer everything from esports management right up to an IT company for their starting point, should we say, with a reference point in the hardware sector as well. And of course, Fanatec needs no introduction, one of the leading brands in dedicated sim racing hardware. You can, of course, check out the RCI affiliate link in the description below if you are looking to make the change to their products. It will, of course, give us a small cut here at RCI, which does help us with some of the running costs we do incur. And last but no means least, Go Setups formed to be one of the premium esports setup stores for ACC. Primary aim to create a level of setups for all skill ranges, whether or not you're esports ready like all 42 teams that we had here today, or whether or not you're kind of more on the safe side, a casual racer, and you're just looking for something to kind of make the car a bit more stable and improve it a little bit more for your driving style. Featuring a plethora of esports stars in their team, you can be sure setup you choose has extensive hours behind it, and they are, of course, sponsoring our pole position award. Of course, went to the Azatec SimSports Visceral Red this time out, so they bagged themselves an extra 100 euros into their prize pool as well. And I think it's about that time, Jesse Lee, that we unfortunately say our goodbyes to the audience at home.
Yeah, of course, just one more time, vote for the AK Esports team of the race. I'm quite curious if we'll get a different winner this time. It's been the same, the Veloce 992, both times thus far. There's a lot of candidates in today's race, if you ask me. Move of the race, though, Igor Narodikov for me, with that creative way of getting out of the way, getting the car restarted by doing what do you reckon that was, a 220-degree turn behind a pit wall for safety and getting going? That was a move of the race for me.
I'd certainly like to call it like you remember in Need for Speed Underground 2, you used to do a J-turn and get plus 500 NOS? I think that's what he was trying.
Yeah.
I think he was trying a Need for Speed move.
Absolutely brilliant. You love to see people taking safety seriously. Well, in several weeks' time, we're going to be at Barcelona, partner. I think we're going to have more of the same here, or more of the same there. This track and that track do have quite a few similarities.
Yeah, quite a few similarities between the two, some slow sections, some fast sections, and that big, long main straight, as we see elbows out here between Williams and Veloce through the S-bend. You'd love to see it, tit for tat. One gives one gives back, and then, before you know it, they're switching positions. But yeah, great. I can't wait for Barcelona, May 7th. of course, it's going to be the big switch up, Jesse Lee, next Wednesday. ACC update coming to you. New machinery, including the Ferrari 296. The Porsche has an update in the form of the 992. And of course, the Lamborghini gets another Evo variant. Among suspension, tyre, and electronics changes, I think the next round is going to be the kind of curveball that we see in the season where some teams might kind of excel more than others.
Certainly is the case. Well, if this didn't get your racing itch satisfied, well, RCI has all the races for you. Please go to racerci.com. Find all of our schedule there. Normal service resumed on Monday. John Dalton as well. The weekly series continuing. Can't wait to see more of that championship. Everybody, thanks for having me, John. Cannot wait to see you in Barcelona.
Yeah, certainly so. Can't wait to see you in Europe either, Jesse. And of course, kudos to everyone that has made this broadcast possible, from Stewie behind the cameras, of course, all the live stewards that don't really get the mention they probably deserve for sitting here 6 hours in the afternoon going through incident after incident. Of course, from Tim Peck, Kevin Boss at the start of the broadcast, with, of course, Callum Kerwin in the booth for an extended period. And then myself, John Dalton, who took over halfway through, along with Les Stevenson, of course, Ted Edwards, and then yourself, Jesse Lee. It's been an absolute pleasure to cast yet another RCI 6-hour Challenge Esports Series, and we hope to see you all at the next round on May 7th when we head over to Barcelona for round 4. Take care of yourselves and have a wonderful rest of the week.